Good morning, Mr.
Oh,
Kwat.
good morning. Good morning, Hearing Officer Chang. Just
Hey.
checking in.
Yep, your sound
you.
is nice. Your sound and video is nice and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna go mute and video off. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Donna.
Morning.
Got a good night's rest, I hope.
Yeah, I did.
Good. Going okay? Do you need me to schedule more breaks and stuff?
No, it's fine. It's going well. I am very, very confused, but your list of acronyms really helped.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm struggling to understand all the acronyms too.
Yeah, I mean every witness has a new one come up, so.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning, Timo.
Morning.
Got a good rest?
Not good enough.
Lou, we can't see you.
Yeah, I know. I went on. I have my video off because I'm still munching breakfast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry.
No problem. We are live streaming, so just be aware of that.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, here's Officer Chang.
Good morning, David.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, very good.
Right,
Did you get a
great.
good rest?
Yes.
Good.
Good morning, hearings officer.
Good morning, Ms. Gannon. Hope you're rested and ready for another long day.
Hearings Officer Chang, when everyone else joins, we had some additional thoughts about schedule that may help address some of the issues we were talking about yesterday that we'd like to propose.
Okay, good. We can do that. Ms. Gannon, and other councils, in discussing procedural matters, do you want to, we are live streaming, do you want to go into a private conference room to discuss that, or are you okay discussing it on live?
I think it's fine to do either way, Hearings Officer Chang.
Okay. Still a few minutes early, so. Mr. Johnson is joining us.
Just want to do a sound check. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ronnie Riddle is joining us. And
Karen Minot's going to be joining us, but she'll be coming in late, so we can go on the record before she joins. It's okay.
okay. Is anybody wanting to wait for the entry of anyone else?
I think we have everybody.
Okay, Ms. Gannon indicated that she has some procedural matter to address. Why don't we take that up? This is off the record, or do you want it on the record?
We can first off discuss it off the record because we haven't had a chance to talk to any of the parties about it.
Right.
We just, after your discussion yesterday about the timing and recognizing that we are going into a lot of technical information, some of which you have not heard before, we anticipate there could be maybe other kind of bleeding over the schedules, or there may be times that people want to take additional breaks, because I think the last couple of days have been pretty tiring for everybody. So one of the suggestions we wanted to propose is how to deal with this would be that we move our closing arguments to Monday, which everyone could do remotely. So we could finish the witnesses on Friday. If there was any need for any questions following the witnesses, we could address those. And then counsel and hearing officer Chang, we could come back together on Monday if people had time to do that. And we could just give our closing arguments at that point. And obviously we know people haven't thought about that. So we just wanted to propose it this morning, see if there's any interest in thinking about that, or if people want to have time, or if it wouldn't work, then we can just stick with the schedule as it stands. But we just thought that might help address some of the issues you raised yesterday.
I believe you're on
muted.
mute, hearings officer Chang.
Yeah, sorry, I went on mute because I had an ambulance going by, or fire engine or something. Are there any suggestions, comments on the idea?
Certainly, it's something we'd like to consider. Can we, we'll discuss it maybe over lunch break, and can we reconvene on the idea maybe this afternoon when we're done
Yeah,
with this?
no problem. Give everybody some time to think about it. Just to let you know too, I'm thinking of giving you all a draft of an outline that I have been working on, at least to try to list the issues, so that you can at least see what I'm understanding to be the issues and the fight, and see if that helps. Because I am hopeful that we can have an iterative sequence of discussion as we refine the information, and maybe work toward determining where there are agreed facts and where there are disagreed facts and the like. So I'm hoping that'll be helpful. It's not quite ready to give to you, and I still need to clean it up and stuff, but I will try to do that before your closings, and hopefully we'll have some chance to talk about it briefly and and keep refining that. Okay, we can pick up on this later. We have the schedule is as previously indicated, and Mr. Panton is we move to tomorrow, I gather. So is there anything else administratively anybody wants to bring up schedule-wise, concerns? Okay, requests and doing anything different from what we've been doing?
Not from the board.
Okay, if not, we're ready to go on the record and take up the next witness. Is it going to be Mr. Johnson or who?
Yes, that'll be
yes, sir.
Dr. Johnson.
Dr. Johnson, okay. Let's go on the record. Good morning, everyone. May we get the appearances, and please indicate those who are with us at the hearing.
Yes, good morning, sir. We have for the Navy, we have myself, John McKay, and Mr. Mike Law with the Office of General Counsel for the Navy. And we have Ms. Marnie Riddle with us now, and Karen Minot will be joining us with the Naval Litigation Office.
Okay. And some of your witnesses are present?
Yes, sir. Dr. Guar Johnson is here with us as well. And we also have Mr. Frank Chiaffi and Kurt Stanley, who are with our AECOM, our expert consultants.
Okay, and then for the board?
The board, you have David Brown, Ella Foley-Gannon, and Uge Momand from Morgan, Lewis, and Bacchius on behalf of the Board of Water Supply. Also in attendance is Jeff Lau, City and County of Honolulu. And as witness participants, we have client Representative Erwin Kawada and our two expert witnesses, Dr. David Norfleet and Dr. Nicole Denovio.
All right, very good, thank you. And then for the Sierra Club.
Good morning, David Franco for the Sierra Club. Sierra Club members and representatives are all glued to their YouTube live.
Okay. And for the environmental health.
Deputy Attorney General James Page, client representatives Lene Ichinotsubo, Roxanne Kwan, and Phoenix Grange.
All right, very good. Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well rested for our day. We are going to start with the next witness, Dr. Guar Johnson. Dr. Johnson, may I ask you to take your oath at this time? The court reporter will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson is a registered structural engineer employed by the Navy. He has earned 3 degrees, including a doctorate in civil engineering from the University of Hawaii at Manoa. Dr. Johnson, could you please briefly summarize the direct testimony that you've given so far in this case?
Okay, so the direct testimony includes some of my background, also address some of the construction, the methods of construction of the tanks themselves, and my understanding of that construction. Also address some of the issues with regard to seismic and earthquake hazards relative to the tank construction. Also address some issues with regard to corrosion related to the lining of the reinforced concrete tanks.
Thank you. I believe there was a printing error in your testimony. If we could bring that up now, I'll bring it up on my screen and we can look at what that is and how it should read. One moment. So this is, can everybody see the bottom part of page 25?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a bit of overlap on the last line. The The last sentence of that, sorry, one moment. The last sentence should read, I have not seen any data indicating that the reinforcement embedded in the concrete has begun to corrode, as supported by the following data reported in the destructive testing report. And then the next line, which is overlapped there, should be a bullet point reading chloride levels in the concrete are low. Does that comport with what you meant to say here?
Yes.
All right, thank you. We'd like to present the witness at this time for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. And for the board, who will be handling the examination?
I will, Hearings Officer Cheng.
All right, Mr. Brown.
So good morning, Dr. Johnson, and thank you for taking the time to join us today. Yesterday, we heard quite a bit of testimony about the extensive corrosion that is afflicting the steel liner of the Red Hill tanks. And we also heard testimony about two common forms of corrosion protection, coatings and cathodic protection. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your opinions on those forms of corrosion protection. Is it your opinion that as the Red Hill tanks are currently configured and proposed to be operated in the Navy's permit application, that the implementation of cathodic protection at the exterior surface of the Red Hill tank steel liners is not possible?
It's because of the presence of the reinforced concrete tank and the method for using the cathodic protection system to provide the protection at the outer surface. The concrete actually will inhibit the flow of ions that would be needed to provide that protection. And so it becomes an onerous task at that surface.
And is one of the reasons that it is, well, let me take this back. So are you saying it's not possible, or it's not feasible, or it's not practical? What is your opinion on that?
So my understanding, and I think there's some NACE, National Association of Corrosion Engineers, and other documentation that in this particular setup, it would be difficult to make it effective. Basically, the performance would be hard to implement and guarantee. And cathodic protection, depending on the type of system, could potentially set up other issues such as stray currents, et cetera, that could potentially exacerbate corrosion in certain areas. And so it would be very difficult, and I think would not be a recommended path forward to mitigate the corrosion at this site.
Is one of the reasons that you believe it would not be recommendable to employ cathodic protection is because there are gaps between the steel liner and the concrete?
It's my understanding that there were some observed steel gaps, and that would be one of the things that you'd need to mitigate. By creating that gap, you're not able to complete the circuit. And that's basically what a cathodic protection system is. It creates a circuit. And so if you're not able to complete the circuit, you're not able to provide that uniform protection that a cathodic protection system is intended to provide.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to switch topics real quick to some of your testimony regarding seismic issues at Red Hill.
Okay.
Are you aware that the Navy is planning on performing an assessment of the seismic risks to the Red Hill facility as what was initially presented as phase 3 of the quantitative risk and vulnerability assessment?
As I recall, yes, the risk assessment seismic portion wasn't the initial. They didn't do it in the phase 1, and I believe they have developed or are developing a scope of work to include the seismic evaluation.
Are you involved in that development of the scope of work for the seismic evaluation?
Not directly involved, but I did speak to Frank Kern at XWIC about that. I believe he or others within XWIC are developing the scope of work for that.
And so is it fair to say that the Navy has not quantified the seismic risks or finished its risk assessment at this time?
I think it's fair to say that the seismic portion of that risk study was not conducted because of the understanding that the seismic contribution to risk at this site is relatively low compared to other items that were assessed in the, I think, phase 1 of the risk assessment.
But phase 2 or 3 of the risk assessment has not been completed, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe recently they've developed the scope of work. I don't know the status on the consultants they're using to do that. But I think that's part of the AOC process is to go through the different risks and add that to their overall model. And so, yeah, I believe they're at the beginning stage of doing a detailed assessment for potential items that would be affected by the seismic hazard.
Okay. You stated in your written testimony that the tank structures at Red Hill performed well during an earthquake on June 28, 1948. Is that right?
Sounds right, yes.
Do you recall what the magnitude of that earthquake was?
I believe there's a Cox report that is one of the exhibits that actually shows a table that I don't know if we could bring that up. And I can.
The Cox report?
Yeah.
Is that part of your written testimony?
I do refer to it in the written testimony, I believe. I think that's Navy 62 or N-062.
Okay, let me pull up your written testimony for you. Okay, can you see my screen, Dr. Johnson?
Yes.
Is
Yes,
this
sir.
the reference that you were making to Dr. Cox, or sorry, Dope C. Cox, Exhibit
Right.
N62?
Yeah.
And I think
So yeah, it looks like there in the testimony I summarized that. Yeah, estimated
4.8.
magnitude of 4.8. Yeah.
Okay. And so that's not a particularly strong earthquake, is it?
Not necessarily, no.
And it's not nearly as strong as the February 1871 earthquake that you reference with a magnitude estimated to be 7.0. Is that right?
Well, for the shaking at the that was observed at the Red Hill site and is detailed and summarized in a table in the Cox article, at the Red Hill site, they were similar in magnitude. But because the 7.0 or Lanai earthquake was at a greater distance, then the level of shaking on Oahu was less.
Okay, so what you're saying is if the 7.0 was closer to Oahu, it would have resulted in more shaking.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many gallons of fuel were released from the Red Hill facility as a result of the 1948 earthquake?
I don't specifically recall the number.
Okay, I'd like to pull up a document for you here. Are you familiar with the engineering survey of U.S. petroleum facilities at Pearl Harbor prepared for the Navy in 1948 by Bechtel Corporation?
Yes. And I reviewed that specifically with regard to tank 16. So I didn't review the entire report, but was more focused on the post-seismic analysis or investigation.
Do we have an
I'm
exhibit
showing
for that?
Yeah, I'm showing you exhibit B12. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So does this look like the Bechtel report we were just discussing?
It looks like it, if I recall, maybe if you scroll down to the bottom, then we'll have the attribution.
Scroll down.
Okay.
Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay. And we're here on page 2 of the PDF with the Bates number BWS 003939. And under item number 2, it states that Bechtel was directed to proceed with the survey at the very same day, June 28, 1948, the earthquake occurred. Isn't that right?
They did do an investigation after the earthquake. I don't specifically recall when they started the inspection, but it was, they were inspecting tank number 16.
Yeah, the survey started here, it says, on August 16th, but very close in proximity to the actual earthquake, wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Okay. Let's move to page BWS 003966, which is page 29 of the PDF for ease of reference. This report documents a total leakage in the order of 1,100 barrels as the result of the 1948 earthquake. Isn't that correct?
So they indicate that there was a leakage, and in this Bechtel report, they weren't able to necessarily attribute it to structural damage of the tanks themselves. So when I speak of, as a structural engineer, when I speak of a tank's performance as a structure, I'm talking about the reinforced concrete tank. So I did not see anything in the report that spoke of damage to the structure. There was leakage as indicated, and I reviewed this document. And then there's also a document which talks about the history of tank 16, where they do talk about some of the narrative in this Bechtel report, including some additional testing they did after Bechtel was done with their investigation. Bechtel did not come to a firm conclusion, and during testing and the process after Bechtel was done to get this tank back up and running, they continued to have some leaks, and they eventually discovered it actually, I believe, in 1952. So I think in the exhibit B194, I believe it is the tank history, and I can sort of walk you through that timeline to show that it's not necessarily the structure, but my understanding based on what I've read is it's more the telltale system that's no longer used in the tanks, and their connection to the liner may have been the contributing issue of why they would identify leakage within the telltale system.
So if I understand you, Dr. Johnson, what you're telling me is when you testified in your written testimony that the tank structures at Red Hill performed well, you were talking about the concrete and not about the steel or the pipelines or any other places where leaks could occur? You were focused on the concrete.
Yeah, so the reinforced concrete tank, I see the lining as a liner, which is not a part of the structure. It's not needed for structural integrity per se. But to the extent that the deformations that the tank structure may have gone through, items that are attached to structures, such as the telltale system or other pipes, etc., can be vulnerable to damage during an earthquake. And so that's, I guess, my understanding based on the data that I have now is that that telltale system was susceptible to damage, and a small amount of movement by an earthquake could have exacerbated that system's integrity or ability to prevent leaking into that system. Over.
I appreciate that clarification. So, and just to make sure I have this right, so you're not stating in your testimony that earthquakes can't cause fuel releases, are you?
Well, depending on the magnitude of the earthquake, anything is possible, but based on the hazard at this site and the hazards that we designed to by modern day and the historical earthquakes that we've had, I think the PEMI report, it was accurate to say that there's a relatively low risk for this site to be significantly affected by seismic ground motion.
But the Navy has not finished its risk assessment to make its own conclusions on that, has it?
Well, so like with any evaluation in structural engineering, you take a first pass at understanding what the situation is, what are all the contributing factors to a potential problem that there is, and so that first iteration, I think, rightly reached the conclusion that the seismic hazard was low, and we understand that there is still concern with that, and just as a part of the AOC process, seismic was going to be evaluated and why it's in that. The risk analysis and a more detailed study of the behavior and the interaction of the concrete with the surrounding rock during a seismic event is going to be undertaken.
Okay. So, because a leakage in the order of 1,100 barrels would correspond to over 40,000 gallons of fuel released into the environment, wouldn't it?
I don't recall the specific conversion factor between barrels and gallons.
You have any reason to believe that's not accurate?
Unit conversions can be problematic, but okay, yeah, it sounds. I know there are more gallons than barrels, so it sounds like it's maybe in the right order of magnitude.
So, and just to make clear, you would not be saying that a fuel release of over 40,000 gallons as a result of an earthquake meant that the tank liner or non-concrete structures would be performing well, would you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. You previously testified that your description of the tank structures performing well was limited to the concrete. And so I'm just making sure you're not saying that a release of over 40,000 gallons means that the tank liner and or, pipeline related structure surrounding the tank performed well.
So I guess based on this earthquake and the performance during that earthquake, one of the 20 tanks had an issue. My understanding, based on my analysis of the document you have here and the overall history of tank 16 as described in another document, is that the vulnerability that may or may not have resulted from seismic is related to the telltale system. And so if the telltale system was still in use, then that might represent a hazard if an earthquake the size of the one that occurred in 1948 were to occur again. However, that telltale system is no longer in use, and I think it's a good thing because it's my understanding that the telltale system had problems irrespective of the seismic threat as well. Over.
Do you know, Dr. Johnson, if the Navy ever found the over 40,000 gallons of fuel that was released into the environment as a result of the 1948 earthquake?
I'm unaware of the specifics of that part of the analysis. I was more looking to see what mechanisms based on the structure's performance and the record of release and leakage and inspection after the fact. So I did not follow the documentation to determine where that leak may or may not have gone. I think others are better suited to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I don't have any further questions.
All right. For Sierra Club, Mr. Frankel.
Thank you. Dr. Johnston, I want to ask you questions about PEMY. We talked about that the other day with the court reporter. They produced, I don't know if you'd call it a report or a study or a paper or some notes. Does this, I've just brought it up on the screen. Is this the PEMY paper that you know about?
Yeah, that's the one that I was referring to earlier, and I believe that was prepared for the EPA by one of their consultants. That's my understanding.
Okay, what terminology should we use to describe this 8-page document? Is it a report? Is it a study? Notes? What should I call it?
I guess it's a summary of analysis, maybe a summary of a desktop analysis.
Okay, more than back of the envelope, a desktop analysis. I like that. So this is Exhibit N-2, and you thought it was a good report, didn't you?
When focused in on the seismic portions of it, I thought it was a fair representation of my understanding as well.
And you thought it was accurate, that you testified to Mr. Brown, right?
Right.
Okay. And you think the hearings officer should rely on it, don't you?
I think that it's one piece of information that was developed in 2015 at the time. And so I think it speaks to the seismic portion. Sure.
And your understanding of the earthquake hazard is consistent with the PEMY desktop analysis?
I believe that's what my testimony indicates, and yes.
And the PEMY desktop analysis considered the impact from just 3 earthquakes, right?
I'm not aware of the specifics of that because they actually do speak to the overall seismic hazard. I believe if you go down a couple of pages on this document, there's a table that compares the seismic hazard here compared to other locations across the US.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get there, but let's talk about specific earthquakes. The PEMY report looked at, or not report, I'm sorry, the PEMY analysis looked at 3 earthquakes, it appears. One in 1969, one in 2006, and one in 2014. Does that sound right?
I didn't look to these specific earthquake events, but I have no reason to dispute that statement that you've highlighted in yellow there.
Okay. And did you see anything in this PEMI desktop analysis that considered stronger earthquakes that hit Oahu other than the dates 1969, 2014, and 2006?
Yeah, so down at the bottom of the page there, seismic hazard, that's speaking to the overall hazard. So USGS is the agency that develops the ground motions that are used in the building code. And so to the extent that he was speaking of the seismic hazard relative to the expected performance based on the type of construction, I think that is where he's considering all potential seismic events and hazards, and that the building code requirements are built on an assumption of how much risk society is willing to take with respect to the seismic hazards.
Okay.
Mr. Frankel, as a favor, can you enlarge the text so that it can be a little more readable?
I can't. I have no idea what you can see versus what I can see. So does that work?
It's better. Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. That's good. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. And you referenced, you said he. Do you know who did this desktop analysis? Is it one person, or is it a group of people, or was that just sort of a casual
I think that was
reference?
that was casual, and yeah, PEMI, their analysis here. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, fine. But you did not see in this PEMI desktop analysis any consideration specifically of the June 28th, 1948 earthquake, did you?
I don't specifically recall.
And was there any specific reference to the 1871 earthquake in this PEMI desktop analysis?
Would you allow me to scroll through the document to double check?
I mean, do you want? I don't know if you can scroll through a document on my computer,
Yeah.
but I can just sort of scroll through
Sure.
for you. It's not very long. It's, let's see, almost, well, I guess you could call it 8 pages.
If you scroll up from there, I don't recall if they specifically addressed those earthquakes. No, it doesn't appear.
All right. And let me just go back to where we were here. So the 1871 earthquake was the earthquake with the greatest intensity to hit Oahu, correct?
That's what the report by Cox indicated.
Okay. And that magnitude is estimated at 7.0, right?
That sounds about right, yes.
And the earthquake with the second greatest intensity was in 1948.
Correct. Again, based off of the Cox article.
And its magnitude is estimated at 4.8.
Yes.
And I think I'm a little. I think I may have misheard you when you were answering questions with with David Brown. You seem to suggest that the earthquake, as it was felt on Oahu, was the same level of intensity in 1871 and 1948 because of the location.
That's what the table in the Cox report indicates based off of the modified Mercalli index that they report. So modified Mercalli index is basically a level of shaking that's associated with damage that's observed, or maybe not even damage. Sometimes it can just be, can you feel it? So USGS today still uses that type of information, which they call felt reports. So, if you felt it, go ahead on your cell phone and indicate what you felt, what kind of damage you have. So that's what the modified Mercalli index is based on. And so there's a range And so that range, the modified Mercalli index was somewhere between 6 and 7. And so those are estimated. They're not necessarily measurements as we would do today, but so they were in the same range.
Okay. I think I might understand, but let's let me see. Gotta close this. Let's look at this other document. So this is Exhibit S-2, and this is a report also by Doak Cox, who's the same person you were just referring to, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Have you seen this report? Do you know? Have you seen it?
No, I have not.
Okay. We're gonna go down to little 3. And let me read this to you. The highlighted portion. And Hearings Officer Chang, is this big enough, or should I expand this?
You can try to expand it. It would help on reading.
Okay. Oh, there we go. How's that?
Better.
Okay.
Good. Thanks.
The historic quake with the highest Oahu intensity occurred in February 1871. Its epicenter was estimated to have been near the south coast of Lanai, and its Honolulu intensity was estimated to have been on the border of steps 6 and 7. That, with the second highest Honolulu intensity, occurred in June 1948. Its epicenter was estimated in the ocean just south of Honolulu, and its Honolulu intensity was estimated in the middle of step 6.
Correct.
So that suggests that the 1871 earthquake was more intense in Honolulu than the 1948 one, correct?
Yeah, so I based it off of the Cox article, which I believe is a different exhibit, where that table reflects a range for Oahu that went from, and I can't specifically recall, but if we could bring that exhibit up, it reported a range. And so in that range, if I recall correctly, middle 6 was sort of in the middle of the range that was reported on Oahu.
For Lanai, even though this report by Doak Cox says between 6 and 7.
Right.
Okay. Now, let's. The 1848 earthquake caused significant damage to the Red Hill facility, correct?
Again, as a structural engineer, I did not see any evidence that there was significant damage to the structure, but it appears that the earthquake may have been contributory in damaging the non-structural telltale system, which is no longer in use, but I did not see any records of any of the other 19 tanks being damaged in a similar way at the same time. So the word significant damage, I don't think there's any significant damage in terms of the structural performance. And it appears that the telltale system, due to the timing, may or may not have been the result of the shaking.
So I understand you use words precisely. I am not, and the citizens of Honolulu are not, concerned about whether a structure is damaged or not. They're concerned about the facility because it's the water that's affected. So I want you to take the word structure out of your vocabulary for the next few minutes, because we don't care if a structure is stable. If all
I'd just
the
like to
fuel,
object to Mr. Frankel's treatment of the witness that the Navy has presented, and I'd like to request that he be asked to tone it down just a bit. Thank you.
I can appreciate the sentiment and concern, and you know, the water is
Sam, a
important to
citizen.
us.
Sam, a citizen.
And the structure is actually very important because this is a reinforced concrete tank that has a steel liner on it. That steel liner is supported by the structure. So if the structure is damaged, then the liner would be damaged. And so my profession and what I am testifying here with regard to is the structure's performance, which is the area of my expertise.
So you're not able to testify whether the facility itself is safe from the risk posed by earthquakes. You can only testify as to whether the cement structure is safe.
I'm testifying that the structure seems to have performed well. The Navy is embarking on a more detailed analysis, and our understanding of the construction of the facility is such that it's in a moderate hazard zone for seismic. It did experience an earthquake in which it appears that there may have been some non-structural damage that may or may not have resulted solely from the earthquake. And so to the extent that the structure supports all other parts of the facility and provides protection from a seismic threat, I would say that the facility has a decent level of protection with respect to the seismic hazard. As far as the analysis that we've done to date shows, and the Navy is continuing to do a more detailed analysis as we've talked about before.
There's no report that determined that the oil loss was due to the telltale system. There's no Navy report to that effect, is there, that made that determination?
Well, the Bechtel report did not come up with a known conclusion, and my analysis of the tank history, and I can, if you bring up Exhibit B 194, I can walk you through the history as reported in that document to see that they found the leak and was able to get it back into commission in 1952. And it's my understanding that the weld that they observed to be damaged at that time was a part of the interface of the telltale system with the tank. And so that telltale system's potential vulnerability because of the construction and the way that it's attached to the liner, and that liner moves along with the structure during an earthquake, I believe that was the vulnerability that may have been a result of seismic damage on the one tank, number 16.
I understand that's your conclusion today. That's not the question I asked you. The question I asked you is there any Navy report that made the determination that it was the telltale system that was the cause of the oil losses from at the time of the 1948 earthquake?
There's no
Navy report?
No,
Thank you.
Just that that's my conclusion based on my analysis of the records.
Okay. And so and your analysis that the telltale system was problematic suggests that the brilliant folks, in basically Frank Kern's words, who designed the Red Hill facility screwed up in their design of the telltale system.
Well, the telltale system gave them problems, and it was that system, I think, was my understanding is that was a unique implementation, and so I think that's why they had trouble with the telltale system's performance during the history. Yeah.
So Frank Kern's testimony was that these folks who designed the facility were just the eminent people in the field. These were brilliant people. These guys knew what they were doing, and they screwed up they included a design element that led to the loss of what you went through with David Brown, over 1,000 barrels of oil all of a sudden.
Well, so I think the overall construction of the tank was done in a quite innovative way and demonstrated the designer's knowledge of tunneling through rock and creating tanks. I did review the as-built drawings, and some of which included their loading diagrams. And so I think they did a very good job. And my testimony speaks to the construction and how they accounted for things like shrinkage in my mind, my interpretation of what I saw, and as is shown in my testimony, is that they took the time and designed these reinforced concrete tanks in such a way to mitigate or minimize any potential leaks, and then they used the steel liner. We can go into some detail, like, for example, they used these things called strain gauges, which were put through the concrete, attached to the rock behind the concrete. And those strain gauges are not typically used even during construction today. So they wanted to monitor the deformations of that tank during construction at the time. And so I believe they took great care, based on the technology they had at the time, to understand what they were building so that it could perform well. And I speak to that in my testimony as well.
Sure. So let's bring this screen up. So you talked about this a little bit with David Brown. This is the Bechtel report, and let's see here. This I want to go to 17. So there was an earthquake disturbance on June 28, 1948, right? And careful hand gauging during the test indicated a loss of more than 37 barrels of fuel loss per day. And you're suggesting that this system was really well designed and built. These guys were innovative and creative and did this incredible job with everything except making sure that our water is protected, right?
So I'm not sure if you are speaking about the gauging here, or if what I was speaking to is on the prior page. If you scroll up one page, I can show you the figure that's there. So this is the construction of the overall, no.
Which one, what's this one?
The figure, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a schematic of the tank. And so there's a couple of different things that they did to try to make sure that they wouldn't be losing the fuel that they're storing here. So the first thing, they when they did the construction, they created the upper dome first. They excavated to the bottom, and then they cast the concrete from the bottom towards the top. And you can see there is a thick black line that's between, in figure labeled C there. There's a thick black line that is shown between the gunite, rock, and the rest of the concrete there. So that was, if you scroll up a little bit, so we can see the words at the top of the figure. Yeah, so that asphalt coating with red earth slurry, I believe, is basically a debonding agent to allow that that concrete to potentially shrink away from the outer edge. They used, in the figure A, you can see there are grout grooves. Okay. In figure D, they are showing where basically a detail that's similar to where those grout grooves are, and they would basically be injecting grout to the back side of the concrete. And if we scroll down to the bottom of this figure, you can see where it points to grout. It goes around the circumference of the tanks. And they have, at 4 locations, they have grout pipes, right? So those are sort of at the 45-degree angles in those figures. And then they also point to strain gauges. And so those grout pipes are where they were injecting grout into behind the concrete. And so you can imagine that grout, as it's pressurized, is going to be pushing inward on that tank. And so when you push inward on that tank, you're putting the concrete into compression. And so in my testimony, you'll see there's a description about when they're adding that grout, they're basically creating a pre-stressing. And that pre-stressing is going to close any existing cracks or prevent cracks from forming in the first place. And my testimony talks about that. And then, so you could just do that and assume that it's working. But the strain gauges, which are detailed in figure E here, you can see there's basically a pipe that passes through the liner. On the inside, there's a rod that passes, it's the narrowest portion there, that passes all the way through and is embedded into the rock. And so what you can do, there's something that's labeled in what looks like IPS cap and then IPS pipe and coupler. And so you can measure the distance between the end of that rod that goes all the way into the rock and the cap. And the change in distance is going to give you an indication of how much that concrete is changing in dimension. And so in engineering, the change in dimension is directly related to the force that's being applied. And so it appears, based on this figure, that they were using those strain gauges to monitor how effective they were at performing the grouting operation to pre-stress that concrete. And so in my mind, it shows that they were careful and wanted to understand how the tank was performing relative to their design intent. And so on the page down below where you're talking about gauging, I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. When I speak of these professionals who design this taking great care, this hand gauging, I believe that is actually referring to just the measurement of where the fluid level was during their observed leaking. So I didn't want to conflate those two.
Okay, and this is indicating a loss of 37 barrels of oil per day, right?
That's what the report says there, yes.
Okay. And you recognize, don't you? I know there's a little bit outside your field, but you recognize that the groundwater below the Red Hill tanks has been contaminated with fuel, don't you?
I'm not aware of the specific test results of the groundwater itself.
That might, if you were aware of it, that might affect your conclusion about what a good job these tanks are doing, wouldn't it?
No, because I did a structural, I'm just talking about the structural performance. I looked at the construction to see, what methods of construction they use. Was it appropriate for designing a tank? Did they, in terms of the details of the tank, what's its relative risk to seismic performance? And so, a leak that occurs, is one thing, but I was simply evaluating the structural performance. And to the extent that the liner is attached to that, the telltale system was attached to it, I can speak to the seismic behavior and how it might affect those types of systems.
Okay. Let's see here. Let me bring up this other document, or series of documents. So you may not be aware of this, but there is a technical report that was prepared in 2007, and it says 3 groundwater monitoring wells were installed within the lower access tunnel of the facility, and samples from each have consistently detected petroleum dissolved in the groundwater beneath the site. Does knowing that fact affect your opinion as to how well this facility is performing in containing fuel? Yes or no?
I think tanks are known to have linked. Again, my analysis was based on the structural performance or potential risk for seismic. And then I spoke to some issues with respect to corrosion. And there are leaks that have been documented. And so
and to be clear, that structural performance doesn't imply that this structure contains the fuel. What you're talking about in terms of structural performance is making sure the tank liner doesn't collapse. But you're not opining as to the ability of the facility to keep the fuel inside.
yeah, so there are many systems that are, that are geared at understanding and maintaining the integrity of the system to prevent fuel. And so the structure is one system, and the support of the steel lining is inherent to that structure. And then the corrosion environment at the lining to tank interface, and questions about the reinforcement within the concrete itself. Those are the items that I was addressing.
Okay, so I'm not clear what that includes or doesn't include. You're not test. So again,
so
I
I
want to
guess-
know, my question to you, and if you can't answer it, that's fine. You can say you can't answer it. I'm concerned about the facility as a whole. So my question to you is, has the Navy or you assessed the risk that seismic activity may have on the entire facility and its likelihood of releasing fuel into the environment? Have you done that or not?
So the PEMI report.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Have you done that or not?
So
it's a yes or no.
It's actually not, because in engineering, it's a process. And so the process is you do an initial evaluation, and I think the PEMI report, as well as my analysis, documents that there is a relatively low risk for seismic being a concern for the tanks. And in the AOC risk analysis, the Navy has developed a scope of work to do a more detailed analysis. And so has an analysis begun? Absolutely. We did our initial analysis, which is what we always start with in engineering, is what is your initial assumptions? What should we go into? What are the highest threats that we should analyze first, and then dive down deeper if we need to. And so in terms of assessing risk with respect to seismic, that initial desktop analysis that we talked for before has been done, and we have developed a scope of work that includes both the tank and pipelines associated with the overall facility. And that is a part of the AOC process that the Navy is working on.
Okay, so this initial assessment was this desktop analysis that we talked about, the desktop analysis. And this says, the first sentence on page 5, top of page 5, hope you can read it. It says, there are no records of damaging earthquakes occurring close to the site. Is that sentence true? Is that accurate?
Well, there's that sentence by itself is, I guess, depends on the the definition of close to the site and what damage is.
Is there any question in your mind that the 1948 earthquake damaged the site?
This specific site with respect to tank 16 is the only one that I am aware of where there was a question, and I think we've talked about that with respect to the telltale system. I am unaware of any other specific damage at our site.
Yes or no? Did the 1948 earthquake cause damage to the Red Hill facility?
1948 earthquake may have contributed to damage of the telltale system that's no longer in use at the site.
It's a yes or no question.
Jackson,
Engineering
this has been
often is
asked and
not
answered
yes or no.
already.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Could an earthquake at Red Hill, an earthquake that affects the Red Hill facility, cause a small chunk of concrete to break off, let's say in the tunnels?
Well, it depends on the magnitude of the earthquake.
Okay, one, say the size of the Lanai earthquake of 1871.
Well, it depends on the location. The 1971 earthquake on Lanai, as we discussed before, had a magnitude that was created ground motion in the range of the one in 1948.
A little bit larger though. Cox says it was greater intensity. Those
Sure.
are his words.
Sure.
So my question again to you is, could that cause a small section of concrete to break off in the tunnel?
I haven't done a detailed analysis, but one of the things that my testimony does speak to is damage, the difference in damage for above ground structures compared to underground structures.
And we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah,
But this is just a question.
So,
Yes or no?
yes, I'm trying to answer your question. So the felt reports that Cox indicated, those are based on observable damage at the surface. And so the damage for underground structures behave a little differently from what is reported to create a modified Mercalli index. And so it would be difficult for me to say, the mechanism that you're describing, concrete, coming off of the facility, I don't think that there would be the level of damage where you would necessarily get concrete spalling based on the fact that the magnitude of shaking on Oahu for the 1971, while it may have been greater in Cox reports as much, at least his range, I don't know that based on the performance that I saw from the 1948 earthquake, I don't think that the level of shaking would be such that you would have that type of damage. And the damage mechanisms, you'd have to, we could spend days talking about different damage mechanisms, but I know that's not your intent.
So it's unclear to me. Is your answer no or I don't know?
Without doing a detailed analysis, it is difficult to determine that question, but I think that it is relatively low risk or a low probability that that type of damage would occur if the 1871 earthquake were to reoccur today.
Okay. Now let's talk about the report on the 1976 Tangshan earthquake. That's a report you referred to in your testimony. And that's Exhibit N61. I'm not going to bring it up if I don't need to. That report noted the appearances of cracks from the earthquake, didn't it? Underground.
There was some description of some damage in underground facilities.
The concrete floor of the pump station at a 30-meter depth heaved up to 300 millimeters and experienced a crack of 30 meters long, correct?
I don't specifically recall, but that could be what the document spoke to.
Okay, let's bring it up. Whoops, wrong one. Are you seeing?
I'm seeing the PEMI report. Yeah. Okay.
How about now? Are you the right one? Are you seeing the
yes.
N61 yet?
Yes.
Okay, I got to make this bigger. I know that. See if I can do that well. Okay. Do you see that the report says that let's see, the concrete floor of the pump station at 30 meters depth heaved up to 300 millimeters and experienced a crack 30 meters long?
So I see that it says that, however, this
Objection. Actually, the document speaks for itself, and it doesn't say, I believe, what Mr. Frankel said. It does.
Well, I think I said 30 meters, and I meant to say 30 feet, which is 10 meters. But yeah.
The witness may answer. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in this article, the main point of this article is not necessarily the minute details, because where the details will not be similar is that there is no discussion about what the geotechnical strata is. Basically, what type of soil is it, right? Is it rock like at our site, or is it clay, or is it something else? And so the overall narrative of this is, I think, more descriptive. So here, it's really the last two sentences of the first paragraph. On the surface, destruction was nearly 90% complete, and several 100,000 lives were lost. So, magnitude 7.8 earthquake, significant loss of life, significant damage, 90% complete on the surface. Damage to underground structures, however, was relatively minor, and all miners, some 1,000 in number, were evacuated safely. And it talks to some damage here. There is I speak to in my testimony of several different potential mechanisms for underground compared to above ground. So in an above ground structure, you basically have let's say a building. So you can imagine a high-rise building that is attached to the earth. Now, the building wants to stay in the location that it is.
Okay, Mr. Johnson,
so,
I want to focus on my question. Your attorney will have an opportunity to redirect you, but I want to keep this focused now so we can wrap up.
Yeah.
This exhibit you chose to reference in your testimony, correct? This is a Navy exhibit.
Right.
Wait, yes or no? You referred to this exhibit in your testimony. Yes or no?
I referred to it as an example of the behavior difference between above ground structures and underground structures in
Correct.
general. Yeah.
And my question to you is, in this article or case history that you chose to use in your testimony, it refers to pumps and transformers in the underground were damaged, correct? Does it make that reference? Yes or no?
It does speak to specific damage that occurred underground.
Thank you. And in fact, water squirted out of fractures during the earthquake, correct?
Sure, if it says it there, sure.
Okay.
Right, you have it highlighted there. Yeah.
The damage may not have been as extensive above ground, but there was still damage underground, wasn't there, in this example you chose to use in your testimony? Yes or no?
Right. So
you'll have a chance. Your attorney will have a chance to redirect you. It's a simple question, yes or no.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
This facility, the underground section, was damaged by this earthquake. There may have been more damage.
When you say this facility, which facility are you referring to?
The one described in this case history.
Yeah. So the case history does speak to damage of underground structures.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Page.
No questions.
Okay. Redirect from the Navy.
Sure. Can I just have 4 or 5 minutes to get my exhibits lined up?
Okay, why don't we take 10? We've been going about an hour, so let's have a general break.
Thank you.
Right.
Hearing Officer Chang, your screen is available to all of us to see. Can you hear me?
Thanks, Kimo. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Do we have everyone present who needs to be present? Marty, are you wanting any of your other colleagues to be present?
They'll probably be up in a second. There's Karen.
Yeah, we're here. You're good to
Okay.
go, Marnie.
All right, thank you. Yes, we do have a few questions on redirect.
Okay.
My first question is, if there were no gaps between the steel and the concrete at the Red Hill tanks anywhere on any tank, would the Navy install cathodic protection?
It's it would still be a difficult proposition and probably not recommended. And in addition to that, the concrete itself provides cathodic protection to steel. That's why steel and concrete are a good marriage in reinforced concrete structures.
I would like to bring up document B194. And I'd like to ask you to just walk us through what that document says and what we can learn from that. So can you see, sorry,
Yes.
the first page of that document on your screen?
Okay, yeah, so this one, July 21, 1948. So this is basically just a summary, right? So dates and remarks about what occurred, what happened. So first leak developed and leak at a certain elevation. And I believe this is basically in the time period immediately following the 1948 earthquake. They transferred oil, empty tank, cleaned, wash, filled, tested tank with water, leak found on telltale pipe and tank. Okay, then shop 72 sandblasted inside a tank, right? Shop 8 painted inside tank bottom. And I believe by this point, Bechtel had already left the facility. So tank back in commission, started filling tank with oil, stopped at 10 feet, no leaks at this height for 3 days. And in July to August 1949, filled oil in tank up to 167 feet. Telltale started leaking again. Lost a couple of inches in 11 days. Lowered oil down to 47 feet and leak stopped. Right, topped off tank at 242 feet. Lost 3 5/8 inches in 4 days. Tank still leaking. Checking and testing for leak. Tank leaking, oil transferred, and tank emptied. In 1950, they started cleaning and washing the interior of the tank. 53, filling and testing tank with water. Leak determined to be cracked weld on jumper pipe in dome. Weld would open up after 150 feet plus of head imposed, meaning the level of fluid within the tank needed to get up to 150 feet. So this weld, that was cracked, the pressure of the fluid once it got to 150 feet caused that crack to open up sufficiently to cause a leak. And so then after that, I see that as when they finally determined what the cause of that original leak that they noticed after that 1948 earthquake. Then in January, tank back in commission, started filling tank with oil, tank topped off, okay, no leaks. Then they calibrated gauge and started to use the facility. So I think, you know, the Bechtel report talks about different theories that they had, but they never definitively came up with the answer or the cause for the leaks. And even after they were off site and they attempted to put it back into commission, they noted leaks in the telltale system. And then not until January of 1951 did they determine what the that it was a cracked weld on the jumper pipe. And it's my understanding that that jumper pipe in the dome is a part of that telltale system. And so after they identified that and fixed it, they put it back into commission, and it was used no leaks from 1951, end of January. So immediately after they've repaired that crack. And then the next thing in this record is 1963, where they're doing other things. So that's the part about engineering is, you know, the site investigation sometimes doesn't always tell you the full story. You might not be able to reach a conclusion just based off of even a rigorous on-site analysis. You develop some theories and then you test those theories. And so in my mind, Bechtel did that. They were done with their project. They created a report, and the Navy continued to use the facility and eventually found the leak that is consistent with what Bechtel's process of trying to detect the leaks were. They too, if you look at the Bechtel report, they have a record of, you know, lowering the level of fluid in the tank, raising it up higher. I believe they were using water to try to detect area of leaks. And when they filled it up higher, then the leak rate would increase. And when they had it lower, it wouldn't be as much. And so there was they're using their engineering judgment to see what they thought it was. And I think finally the leaks did not persist anymore after they fixed that part of the system.
Okay, but you can't tell from either this report or the Bechtel report what the cause of that cracked weld was for sure. Is that correct?
That's correct. However, so the connection points between, say, something that is rigid, like, you know, hard to bend, like a pipe, when it connects to another structural component, like at this weld, the weld is going to be a location where an engineer would check to see what the stresses necessarily are. And welds are actually quite complicated. Turns out even in 1994, there was an earthquake in Northridge, California, where only at that time did they discover that you know, welds that are larger welds can have some vulnerabilities. And so in today's building code, we understand that phenomena. And so when we have connections like this, we now know how to properly detail that. And since this was a non-structural item, you know, telltale system to collect leaks and transport them to another location for collection and being able to tell if maintenance is needed. And those connections to parts of the structure or liner is where that vulnerability can occur. So much so that in today's code for structural steel buildings, or seismic in particular, we ban connections to occur in certain locations where we expect a good seismic performance, and we allow those connections in other areas. And so it's really the details and the detailing of how you make these connections that are important. And so in modern construction, when we need things like pipes to cross from, say, the outside of a building to the inside of the building, we design those pipes with enough slack to take up that displacement that would occur during that seismic event. And so it seems that that telltale system did not include that. And at that time, they would not have had that understanding for the seismic threat for these non-structural items.
I'd like to turn to Navy Exhibit 002 on page 6 of that document. And I'm looking at figure 2, which is titled Red Hill Seismicity Comparison. And can you tell me what this bar graph shows about the relative seismicity hazards at Oahu compared to other places?
Okay, so on the vertical axis, it's labeled 2,500 year PGA with the units of G. So that's units of gravity. So a value of 1 would represent the acceleration of gravity that we feel as we stand here, and that's in the direction of the surface of the Earth. PGA stands for peak ground acceleration. And so that is the parameter that is probably most significant in seismic design parameter that's most significant for an underground structure. That's the ground accelerations themselves. On the horizontal axis, we have different locations across the US. And so if we go all the way to the right-hand side of the figure, San Francisco, California, I think everybody understands that California has a high seismic threat. And in particular, San Francisco area is among some of the highest. And then Denver, Colorado, which is not particularly known as a high seismic threat, but still does have some seismic threat, is at that lower end. And then between there are New York City, Knoxville, Tennessee, and then Red Hill, Oahu. And so Red Hill, Oahu here looks like the peak ground acceleration is around that 0.27, say, on that graph. And so I think this figure fairly represents what the range of seismic hazard that exists in the US, and not based on my understanding, but based off of what the USGS, who is responsible for determining the seismic hazard, the range of hazard across the US. So Denver would be on the lower scale, San Francisco would be on the higher scale, and Oahu is more in the moderate seismic hazard area. Yeah.
And does this, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Does this show that the seismic hazard at Red Hill is pretty comparable to the seismic hazard at Knoxville, Tennessee?
So yes, for this particular graph is indicating that. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to switch over to exhibit N62. And I'm looking at the 7th page of the PDF. Let me get the Bates number for that. That's Bates number Navy 0010846. And in your testimony earlier, you referred to a table in the Cox report. Is that the table you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me what this table indicates?
Okay, so this is, I believe that the title of this report basically spoke to the seismic hazard in Honolulu. And so this is the historical events within Honolulu, intensities of 5 or greater. And so that's the modified Mercalli index or scale. And so that's based on, you know, what people observed at the surface and the damage. And so an index of 1 would be, you know, maybe not even felt. And then, you know, what's reported here above 5 are considered to be potentially damaging earthquakes, and why I believe Cox included these in his analysis. And so it shows from 1861 through the date of publication of this report, you know, anywhere from mid-level 5 up to the greatest, which was brought up the 1871 earthquake, south coast of Lanai, 7.0 magnitude, had a modified Mercalli index in the lower 7 range, so the VII there, right? So, so the magnitude is, you know, the strength of the earthquake at the location where the earthquake occurred, and the intensity is what was the resulting level of shaking at in the Honolulu vicinity. So that was identified as the largest intensity for Honolulu in the historical record. And then if we go down to 1948, June 28th, south coast of Oahu, 4.8 magnitude. So that's at the site south of Oahu. And that is indicating a mid-6 level range. So, you know, lower 7, middle 6, but you can also see that in the south coast of Lanai, it went from, I guess, upper 6 to lower 7. And so, yeah, I guess in this reread, it's in a similar range. The south coast of Lanai had a slightly greater magnitude, at least as documented here. Yeah.
Generally speaking, is it your understanding that earthquake risks, seismic hazard on the island of Oahu is increasing or decreasing over time?
So I've recently attended, USGS is going through the process of reevaluating the seismic hazard for the state of Hawaii using current technology and historical records through this past year. And part of that analysis, they did have a discussion with the Hawaii State Earthquake Advisory Committee. I know they renamed that, but through our discussions through my current job, it's our understanding that the way that they're modeling the hazard is actually that they split up this time period, which is roughly shown here, into 3 different segments, and the seismicity or earthquake hazard has been actually decreasing. And so their model reflects that. Yeah.
Do you know why that is?
I'm not a seismologist. I just
Sorry.
take what the USGS tells us, but it's my understanding, just based on the discussions, and again, seismologists would be better at this, is, the seismicity or the earthquake hazard here in Hawaii is associated with the island of Hawaii and the volcanic activity there. And so as that activity changes, then the seismic hazard also changes. And that's my understanding, at least in the short term historical record.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to pull up a Navy Exhibit 61, which we started talking about before. Would you like to explain the overall point that is made by this box example that you referred to in your testimony?
Sure, yeah. So this comes out of design guidance for underground structures that is a military design guide document. And this is, in that document, they basically describe the mechanisms that you need to consider when you're designing for earthquakes for underground structures. And in there, they give some information to help engineers understand the behavior and performance of structures so that we can appropriately implement our designs. And so this earthquake magnitude, 7.8, so a significant earthquake occurred in an industrial area with coal mines. Surface faulting extended for more than 10 kilometers, and fault traces with displacements up to 1.5 meters transverse underground mine facilities. On the surface, destruction was nearly 90% complete. Damage to the underground was relatively minor. So there are some differences with our site, right? So the purpose of me using this is just to say, you could have 90% complete destruction on the surface, because the behavior of the structures on the surface is different from behavior for underground structures. And underground structures tend to behave better. But there are some differences in what you need to consider. Okay? So for example, that second sentence, surface faulting extended for more than 10 kilometers and fault traces with displacements of 1.5 meters transversed underground mine facilities. So based on what the USGS information is, there are no known faults anywhere on the island of Oahu that they are using for considering earthquake design. It's my understanding that all the faults that are in their current models are on the Big Island. And so faulting, as I'm sure you've seen on television, where the roadway used to be straight and you can see basically a crack that extends through the roadway and you have a discontinuity. So that discontinuity could be a threat to an underground structure. And for very long structures like long tunnels, there is a greater likelihood that those might cross a fault or cross a zone where you have more displacements, and that structure could be vulnerable. So with respect to the tanks themselves, the tanks are individually are not going to be prone to crossing faults, because there's no documented faults that USGS has reported on Oahu. And based on my understanding of the geotechnical strata or the rock that surrounds this facility, it's all basically very similar through the height of that structure. And so I don't anticipate that we would need to consider a potential damage mechanism where you might tear through that structure. It doesn't appear that exists. So when we start to get into the details about these other paragraphs, that's the talks about things like the unreinforced concrete floor of the tunnel, and other events that happened and damage that occurred. But in no place in this discussion does it talk about, and actually it does. So in the third paragraph, the first 15 meters of tunnel through the clay experienced circumferential cracks, 1 to 3 meters apart, right? So that's clay. That is a different soil condition than what we have at our facility. So the behavior specific to that particular tunnel is going to be different from the behavior of our facility. Our facility is embedded in rock. Rock is not going to deform as much as clay would. And so that's where there are differences. And the main point, I guess, to your question is, the performance of above ground structures is different from underground structures. And that's what I considered in my analysis. And based on the recommendations in this overall document, that's what where my conclusions and my current understanding is from.
Okay. I'm just going to highlight a few words at the top here. Can you
Yes.
just read
Sure.
what it says about the earthquake in 1976?
Right. So this earthquake, again, surface Mercalli indices of 10 to 11.
Okay.
So that
And
10
then,
to 11, that's going to be compared to a modified Mercalli index of 6 or 7. So that's 3 orders of magnitude larger earthquake. So this is a completely different event from the events that we would expect to have in Hawaii, or that we have seen in recent history.
all right. Thank you. We don't have any more questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Just a few questions, Hearings Officer Chang. Dr. Johnson, your attorney, Ms. Riddle, asked you about some of the risks that earthquakes pose in the Red Hill vicinity. And I just want to clarify your statements about the potential increase or decrease or trending of those earthquakes with time. Your opinion, that, as you stated, is not based on any peer-reviewed scientific published study, is it?
So that is a work in progress that the USGS is going through. Yeah, what I spoke to there was more based off of discussions when they're going through the process of reevaluating what the seismic hazard is. Yeah.
So just so that I'm clear, that's a no.
That's correct.
And it's not based on any published document of which you're aware, is that correct?
I am not aware that was based on meetings that were had with Hawaii State Earthquake Advisory Committee and the work of the USGS, which is ongoing. So that's correct.
So it's what you think USGS might do in the future, potentially, if they do it, right?
Sure.
Okay. And then one other follow-up question with respect to this risk that we just talked about. You mentioned earlier you were aware of the quantitative risk and vulnerability assessment that was performed as part of the AOC process, the phase 1 risk assessment. Is that right?
I'm familiar in general terms, just I'm familiar with the overall AOC and understand that one of the portions is the risk and vulnerability assessment. And yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. And we went over how you're aware that the seismic assessment as part of that process has not yet been complete, correct?
So my understanding of the risk and vulnerability assessment is that they took a step-by-step approach to identify what they thought in an initial analysis is what were the higher risk items, and that was included in the phase 1 part of that overall risk study, and that the seismic hazard was identified to be a lower risk, similar to what PEMI had indicated, and so that's why they selected to choose that for part of future phases after phase 1. And the seismic, more detailed seismic assessment that would go into the risk part is that scope of work has recently been developed.
So just so that the record's clear, and I just want to make sure everyone understands, seismic was not included in the phase 1.
It was considered, but it was determined that a detailed analysis would be implemented at later phases because of the understanding at that time that there were other items that would contribute more to risk than seismic.
And again, just because I'm not quite sure I got your answer there, the numbers that were included in the phase 1 risk assessment did not include seismic hazards. Those were pushed off to phase 3, which now I understand is going to be combined into a phase 2 with some other components. Is that correct?
So, right. So the phase 1 report did not consider seismic.
Thank you. And so you do acknowledge there is at least, and I'll use your words, a moderate seismic hazard at Red Hill, correct?
That's what USGS determines. Oahu is in the vicinity of a moderate or medium risk. Yeah.
And so any risk that was quantitated as part of the phase 1 would actually only be able to increase once seismic risks were actually considered. Is that correct? It's not going to be 0 is what I'm saying.
The way that the seismic hazard and the calculation of risk gets incorporated into an overall risk assessment, I'll leave those details to people preparing that risk assessment. But yeah, considering all sources of risk, the consideration of the identifiable sources of risk is part of the AOC process. That's my understanding.
And you believe that the seismic risk should be considered, don't you?
Well, we are considering it because it's a question that people have, and it's identified as a part of the AOC, so it is going to be considered.
And that risk is moderate, at least, correct?
Well, so let's be careful on risk versus hazard, right?
Okay.
So hazard is what is the earth doing, right? It's the ground motion. But risk, is going to be affected by the details of the design of the facility. So we could very well find that based on the hazard that's present, the facility is not going to have any damage based on the level of risk that USGS determines. And if that's the case, then the risk would be very low, even if the hazard is a moderate hazard. And so let's be careful not to conflate risk with hazard.
But you are saying that the hazard and the risk has not been incorporated into the numbers in the phase 1 risk assessment.
From a quantitative point of view, that is not a part of phase 1. From a qualitative point of view, we've considered risk for this facility based on the moderate hazard, the details of the construction as we understand them, and that desktop analysis that we spoke to before. And we consider the risk to be low, and is why it was not included in the phase 1 risk and vulnerability assessment. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Frankel
I don't have any more questions.
and Mr. Page.
No questions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Johnson, I'm looking forward to hearing from you on the construction, since that is part of your scope of attention to this problem. I'm gonna put up a picture of the tank construction and ask you a series of questions. Oops. Okay, hold on. Let me know when you can see it.
Yes, I can see a tank, a Red Hill tank exhibit.
Your description in your testimony was quite helpful, but I wanted to clarify some things.
Okay.
I am understanding that the construction then okay. Hold on. Let's go off the record a moment. I must have touched a button that is causing the
Yeah, that tank is really close to the water.
okay. I'm checking to make sure we're still live streaming and I didn't jam that up. All right, I think we're okay. So. Okay, Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
Back on the record, please. I'm understanding the construction was they were mining or excavating out what I'm going to call caverns into which they would construct these fuel tanks. Right. So far, is that correct?
Yes.
So, and do we have then 20 separate caverns in which 20 separate tanks are constructed?
Yes. So they basically excavated a vertical hole starting at the center of the tank at the surface above the tank location. And yeah, 20 separate tanks.
Okay. So the picture that I'm showing on the screen is a depiction of one tank surrounded by concrete. And so the other tanks are going to be similar, but they'll be separate. They're in separate caverns, if you will, surrounded by basalt rock.
Yes.
Okay. One of your statements is that the lining with the steel plates welded to a structural steel framing that remains embedded within the concrete tank. And the phrasing of within the concrete tank is a little bit unclear to me as to what you were referring to.
Okay. So I see this as a reinforced concrete tank. So you have the upper dome which is shown at the top. You have the lower dome at the bottom, and then the concrete, which I think here is labeled as barrel reinforced concrete. Basically the gray areas on the side. All of that is reinforced concrete, meaning there is rebar or steel reinforcement embedded within that concrete. And then they use angle irons, which are basically L-shaped pieces of steel and other structural steel members as a framework to hold the 1/4 inch thick steel lining in place. They created that steel framework prior to placing the concrete, and so that the steel lining basically acted as the formwork to form the surface of the concrete barrel. And so they didn't, in construction, if you go to a building site today, there'll be formwork. They'll cast the concrete. Once the concrete has set up and achieved the strength that they need, then they'll remove the formwork. And so that formwork will consist of, might be plywood or steel framing members. And so that in this case, that formwork is not removed, and the structural steel that the plates are welded to remain in place and are embedded in the concrete.
Isn't the concrete also part of the formwork, if you will, because the steel is being applied against the concrete shell?
Right. So in my evaluation as a structural engineer, I think the concrete structure would be able to stand on its own. I don't believe that they utilized or are utilizing any of the steel liner as a structural support or providing any strength for the stability of the concrete structure. So in a different system, right, you might have a reinforced concrete tank. So let's say like at a wastewater treatment plant, we might have a tank where we're processing materials, and we would build it out of reinforced concrete. And on the inner surface where the fluid is in contact with the tank, we would do like an epoxy coating on the inside of that tank to prevent leakage, to retain that fluid. So I see the steel lining performing a similar function, preventing the fluid that's retained in this tank. So it's basically a barrier, but it's not necessarily a structural component.
Okay. You were explaining that the installation of the grout was to also create tension on the side of the barrel in the concrete pressing up against the steel. Am I understanding it correctly?
Not quite. So concrete is really good in compression, right? So we can push on that concrete and it's going to have a lot of strength. But if we take that same concrete and we pull on it in tension, its strength is about 1/10 of its strength in compression. And so that's why we use reinforcing steel, because steel is very good in tension. And so they work together when we have reinforced concrete structures. In some structures, like the rail that we're building, what we do is something called pre-stressing the concrete. And so we take the steel that's in those bridges and we stretch it out. We use force to make that steel longer. And then we attach that stretched out piece of steel to the concrete. And when we let go of that, that tension force that's in that steel gets transferred into the concrete and puts the concrete into compression all the time, so that so that it is very unlikely that you will develop a tension in the concrete, because if you develop tension in the concrete, it could lead to cracking. And so that pre-stressing that we do to build the rail and other bridges in modern construction, it appears that they were doing something similar, but using a slightly different approach, which is using a pressurized grout. So the grout here on this figure is shown to be behind the concrete barrel. And they had some grouting pipes that went through the thickness of the concrete barrel. And by filling that space with grout under pressure, you are basically pushing that concrete cylinder, trying to make that cylinder smaller in diameter. And so in order to do that, you are going to push the concrete into compression all along the circumference of that circle. And by providing that compression, in order for a tension-based crack to form, we would first need to release that compression load and then apply some additional force or displacement to overcome the tensile strength of the concrete. So in order to form a crack, you have the tensile strength of the concrete. But if you've pre-compressed it, then you also need to overcome that. So it appears that their method of construction was intentional to pre-compress what I call I think I might have called it the hoop stress, being the stress around the circumference of that barrel, to pre-compress that.
So I have a lay understanding that is going to be pushing in against the steel liner.
So it'll be pushing directly on the concrete on the outside, and the concrete barrel and will get smaller in diameter, and the steel liner will go along for the ride. Yes.
Okay. Is there any movement with the addition and removal of fuel within the tank?
There likely will be. Anytime you impart a load, all matter will change in shape. Yeah.
One of the things I'm puzzling about is the problem of identifying what happened to fuel. There is a 2014 event where it's reported that 27,000 gallons of fuel was released from tank 5. And given this type of construction, there's no space or very little space for fuel that might somehow get past the steel liner to go. And so just a practical question was, if there was leakage, where did the fuel go? And in this type of construction, the steel liner is an initial barrier. Isn't the concrete shell a secondary barrier?
So one of the things that we teach young engineers is that concrete cracks. Yeah. And so we understand that. And so that's why I believe that grouting process that the original designers intended, they were attempting to provide some pre-compression to prevent cracks from forming. Also, the method of construction that they used, where they first cast the upper dome, they excavated down to the bottom, and then they started pouring the concrete from the bottom up towards the top. And right at the location where you see where it says expansion joint, they ended up filling that space at the end. That's the very last space that they filled with concrete. And so all of the stresses that would be associated with movement of that concrete during construction would have been taken up and would minimize any additional movement. But So I think they did they considered in the design of that reinforced concrete tank that they would try to minimize cracking of that tank. And I think they should, the design documents show, or at least to me indicates that there was some deliberate consideration of that, you know, and I don't have any documents to say that's absolutely what they were thinking, but that's my interpretation of the intent of this design. And so it is possible, and it probably has happened, that once the steel liner is breached, then there may be pathways for you know, that to follow a crack to the outside of the tank.
Okay. But this drawing does not show the shotcrete that was placed against the face of the basalt. And my understanding is that the shotcrete surrounds the tank and continues under the tank and the like. So that, and I'm thinking of shotcrete like a swimming pool construction product. So wouldn't the shotcrete layer also constrain the flow of any released fuel?
Right. So there is, you know, concrete and shotcrete. Shotcrete is basically a different application of concrete. And so you're right. You know, they excavated the tunnel and they used shotcrete to, you know, fill spaces within the, you know, rock as they discovered them, or softer areas. They had a specification on how to apply shotcrete to basically create a surface on which the concrete tank itself would be cast against, so the outer formwork, if you will. And so the minimum thickness of that shotcrete, even at locations where you had good sound rock, was 6 inches. And then in other areas where there might have been more porosity in that rock strata, then they had thicknesses, you know, up to the order of like 18 inches and more, depending on the specific, you know, conditions at a particular location. And so you're right that, you know, the shotcrete itself is going to provide a barrier for most locations, and and then the concrete itself will provide a barrier for most locations, and then the steel liner will provide a barrier for most locations. Yeah.
Okay. You've talked about the telltale system being problematic. Why was a telltale system potentially more vulnerable to seismic damage, if that was the cause, than the tank?
Yeah, so the telltale system, I think there's a figure of it in the, I think in the Bechtel report or others, but I'll just describe this telltale system. So there's basically a pipe, and it's a steel pipe. I wanted to say it's somewhere in the order of, you know, 3/4 of an inch, you know, internal diameter, and it's, and I could be wrong about that. You know, it's an inch or two, something on that order, and it extends about 150 feet. So basically, the vertical dimension that you see on this figure here, there is one continuous pipe from top to bottom, and I believe every 5 to 10 feet there was a very short stub out from that pipe that went horizontally, and I believe it was about 3 inches in dimension. So from that long 1-inch diameter pipe, a short 3-inch distance from that pipe to the lining where that short stub was attached. And so one of the things that, you know, we consider as structural engineers is something called the coefficient of thermal expansion. And what that means is, you know, when things get hotter, they get longer, they change in length. When they get colder, they shrink, right? And so if you have something that's 150 feet long and you change its temperature by a couple of degrees, it will get longer by in proportion to that change. So if you have something that's 1 inch long, it'll change a certain distance, and if it's 150 inches long, its change in length will be 150 times greater than that 1 inch length. So here we have 150 feet of pipe, and you have stub outs every 5 or 10 feet going to that liner. And so the stub out at the very top and the stub out at the very bottom, maybe 140 feet apart, that pipe, as it changes temperature, is going to start to push those two pipes in opposite directions from each other. And that change in length will happen. And so you're forcing a displacement of this very short pipe. And so that's basically going to be like, you're prying on a nail with a hammer, and it's going to induce stresses in the weld around that short stub. And so that is something, if the temperature of the concrete liner is different than the temperature of the fluid or the air, and that telltale system heats up to a slightly different temperature, which is plausible in this case, then you could be inducing stresses in those welds, and any other additional movement that might occur, even if it's relatively small magnitude, could exacerbate that state of stress.
Okay.
So I think that thermal expansion issue, as well as you tend to develop stresses even during the welding process itself. So you clamp one end, and if you ever put on lug nuts on your car tire, right, to put your wheel back on, you're supposed to tighten it in a star pattern, and that's so that you get even stresses. If you put your first bolt on and you just went around the circumference, you might not be able to get that last one in, or you might break the first one. And so the telltale system, because of that long length and the short stubs, which are very stiff, you can induce a fair amount of force into those, or stress into those welds that would be susceptible to additional movement from seismic activity or even thermal changes. And so that's why I think they had trouble with the telltale system. Well, the intent was good. I think just the details of that didn't work out. And so, an alternative system might be something similar, where you would have a more flexible connection to the exterior, or at least shorter segments of that vertical connected by flexible connections. And that's what we do for seismic connections for, pipes and sewer and everything else when we're talking about buildings and designing for seismic deformations that might occur.
Thank you, that's helpful. If there was a problem with the telltale system leading to release of fuel, where would the fuel be released? Would it be at multiple points, or would it be at top or bottom?
So I'm not sure where that is, but it's my understanding that a lot of times the welds or the telltale system, when it breaks, the fluid would then leak into the telltale itself and then drain to the bottom. And I think that's based on my understanding of the history. And I didn't go through every single tank and its history with respect to this leaking, but I think that's where often they would discover leaks within the telltale. But when they monitored the overall, so I think a lot of times that leaking, then it just leaks back into the telltale system. But presumably, in my mind, that's like the path of least resistance, right? So if you put some fluid into that short stub, it can choose to go through concrete and a crack, or it can just go down a pipe that's designed to receive fluid. But I don't. The right answer is I don't know whether in every instance that went out to the concrete, or if it went into the telltale system. But it seems like the more probable is that it would leak back into the telltale system and be collected at the bottom of the tank.
Okay, another general question. A lot of the testimony has been focused on the tank. and the integrity of the tank and its ability to withstand seismic pressure and whatnot. I had seen something in another document that had tried to ascribe the relative risk for release events and the risks attributed to leaks from the tank were in rough order of magnitude 1/3 of all the risks identified, and roughly 50–60% of the risk was not associated with the tank, but was associated with nozzles and piping, what else described generally as parts of the distribution system. Do you have an opinion, or is it outside your scope of attention, that the risk or the hazard and risk of loss of fuel associated with the distribution system, not the tank, is not great? It has performed well, doesn't seem to be vulnerable to seismic movement and the like. I am not sure if I'm making my question clear enough for you, but
sure. Yeah. So I believe I recall seeing a statement in that general regard. So the tank nozzles were identified as an area of risk, and that's a little bit outside of my area, but it's my understanding that work has been done on the nozzles. Part of the seismic contribution with respect to the rest of the distribution system is the non-tank part of the facility, right? So the tunnels and the connection of the pipes to the tunnels, et cetera. And so that it's my understanding that is one of the components that is going to be studied, and again, I'm isolating, the seismic concern relative to the pipeline that goes from the tanks down to the distribution point. And so that's where, again, behavior of underground structures, right? The tanks are basically co-located in one area in basalt rock, and the pipelines are, several miles long down to where it's distributed. And so there's different behavioral considerations. Again, in your mind, if you think about, roadways where you've seen damage, or even pipelines, sometimes you've seen as well, above ground pipelines where they intentionally design the pipeline to take whatever relative displacements you'll get from one end of the pipeline to the other. And the connections need to be designed in such a way to accommodate that potential movement during a seismic event. And so to the extent, so basically for the seismic assessment, again, I think is related to that document, that the initial pass or initial understanding is that it's relatively low risk given the moderate seismic hazard, but the analysis that is a part of the scope of work to consider the pipelines within the tunnels towards the distribution as a part of the AOC risk and vulnerability assessment, whether it was phase 2 or phase 3, it's going to happen at the same time that the more detailed tank evaluation would happen. So it's definitely related, but I think there were also some other risks associated with that, 60% risk for nozzles. I'm not familiar with the exact details of the nozzle identified risk. I hope that answered your question.
Well, it does, and I'm going to try to summarize this, see if I'm understanding it. Is it your sense that the seismic risk with regard to the pipeline and the distribution system, parts of the facility other than the tank, is less of a concern than the tanks? Or was that you don't know yet?
Yeah, it's hard. It's harder to determine. It's a little bit more complex. There is, because the tanks are long, there is some variability in the strata under which it's buried. But the analysis is going to be performed as a part of the AOC process. And in very general terms, there is risk there that needs to be identified. And I think my testimony speaks of 4 mechanisms that need to be evaluated for underground structures. And they talk about, axial deformation, right? Does the tunnel get longer or shorter? Bending of this long tunnel. So you can think of it like a bending of a beam, or shearing of that beam, and then changes in the material in which it's buried can potentially cause risk. And so I don't have enough information at this time to identify all of those potential mechanisms for the tunnel structure itself. And then on top of that, it's not necessarily about the tunnel itself, it's about the pipelines that are supported off of the tunnel structure, which makes it just a little bit more complicated, because then it becomes what is the tolerance of movement for the pipes and the connections between the pipe segments? All of that needs to be considered. So it's not strictly a structural question.
Okay, thank you. And just clarification of terms, in terms of the magnitude of earthquakes, there's also been mention of the modified Mercalli and the like, and we looked at the chart that shows an order of magnitude, the earthquake order of magnitude that we commonly hear, but then there's another system that relates to that Roman numerals, 6 to 10. Is the modified Mercalli something different than the earthquake magnitude that we commonly hear?
Right. So there's several different terms. So I think Richter scale, right, was something that, as I was growing up, that was talked about, and that's similar to the magnitudes, 7.0, 7.8 earthquake magnitude. In today's science, they don't use the Richter scale. It's actually a measurement of the amount of energy that's released during an earthquake. So, that earthquake is, some locations like in California where you might have 2 tectonic plates that are sliding past each other. How long was that deformation? How far did the earth slip? All of that can be used to quantify the amount of energy that's put into the earth because of that deformation or that action. And so that's what the magnitude is. The Mercalli index is more of what is the effect at a particular site. And so it will change. So, the Mercalli index on Kauai will probably be a very low number, 1 or 2, whereas at the site of the earthquake, you would have something larger. And so that's a distribution in space. And so we don't really use Mercalli index anymore, except USGS does have like something called felt reports. So they use it as a way to just get more information. But nowadays they use seismic instrumentation to observe the either ground movements or ground velocity or ground acceleration at sites. And so we talk about the spectral acceleration, and the peak ground acceleration is basically the maximum acceleration during the event of the earthquake. And that is the design parameter that we use for evaluating an existing structure or designing a new structure. And that peak ground acceleration also changes in space. And so, for example, on the Big Island, you can have peak ground accelerations that are greater than the acceleration of gravity acting downwards, right? But now it's acting in a horizontal direction. On On
Okay.
Oahu, it's something less. Yeah. And sorry, I can go on and on, but I hope that answered your question.
My brain is getting full. Thank you very much. Okay, I
Apologize
appreciate
for that,
the,
yeah.
no problem. Appreciate the explanation and help. Thank you. Councils, any follow-on questions?
I have no further questions. Hearing's off their chain.
Okay,
I
Mr.
do.
Franco.
I do.
Go ahead.
Dr. Johnson, do you recognize that despite all the what you describe as containment mechanisms around the tank, that fuel has gotten to the groundwater?
It's my understanding that vapors from fuel were detected. I don't know whether that's in the groundwater or not, but I believe outside the tank. That's my understanding.
Okay. Let's look at this. So I guess you've never seen this document which says 3 groundwater monitoring wells were installed within the lower access tunnel of the facility, and samples from each have consistently detected petroleum dissolved in the groundwater beneath the site. Is that a fact that you are not aware of?
I'm aware that they installed, I think 3.
It's a yes or no question.
Sorry, could
Are you aware
repeat
of
the
that?
question?
Are you aware of this study, this report from the Navy, that 3 groundwater monitoring wells were installed within the lower access tunnel of the facility, and samples from each have consistently detected petroleum dissolved in the groundwater beneath the site? Yes or no?
It appears that's what this report says, and I'm aware that there have been leaks.
Okay, I'm not just talking about leaks. I'm talking about it being in the groundwater itself. That it's not confined to any of the many what you call barriers around the tank. How about are you aware of the 2010 audit that says fuel releases which have, sorry, let me go back up a little bit. Site investigations have shown evidence of fuel releases which have resulted in contamination of rock bed, soil, and groundwater surrounding the Red Hill tanks. Is that something you're aware of or not?
So I didn't study or review or look at anything pertaining to groundwater. My expertise has to do with the structure, and I've acknowledged even today that concrete cracks. And so to the extent that there is a steel liner, if the steel liner is breached, there is concrete, and that depending on where the steel liner is breached, the concrete may or may not provide a level of protection, and it's plausible that fuel could go through the cracks in the concrete and shotcrete, etc.
And shotcrete can crack too, correct?
It is a form of concrete, so absolutely.
Yeah, and in fact, people with swimming pools have to replace their shotcrete periodically, don't they?
I'm not aware. I don't have a swimming pool, but I imagine that would be true. Yes.
Okay, good. Now, rigid connections can be vulnerable to earthquake motion, correct?
Yes.
Piping systems are an example of a rigid connection.
Piping systems do have rigid connections, sure.
Okay, and the risk to the piping system at Red Hill has not been systematically analyzed based on the type of earthquake that struck in 1948, correct?
I believe that work is part of the scope of the phases of the risk and vulnerability assessment.
Right,
I'm not aware of others. Yeah.
Okay, but this proceeding is not about the AOC, it's about the permit application. And so the Navy has not completed information for this permit application that quantifies the risk posed to the piping system by an earthquake of the magnitude that struck Oahu in 1948, correct?
So
yes or no?
So they did evaluate the PEMI report, in fact, evaluated
Quantitative, my question was a quantitative assessment. That hasn't happened, correct?
not a detailed one.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions from councils?
Yes, I have one for Dr. Johnson. Are you aware of a regulatory requirement that a seismic hazard analysis be conducted before a permit to operate a underground storage tank system can be issued in Hawaii?
I'm not aware of that requirement.
Thank you. No further questions.
I have one.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Frankel.
Is a tank system, and I'm including the piping, not just the structure of the tank, that is vulnerable to earthquake damage, protective of the environment if that system contains thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of gallons of fuel?
So, sorry, could you repeat the question?
You know, I'll withdraw the question. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I believe we are concluded with your testimony. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go off the record for a moment and see where we are. Okay, Ms. Riddle, Mr. McKay, next witness, you need a time to coordinate. We could use a little recess.
Yes, sir. We have Commander Frame ready to testify next on behalf of the Navy. Do you want to take his 20 minutes and coming back at the top of the hour? Too long? We can.
My inclination is shorter unless you guys
Sure.
all want longer.
10 minutes? We can do
Yeah.
10 minutes?
Yeah, feel free though, everyone. I mean, there's a lot of talk about Zoom fatigue and stuff. So, you know, if you need more time, feel free. We'll take it.
10 minutes is fine with us.
All right, it's almost 10:40, so we will resume at around 10:50.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Ms. Minot, do we need to wait for John McKay?
No, we're good to go. We are ready to call our next witness.
Okay, everybody else ready? All right, let's go ahead. Back on the record, Commander Frame, may I ask you to take your oath at this time?
Yes, sir.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commander Frame. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How about yourself?
Great. What is your position?
I'm the Red Hill Program Management Office Director for NAVFAC Hawaii, and I'm the Deputy Director for the Environmental Department at Navy Regent Hawaii and NAVFAC Hawaii.
And what is your involvement at Red Hill?
Well, I started in Red Hill in June of 2018. And at that point, it was pretty initially just to oversee the construction process on the tanks, the CIR process. Shortly thereafter, I became involved in providing technical oversight on behalf of NAVFAC Hawaii for the administrative order on consent. And since then, I've also periodically acted as the region program director for Red Hill. And the deputy for that position as well.
Great. And is there any corrections that you need to make to your testimony?
No, ma'am.
To your written testimony?
No, ma'am.
Great. We'd like to offer Commander Frame for cross-examination.
Thank you. For the Board of Water Supply, who will be conducting the examination?
I will, hearing Dr. Cheng.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
Sir, if you don't mind, what's the best way to address you gentlemen?
You are welcome to address me as Mr. Brown. You can call me David, whatever works best for you.
Okay, thank you. And yourself, Mr. Cheng?
Mr. Chang is fine, or Hearing Officer Chang is fine.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. Thank you.
So thank you for joining us, Commander Frame. My name is David Brown. I represent the Honolulu Board of Water Supply, and I have a few questions for you today concerning the written testimony that you submitted in connection with this proceeding. The first thing I'd like to ask you is, what is your understanding of the mechanism by which fuel was released during the Tank 5 fuel release incident that was reported in 2014?
That's a good question. So my understanding, and this is probably the best documented release record we have out of all the releases, is the 2014 release. So it's pretty in-depth research in that. So my understanding was, after reviewing that, was that those defects in the tank were caused as a result of construction drilling holes into the tank to look for gases that could be explosive on the backside of it prior to conducting welding inside the tank. Once those holes were drilled, they did not find gases. They proceeded to renovate the tank, and as a result of not sealing those holes properly, that's what caused the release in 2014. That release was further exasperated, I believe is the word I'm looking for, as a result of the operators' failure to acknowledge those alarms and conduct immediate investigation. And we've since remedied all of those issues.
So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Is it your testimony that there was a pathway from the backside of the steel liner through the tank, and that was what caused the fuel to be able to be released?
I don't have any evidence of the fuel being released beyond the steel liner. I can say it went beyond the steel liner because we drilled holes in there and we didn't properly repair those holes. But as far as releasing into the environment, I don't have any evidence of that, no.
And the Navy actually conducts repairs to patch the areas of the steel liner that may be compromised. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
And how did the fuel get past the patch plate?
So so there's a couple different things. Industry does a similar test, right? They drill the hole in the wall, right, to make sure that there's no explosive vapors behind before they do the conduct the welding repairs, put the patch plates in, so to speak. So, but what industry doesn't do is patch that hole that's drilled in there. So what our specifications require is that we grind a slot where that hole is, fill that slot in with weld material, and then put a patch plate over the top of that and conduct a thorough weld all the way around that patch plate. And then once that's done, we conduct what's called a vacuum test to make sure that there's no air coming through those welds on the backside of the tank, so that you can certify that with a vacuum test. It's basically you fill a clear box full of dish soap types material, and you look for bubbles as you draw a vacuum on there. So those types of things are done constantly, and we've got QA oversight and all that sort of stuff now, but that was not done properly in the 2014 repair and resulting release.
So was there a vacuum test performed on the welds at the time prior to the tank 5 release?
I don't believe that's the case.
And so is it accurate to say the fuel got through those bad welds?
I would say that's probably the most likely thing. I think that's true.
You mentioned in your testimony that there were certain unscheduled fuel movements since the facility began operation in 1942. What do you mean when you say unscheduled fuel movements?
An unscheduled fuel movement is generally when there's fuel moving into or out of the tank that that we're not expecting or we're not controlling.
And could an unscheduled fuel movement be a release?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. You provided a table in your written testimony in which you describe certain releases that were indicated in the expert report of Dr. David Norfleet, and you provide some information from the reference documents. Do you recall that in your written testimony?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay. I'd like to walk you through a few of those documents, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Bear with me as I work the technology here.
No, that's fair. I can appreciate that.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Commander Frame, 1 second. All right. Are you able to see my screen, Commander Frame?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a document that has been introduced in this proceeding as Exhibit B195. And you reference it in this table on information from reference documents related to release number 23. If we take a look at, well, maybe before we start that, are you familiar with what this document is?
Yes, sir.
Is it the tank history for tank 1 that was produced by the Navy in connection with this proceeding?
I would believe so.
Okay. Let's go to page 16 of this document. In your written testimony, you state that the telltales drain to a common collection point which discharges into a slop tank. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Here we have a reference in dated September 21st, 1999 that states at 0700 with level at 22.396. A stub of a telltale pipe number 11, second from the top, is found to be leaking a steady stream into the lower access tunnel. Do you see any reference to a slop tank here?
No, that's there's not a reference to that, but looking at other similar telltale discharge points on other tanks, that would be where that would go.
Are you familiar with the intended purpose of the telltale leak detection system?
Yes, sir.
What was the telltale leak detection system intended to do?
Well, it was intended to, if there were leaks beyond the steel liner, it was intended to collect those leaks, distribute that through a piping system, and discharge into the lower access tunnel, again, over the slop tank drain, similar to our sample lines. And that would be indicative of a potential release beyond the steel liner. And there's similar systems they use on ships for seawater heat exchangers and things of that sort as well.
Okay, and so the intent of the telltale system was detect leaks, the leaks that got past the steel line.
That was based on the design of the telltale system. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if we have a telltale system that's collecting a leak from the tank, isn't it reasonable and conservative to assume that this was a breach of the steel liner?
I would say the intent of the design of the telltale system was for that. I think there were some, and don't get me wrong, I think that the concept of a telltale system is a really good idea. It's brilliant. The problem with our telltale system in particular is that the materials and the pipe diameters that they used for that at the time were not conducive towards the system that was constructed in the Red Hill tanks.
So if you were taking a conservative approach and trying to identify all potential releases from the Red Hill facility, wouldn't you consider the releases that a release detection system actually identified?
I guess not knowing what I know about, if I didn't know what I knew about the telltale system, I could see how someone could come to that conclusion. But again, the materials that the telltale system were constructed of, and really it goes down to in the lower dome of the tank, right? When they built that lower dome and they put those telltales in, the way fuel used to be delivered to Red Hill is through they would barge, with open top containers across the Pacific Ocean, right? So as the Pacific Ocean, is not, it can be a little bit rough sometimes. So you will get seawater entering into those tanks as it transited across the Pacific Ocean to Hawaii. Okay, so when that seawater gets introduced into the Red Hill tank, if you recall, oil is lighter than water, so the seawater goes to the bottom, and so that has a potential corrosion spot on the inside of the tank for the telltale systems, and I believe that was the biggest flaw of that whole system, was the telltales at the bottom of the Red Hill tanks were exposed to salt water, marine water, and that sort of thing, and that's what caused them to leak. But I don't believe those were releases from outside the tank going into the telltales. I believe it was inside the tank into the telltale and drained to the slop tank drains, if you will. Does that make sense?
It does. I think I understand what you're saying. I have a couple of questions to follow up on that. I think the first is, has the Navy performed any detailed analysis or provided any documentation to demonstrate that any of the releases, the specific releases that are included in your table,
Mhm.
were not actual releases and were instead a failure of the telltale system?
Well, I would say that's really hard to do now because the telltale system has no longer been in use, and it's been out of use since I want to say like 1983. I think the P0060 project took those out of commission, so they're not in use, and I don't know how we go back to do that now.
Right. So just so that the record is clear, the answer to that question was no.
Yeah, that's. But I would add that when we had the initial meetings for the QRVA, that and the Board of Water Supply sat in on these meetings, that all those people agreed that the telltale drains releases were to be discounted. So I think everybody's come to that conclusion.
I can state for the record that is not the position of the Board of Water Supply, nor am I aware of any document that documents that would be the Board of Water Supply's position. But I appreciate your opinion on that matter. So, and again, just so that we're clear, there has been no systematic documentation of past releases to determine whether they were actual releases or failures of the telltale system, particularly with respect to any of the releases on the table that was provided in connection with your written testimony.
No, an engineering analysis has not been done, other than the fact that we believe that that's the causes of those telltale failures were noted, and that's why the system was taken out of commission.
Okay. Let's switch to another document. And again, apologize as I pull this up. It'll take a little bit of time. So Commander Frame, we were just talking a little bit about the phase 1 of the quantitative risk and vulnerability assessment that was performed under the AOC. I know your testimony discusses that in some detail, and I think we'll get to that a little bit later. Are you familiar with this document that I've just put up on the screen, which is Exhibit B216?
I believe this looks similar to the one that ABSG used when they created the QRVA, if I'm not correct.
Correct. So would you have any reason to believe this is not the Excel spreadsheet produced by the Navy in connection with this proceeding? That was the Excel spreadsheet that ABS used to calculate different releases from the Red Hill facility?
You know, without going line by line, I can't say that for sure, but it looks similar to that. Yeah, I would say, generally speaking, I would say that's the case.
On lines 27 and 28, you indicate in your written testimony that they appear to be referencing the same event and should not be counted twice. Do you see two entries here on row 63 and 64 on this ABS spreadsheet?
I do actually, yeah. But it looks to me like that's the same release.
And did the Navy, well, let's back this up a little bit. Who is ABS Consulting?
They're the sub-consultant to a couple other consulting firms that performed the QRVA phase 1 assessment.
And who did they perform that assessment on behalf of?
I think it's HDR Engineers was the second. And then, yeah, and then they performed it for, I believe it was Element Environmental.
And who was it submitted on behalf of?
I guess I'm not understanding your question.
Okay. Is it a Navy contractor? Is it a Navy?
Yeah, it was a Navy contract, yes.
Okay. So the Navy ultimately reviewed ABS's report before it was submitted to the regulators, is that correct?
We did the best we could. That report was about 2,200 pages, as I recall. So we didn't review everything, but we did the best we could. There were two of us looking at that thing.
So the Navy didn't review the ABS report before it submitted it to the regulators? Not thoroughly?
Again, 2,200 pages. And we did not look at every single line typed on that thing. So
Does the Navy typically submit inaccurate information to regulatory agencies when required to submit information as part of an administrative order on consent?
no.
Okay. And I would assume, and then correct me if I'm wrong, is it true to say that the Navy had the opportunity to provide feedback to ABS Consulting in connection with the preparation of that report?
We did have the opportunity to present some feedback. However, ABS, it was their intention to make sure that this was a document that was going to be impartial. So the Navy did not have influence on the preparation of it, but we provided some feedback and we provided the information. Yes.
And when you say provided information, how many documents did the Navy provide to ABS Consulting, historical records or otherwise, for them to be able to review and put together the quantitative risk and vulnerability assessment, including quantification of releases from the facility?
You know, I'm sure those documents are all listed in the appendices or included as references. I don't happen to know the number, but I know it's a pretty substantial amount.
Would you think it was more than 100?
It could have been. I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
More than 500?
Again, I mean, we could speculate numbers all day long, but I mean, I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
But to your knowledge, the Navy never indicated to ABS Consulting that these numbers in their report that was produced and prepared on behalf of the Navy and submitted to the regulatory agencies contained any inaccuracy or double counting?
I would say we did not make a comment related to double counting.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just for the record, that's, you were talking about Exhibit B 216, and Mr. Brown, I think there's a lot of, I don't know what you call them, but tabs that are internal to that. And so do you want to make a specific reference as to what tab you were looking at in case someone wants to look at the record later on?
Yeah, that's fine. Let me pull it back up. All right, do we have it again for everyone?
It's up.
Okay, so we are on Exhibit B 216. This is the native file version that was produced by the Navy in connection with this proceeding. You're correct, or Mr. Frankel's correct. There are many tabs. The tab we are looking at the bottom is the tab called Red Hill Release Incidents. And what the specific items that we were discussing or entries for releases were rows 63 and 64 of the Excel itself that relate to October 2018 release incidents from Tank 2. All right, I'm going to pull up my next exhibit. Okay, can you see my screen, Commander Frame?
Yes.
Okay, so what I have pulled up here is Exhibit B 242. Make sure that's the right one. Yeah, B242. And are you familiar with this document, Mr. Commander Frame?
I've seen similar documents. I can't say for sure whether I've looked at this one or not.
Okay.
I mean, probably have to some extent because it's tank 5, but
Sure. This is the clean, inspect, and repairs project for tanks 5 and 17, dated November 18th, 2010.
okay.
And if I can refer, and this is, I guess, BWS Exhibit 242, if I can refer everyone to page BWS 029889. And apologies, this is a long document, but it's on page 481 of the PDF. Here, if you look, we have on the upper, I guess the right side of the screen, an indication of a weld repair leak. Is it your understanding, Commander Frame, that this would indicate a leak in the weld?
Actually, you bring up a great point because I have struggled with this question a lot because I don't really understand how a weld leaks. Okay, so I can understand how a structure would leak or something like that. So I did give this quite a bit of thought. And as I said, when we conduct these types of tests, you know, when we test welds, now we look at them with a vacuum box type test. And again, a vacuum box will show the passage of air through a weld or a plate or something of that type, right? So so that in my interpretation now, I would say that's probably what happened there is it failed a vacuum box test. Now, what that doesn't say is that that says that it won't hold air. What it doesn't say is it won't hold fluid. So I don't see how you can infer that a weld leak won't hold fluid when it may have certainly not passed a vacuum box test, but it could still hold fluid.
Do you have any information, or have you provided any in your testimony that demonstrates that it doesn't hold, or that it can hold fuel?
I don't know one way or the other. I'm just saying that's a strong possibility based on what I know. And now that I had considered this for some earlier tanks, but if this is a 2000 or if this is the tank 5, I'm sure we were using vacuum box technology back then. So yeah, that's probably what that is. I don't know for sure, but that's probably what that is.
So similar to what we talked about previously, if we're being conservative, we're estimating the number of potential fuel releases, wouldn't it be reasonable to consider a leak in a weld as a leak of fuel to the environment?
I don't think so. And this is why, because even if you've got this steel structure, right, you've got this steel lining, you've still got 2.5 to 4 feet of concrete behind that, right? So that necessarily, that would I believe would resist some of that fluid from leaking out of that system. Additionally to this is this tank passed a tank tightness test prior to undergoing this inspection, and so, you know, based on that, I don't believe that this is you can say that this is a leak because it's passed a tank tightness test.
I'm glad you bring those two things up, Commander Frame, because we had much testimony about that earlier this week. And
okay,
isn't it true that the tank tightness test only detects leaks above a certain threshold?
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
So the tank could be leaking at a rate below, let's say, 0.5 gallons per hour.
I would say that's true, but that also meets the requirements of the Hawaii Administrative Code.
Does it meet the requirement of state law to prevent releases for the operational life of the tanks if you're having leaks from these tanks?
I think that's a different question, and I don't believe that these tanks are leaking.
We have a leak in a weld here. So we just ruled out the tank tightness test as being definitive evidence of not being a leak. I think the other thing that you mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the concrete behind the tank. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And we just had testimony from Dr. Johnson stating unequivocally that concrete cracks and there are pathways for the fuel where they can travel through that concrete and get into the subsurface. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
Well, I would say that that is true if you're looking at just concrete itself. But I think with that system, those layers of protection, or those layers that were involved in the construction of the tanks, I think that release, and if you go back to the QRVA, for instance, right? So, and I'm sure you'll get to this at some point, but those releases are only penetrations through the steel liner. Like the QRVA only estimates releases outside the steel liner. It does not address concrete. It does not address grout. It does not address gunite, and it does not address basalt.
Commander Frame, are you aware of impacts to the subsurface, including the soil vapor, and the groundwater beneath the tanks from historic fuel releases from the Red Hill facility?
I would say soil vapor monitoring as a result or following the 2005 release did spike in monitoring well 2.
If the monitoring well 2, or sorry, if the fuel was held up completely inside the tank, would you see it in the groundwater?
I would say as a result of the 27,000 gallons that were released in 2014, I do not have that evidence. I don't know where that fuel's at. I don't have any reason to suspect that reached the groundwater.
So I guess that's not what I asked. I asked if you have evidence of fuel in the subsurface, it is not within the tank structure, is it?
Could you rephrase that? I guess I'm not understanding the question.
Yeah, we talked about soil vapor monitoring. If you're having soil vapor monitoring detections of petroleum in the subsurface below the tanks, can they still be within the tank structure?
Well, soil vapor monitoring doesn't necessarily look for petroleum. It looks for byproducts of petroleum releases.
Okay. So can you have that petroleum still in the concrete if you're getting its byproducts in the subsurface?
I would suppose probably, well, I mean, there is evidence of historic releases at Red Hill. I think we all agree to that. Now,
and evidence of those in the subsurface, including the groundwater, correct?
Honestly, that's more of an environmental question. I'm not really qualified to answer that.
Are you aware that the Navy's expert, Mr. Curtis Stanley, has said that the Navy has never pretended that there weren't impacts to the groundwater in the vicinity of the tanks?
I guess I'm not sure that he said that or not.
Okay.
But I know
Let's
Curtis
move
Stanley.
on to the next exhibit. Okay, so that was number 33. Number 34 in your, or for row 34 of the table in your testimony, you've just indicated reported 27,000 gallon release from tank 5 in 2014. You're not denying that was a release from the facility, are you?
No, no.
Okay. The next exhibit is, I'm going to pull up, or sorry, the next one is for row 36, and we will be looking at exhibit B207. Okay. So this is exhibit B207. Commander Frame, are you familiar with this document?
I believe so. There's, hold on a sec. There's something.
I can scroll down if that's helpful.
No, there's something just popped up on my screen. I can't see. That's all.
Oh, no worries. Take your time.
Oh man, what's going on here?
We have tech support on the way.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for fixing this. Okay, I think we're back up and running again. Thanks for the patience.
Sure, no problem. So are you familiar with this document?
Let's see. Could you scroll a little bit to the right? I can't quite see the date. 17.
Oh, do you have the people popping up on the right?
Yeah. Let me see how I do that.
I can. No. I can move this. Hold on.
Okay.
I had to do that with Mr. Kern.
Bear with me. You're not the only one technically challenged.
That's okay. Is that better?
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. Are you familiar with this document, Commander Frame?
I believe so. Yeah.
What is this document?
That's a confirm release notification, or CRN, I think they refer to them as.
Does this say suspected release notification?
It does not. I mean, I don't remember it saying that, but.
And when we scroll down to this page, and I apologize if the readability is difficult. This states that there was a confirmed release from tank 16, or sorry, tank 6 right here. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that the method of observation was an inventory check. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And that the type of substance was JP5 fuel.
Mm-hmm.
And that the tank has been drained and taken out of service. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And it's signed by a Mr. John Sanro Salvo. I think is that Lieutenant Commander?
That's correct.
On April 16th, 2002.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see this section right here? I'm sure it's hard to read, but this section that I'm circling with my cursor. Do you see my cursor actually?
Yeah, I can see your cursor, but yeah, that is very hard to read.
Yeah. If I represent to you that this says I certify under the penalty of law that I've examined and familiar with the information submitted in this notice, and based on my inquiry of those individuals immediately responsible for obtaining the information, I believe that the submitted information is true and accurate. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I mean, I understood that. What was the question? I understood.
The question is, yeah, do you have any reason to disagree that this document was signed under the penalty of perjury?
Oh, no, I don't believe that. Yeah, I don't.
So
yeah,
it's a proper fuel release, wouldn't you say?
I would say that in having reviewed these, and I reviewed a number of them, I think that the Navy was overly conservative in what they call a release on several of these. Not to say that a release didn't occur. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning when it occurred, when the release occurred.
Okay, so you're not questioning that a release occurred?
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next document. Again, I apologize for the time it takes to pull these up and get them on screen. Okay, hopefully you can see this or it'll pop up soon, Commander Frame.
Mm-hmm.
What we're looking at here is Exhibit B187. which refers to line number 40 in your testimony. And your statement is that this provides instructions to a contractor for repairing a well. Is that correct? And let me get to the right page first. That would probably be helpful, right? Oops, wrong one. So I'm looking at page BWS 0255779, which is page 5 of the PDF. And we have here indication of a leak in a weld seam. Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you have any reason to believe there wasn't a leak in a weld seam?
I would assume not. I would assume there is a leak in the weld seam. What I don't think you can assume is that a leak in a weld seam results in a release to the environment. It doesn't indicate that. It indicates a repair that needs to be made.
And does the Navy repair items typically that shouldn't be fixed?
I would say normally, under normal conditions, sometimes we would not. In the case of Red Hill, I think we go above and beyond that.
Above and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
In 1998, it's your testimony that the Navy went above and beyond what needed to be done with respect to inspecting, repairing, and maintaining these tanks?
I would say, well, maybe not 98, but certainly now we do.
Right, but this is a document dated 1998, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
appears to be.
We know that a leak in a weld seam can result in a release in the environment. That's what happened in the Tank 5 incident. This is dated 1998. Do you have any evidence to indicate that this leak in a weld seam did not result in a release to the environment?
I don't have any evidence to indicate that it did.
But you don't have any that it didn't, correct?
You know, one way or the other. I don't think you can make it. You can't infer a leak to the environment because of a leak in a weld seam. I don't believe that's the case.
Was there a leak in a weld seam at Tank 5?
But like I said before, when we looked at Tank 5, that was the most exhaustive investigation ever done on a tank. So we have a lot of evidence that has been reviewed and looked at and to determine the cause of that release. We can't say that about any other release. Tank 5 is kind of its own animal.
Is it the Navy's position that because they didn't look into what may or may not have happened with all of these leaks in the tanks that you cannot infer that there was a release?
I think what we've done is we've looked at each one of these things and made a judgment call, right? Some of them, I mean, you can ask 10 different engineers about this. You'll probably get 10 different answers.
So if you were going to ask a conservative engineer, what would a conservative engineer and when I say conservative, I mean most protective of human health and the environment, what would you say?
Well, I would say you're looking at one right now.
Okay. So as a conservative engineer, you have a leak in a weld seam, you know a leak in a weld seam can result in a release to the environment. Do you have any reason to discount the fact that this could be, not saying it is, could be a release to the environment?
Could be, but it could also not be.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next exhibit. And this will be exhibit B233. Again, bear with me, I apologize. Okay, B233. Oh, sorry, I didn't get it up on screen. All right, so B233 corresponds to row 49 of your testimony. And I want to direct the parties and Commander Frame to BWS sorry, 028518, which is page 28 of the PDF. Oh, did I not get it up screen? Is this document on screen for everyone?
No.
No.
I apologize. I thought it was up. Everyone see it now?
Yes.
Okay. So real quick, and I don't want to belabor this too much, but same question. This is a repair instruction to a contractor that's dated November 24th, 1995. And can you see here that on number 6 and number 7, it says repair leak and repaired leaks?
Yeah. Okay.
Same question. Do you have any evidence to suggest that these are not actually leaks to the environment?
So this is part of contract documents. So this does not necessarily indicate that there are leaks. This says if you have to do this, if you run into this type of deficiency, for instance, deficiency F or deficiency G, this is the process you would use to repair those deficiencies. That doesn't indicate there's any of those deficiencies. They're just saying how to repair them if you do run into them. You run into this an awful lot in construction documents.
But just to be clear, this doesn't say if you run into the leak, repair it. It says repair the leak.
Like again, it's a construction document.
Okay.
It provides the contractor direct instructions on how to repair something if they come across it. It's very common in construction.
Understood. All right, I'd like to walk through one more document. Okay, can you see my screen, Commander Frame?
Yeah,
Okay, are you familiar with this document?
I think so.
Okay, and this is exhibit B204, which corresponds, I believe, to line 70 of your testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what this document is?
Looks like an interview form for a confirmed or suspected release.
And it says here, as I scroll down, that the date the release was discovered was November 22nd, 2000. Is that correct?
Looks that way, yeah.
And it was reported apparently in December 1st of 2000.
It does look that way, yeah.
And the means of detection for was PID readings, which my understanding would be soil vapor photoionization detections, right? That's what that says right here.
I would say it could be that. That sounds right, but I don't know for sure.
And the extent of the contamination was to soil. Is that right?
That's what that form indicates, yeah.
Correct. So do you have any reason to believe that there wasn't an impact or contamination of the soil that was detected in late 2000 and was reported in this notification?
Do I have reason to believe that soil was not contaminated?
Correct.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I don't know one way or the other.
But what does this document say?
The document says that the apparent extent of contamination was limited to soil.
And do you have any reason to believe that this document is incorrect?
Well, the only, I mean, again, this goes back to a release reporting, right? But
Correct.
at the time that this document was submitted, there was no fuel in tank 19.
Correct.
So yeah, as far as the contamination, I can't comment on that one way or the other. I didn't fill out the form, but there was no fuel in tank 19 at the time that this thing was submitted. So
just because a tank doesn't have fuel in it doesn't mean that it didn't leak before that, does it?
oh no, I mean, that's certainly possible.
So do you again have any reason to disbelieve that someone at the Navy didn't find contaminated soil in November of 2000?
No, I don't have any reason to believe to not believe that.
And if that soil was contaminated in the vicinity of this tank, it would have escaped the steel liner, correct?
At some point, yeah, probably. I mean, if it's assuming the contamination came from this tank, I would say, yeah, that's.
And the grout, correct?
Possibly.
And traveled through the concrete. It's in the soil, it traveled through the concrete, right?
Could have, yeah.
And past the gunite. Correct?
Sure. Yep.
And it's in the environment.
I would say, yeah, that's possible.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and switch gears here a little bit, Commander Frame. You testified about the Navy's Phase 1 Quantitative Risk and Vulnerability Assessment Report prepared by ABS Consulting and the Navy's future risk work. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
Sure. At the outset, I have a few questions concerning your familiarity and qualifications in the risk arena. Do you have any formal education in performing or evaluating risk and vulnerability assessments?
No.
Do you have any formal training in performing or evaluating risk and vulnerability assessments?
No.
Do you have any certifications related to risk and vulnerability assessments?
No.
Okay. Why is the Navy required to perform a risk? Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, that's why we hired a consultant.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the Navy required to perform a risk assessment for the Red Hill facility?
That's required by the Administrative Order on Consent, Section 8.
And the purpose of the risk assessment is to assess the level of risk Red Hill poses to the groundwater and the drinking water aquifers, and to inform the development of tank upgrades required under the AOC. Is that correct?
Sounds close. I think it's more about protection of human health.
And the environment.
Certainly, but the emphasis is on human health.
So is it the Navy's position that it can continue to contaminate the environment as long as human health is not at risk?
I would say that's not the Navy's position, because in the last 5 years we've spent $250 million or close to that on this facility. If that were the case, then we would not have spent that money.
And isn't it also fair to say the Navy spent that money because there's been episodic and consistent fuel releases throughout the history of the operation of Red Hill?
There have been historical releases. I don't think consistent is a good, an accurate term to describe that.
Have there been multiple fuel releases?
Mm-hmm.
Have there been fuel releases as early as the inception of the facility? The 1940s?
Maybe late 1940s. I think I don't recall anything early 1940s, but.
Have there been releases as recently as 2014?
Mr. Frankel.
For the purpose of the transcript, the 2 questions ago, Mr. Frame answered and can we get a yes, articulated in words yes, I just, for the court reporter's sake, I want to make sure the transcript is clear.
I'm sorry, what was that question again? Can you read that back to me then?
I think he asked if there are multiple releases or leaks.
Can we have the court reporter read it back?
Have there been multiple fuel releases? And you said, uh-huh.
I believe what I said was, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but there have been historical releases in the facility, but to say I believe that to say it's a consistent record of releases in the facility is inaccurate. That's what I would like to have in the record. There have been historical releases. To say that there are consistent historical releases, I believe, is inaccurate.
Okay, if we've got that, I'm happy to continue.
Okay.
And were there releases? And actually, let me back up. So were there multiple historic fuel releases starting as early as the 1940s and as recent as at least 2014?
Yeah, but not continuous. There were hits and misses during those periods.
That's a yes.
Not consistent, but there were episodes of releases during that period.
Multiple releases?
Yes.
Okay. So Commander Frame, you testified in your written testimony that the QRVA Phase 1 report identifies the most significant internal event risks at Red Hill and quantifies their relative contributions to overall risk. Is that an accurate characterization?
I believe that was the intent. Yeah, that was the intent of the QRVA, yeah.
But isn't it true that the Phase 1 QRVA does more than that? It quantifies the risk of both sudden acute releases and chronic undetected releases?
You know, I would say those are, when you talk about quantifying, first of all, the QRVA is a model, right? It's just a model. And I don't have a lot of experience in risk and vulnerability assessments. What I do have a lot of experience in is computer modeling, mostly for wastewater
modeling
collection.
Useful? Oh, sorry.
Well, it depends, right? It depends on what you input into the model will depend on what you get out, right? So I can make models say whatever I want, but it depends on the input going into that model and those assumptions.
So you had indicated earlier that ABS, in preparing this model, you wanted them to prepare an accurate model, so the Navy did not thoroughly review every aspect of the ABS Phase 1 risk report. Is that
that was ABS's position?
What's the Navy's position?
I would have liked to have reviewed that more thoroughly, and I think you understand that, right? I would have liked to have gone through that thing line by line, but 2,200 pages, and the software that they use for modeling that those risk and vulnerability assessment was tremendously complex, and I don't have the experience and the knowledge to be able to evaluate that as thoroughly as I would have liked.
Are you familiar with the results of the Phase 1 QRVA?
Yes.
The Phase 1 QRVA states that there is a greater than 27% probability of an acute sudden release of between 1,000 and 30,000 gallons of fuel from Red Hill each year. Isn't that accurate?
That's what that report says. I believe that's correct.
Does the Navy consider a 20% probability of an acute sudden release of between 1,000 and 30,000 gallons of fuel from Red Hill each year an acceptable level of risk to pose to the groundwater and drinking water aquifer?
The Navy would say that we don't want anything to be deposited into the groundwater. That's our goal. It's nothing.
So-
We don't want anything to be deposited in the groundwater.
And just so that the record again is clear, that's a no.
Yeah, I believe that's, yeah, I would say the Navy does not want anything deposited into the groundwater. So what the risk assessment says and what our goals are not necessarily the same.
And the ABS Phase 1 QRVA also says there's a greater than 34% chance of a sudden release of more than 120,000 gallons of fuel from Red Hill within the next 100 years. Does that sound accurate to you?
It does not sound accurate.
Not an accurate depiction of what the report says?
I would say it is what the report says, but I don't agree with what that conclusion.
Does the Navy consider that the sudden release of more than 120,000 gallons of fuel from Red Hill in the next 100 years an acceptable level of risk to pose to the groundwater and drinking water aquifer?
Certainly not.
The ABS report states that there's a greater than 5% chance of a sudden release of more than 1 million gallons of fuel from Red Hill in the next 100 years. Isn't that what the report states?
I'm not familiar with that part, but it sounds like it's something that could be in the report. So, but I
Would the
don't
Navy
remember.
consider that? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I think I see where you're getting. No, the Navy would not deem that as an acceptable level of risk, 1 million gallons. Not, certainly not.
And the Phase 1 QRVA states that the expected volume of chronic undetected fuel releases from Red Hill is 5,803 gallons per year. Isn't that right?
I believe that's what the report states, yeah.
And does the Navy consider that an acceptable level of risk to pose to the groundwater and drinking water aquifer?
Not only does the Navy consider that an unacceptable level of risk, we don't have any evidence to suggest that that's occurring. If it was, we would take action.
So you're saying the fact that ABS came to the conclusion that the expected chronic undetected fuel releases from Red Hill is 5,803 gallons per year was not based on evidence provided to it by the Navy?
Again, that's a model. That's a simulation of what could happen, not what is happening.
Well, we had testimony earlier this week from Commander Whittle and others that testified that a tank tightness test that's capable of detecting a 0.5 gallon per hour leak rate could be leaking at a rate below that, which would far exceed the 5,803 gallons per year that ABS calculates as the expected amount of fuel released by the facility each year. So it is possible that the Navy is releasing 5,803 gallons of fuel per year and doesn't even know about it. Isn't that true?
Boy, I just have a hard time believing that.
But it's possible.
Well, okay, so if you look at the tank tightness testing, it will tell you, okay, we can't detect below a certain threshold, right? And that number is something based on, if we go 0.49 times number of hours in the year, and that will give you how many gallons could be released, right? Something along those lines, worst case, right? But if you look at those other systems involved in monitoring, automatic tank gauging, manual gauging, all those other things, we're not losing. I don't believe we're losing that level of fuel. I just have a hard time believing that.
No, and I understand that you have a hard time believing that frame, but my question is about, is it possible? Not, is that what you believe?
Mathematically, I suppose it is possible.
Okay. Commander Frame, your testimony includes a table identifying the primary categories of initiating events that could contribute to a fuel release at Red Hill. Could you please identify for the Department of Health the initiating event category in your testimony that is responsible for the greatest percentage of leak initiating events?
Would you mind pulling that testimony up so I could look at that?
I certainly could. Can you see my screen, Commander Frame?
Yes.
So you have a table here. This is from page 5 of your testimony. There are 2 columns and several rows. The first column is initiating event category, and the second column is number of initiating events. Can you tell me what the first line and the greatest number of initiating events corresponds to?
Small release from steel liner.
Okay, thank you.
And this is from the QRVA phase 1 report.
Correct. Well, this
Okay.
is actually, that was from your testimony, but I'm assuming.
But that's if you look at the line above that, it says it's from the executive summary in the, yeah.
Okay. The QRVA was broken down initially into 4 phases. Isn't that correct?
I believe, yep.
Phase 1 addresses the risks posed by internal vents, not including fire or flooding, such as equipment failure or human error. Is that right?
Sounds accurate, yes.
And those were the only risks that were assessed in the phase 1 QRVA, correct?
That's my understanding.
So any other risks not addressed by phase 1 would be additive. And by that, I mean, they would only increase the total risk that would be quantified.
Boy, I'm not quite sure about that. I guess I'd have to think a little bit more about that.
So are you suggesting that there could be negative risk with respect
No,
to
not
phase 2,
negative,
3?
but I'm saying if you expand that, does that make the overall risk drop? I suppose it could, right? If you're looking at
the risk. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
I think if you're looking at like, okay, I'm only compartmentalizing this, and again, those percentages will probably drop as opposed to, because if you add all those percentages up, right, it's going to equal 100, or it should.
Correct, but these are not, so I'm not asking about the distribution of risks among the whole. I'm asking about the risks that are considered and the amount of fuel that would be quantified as potentially being released as a result of the risks that are considered. So we already talked about the greater than 27% chance of a release of 1,000 to 30,000 gallons. If we include, for example, the seismic issues that Dr. Johnson was including, that number of greater than 27% chance is not going to go down, is it?
Honestly, I think, I mean, if you look at those number of initiating events, then I think it could go down, right? Because you're looking at, you run the scenario more times, right? So when we look at those are initiating events, right? So the more scenarios you run, those risks will change, right? It'll drop. Like if I'm running 4 million simulations and their numbers are probably comparable to that, that's one thing. If I run 6 million, now those things could drop, right? If I'm considering different things, I think it's possible it could drop. And again, I'm not a risk expert in this area. I'm just kind of thinking this out through my head. So bear with me.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Commander Frame, but I think there's a misunderstanding, or maybe I asked an unclear question. I wasn't asking about the distribution of initiating events that was in the table we had just discussed. I'm now asking a different question. I'm saying the phase 1 QRVA estimates these different initiating event categories, but it also provides a level of risk or an expected amount of fuel to be released from the facility based on those initiating events. So they're 2 different things. And so the probability of a release of certain sizes, if you add more potential risks, can only increase as you go forward through the QRVA process. You can't have less of a percentage of release. Isn't that right?
I'm honestly, I don't feel like I'm qualified to answer that. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't feel like you're qualified to answer the questions about the QRVA, but you did submit testimony about the meaning and the importance of the QRVA in this proceeding.
I mean, look, that's I mean, honestly, I just don't know the answer to that. Okay. I just don't have an answer for that. I mean, I'd have to talk to some other folks.
Questions.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure you heard. He said he had no further questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not hear that. Let's go out the record a moment, do a process check. Get out of. Okay, councils, it's noon. I'm thinking there'll still be some significant examination of Commander. Do you want to push to complete it? Then we'll take a lunch break, or would you like to take a lunch break and then come back and complete it?
I love lunch.
Yeah, I get, we do have a long witness this afternoon, so
Yes.
we'd probably be inclined to push if anybody was willing.
Okay, tiebreaker vote. Ella, David?
Board would rather go to lunch.
Okay. All right, why don't we take a lunch break then? And so noon is, you want to come back at 1? You want to come back sooner, later?
We
1
can do
o'clock?
40. We can do 45 minutes if given how much we have to cover. Can we do a quicker lunch today?
Sure. 12:45.
Right, let's resume at 12:45 then. Thank you all.
All right.
Okay.
Sure that we get up, you and turn your screen off.
Someone is not muted, just to let you know.
Can you do this?
Mr. Brown, should we wait a moment for Elder Gannon to join us?
No, you can go. We can go ahead and start.
Is everyone else okay to resume, or want to wait for somebody? Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. Frankel, questions for Commander Frame.
Thank you. Commander Frame, you testified when you're questioned by Mr. Brown there that the risks identified in the ABS report are of leaks that just get outside the steel, but they're still confined by the concrete and gunite, et cetera. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yeah, that was the basis of the ABS report.
Okay, let's look at the ABS report and see what it actually, what the risk is that it actually looked at. This is what we're talking about, right? The ABS report, which is Exhibit N-31, correct?
That looks like it, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to go down to page ES-4. Oh. And do I need to expand this a bit for people?
That would be helpful.
Yeah, I can't read that.
Okay. Let's see if I can. So, again, as I said, this is ES page 4, Exhibit N-31. And you see this reference here when it talks about the current risk thresholds of concern for the safety of the water table potentially affected by the RHBFSF fuel release to the environment. And then it provides the two scenarios, acute and chronic. Do you see that? It says to the environment. So when it says to the environment, that's not confined within the concrete or confined within the gunite. That's to the environment. That's the risk that the ABS study was looking at. Isn't that right?
The control.
Or we can look further down to that parenthetical, outside the control and physical boundaries of the RHBFSF. And for the record, can you tell us what RHBFSF stands for?
Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility.
So the risk that's being assessed here is the risk that the fuel leaves the facility, not just enters the lower tunnel, not just enters into the concrete, but leaves the facility. Do you see that?
I would say that what this when this study was produced, it ignored the effects of concrete to provide resistance to release fuel to the environment.
Okay, so that's a criticism we have of the study.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll,
it's not a criticism. It's just an assumption they made.
Okay, well, we'll talk about some of those assumptions shortly. Now, the Navy promised, I guess I'll stop this here. The Navy promised in doing its assessment in an agreement with the Department of Health and the Environmental Protection Agency that this assessment would provide a, quote, in-depth, rigorous, and repeatable approach to assessing risks, right?
Well, we're not completely done with this study yet. We've only completed phase 1.
I understand. But that was the that was what the Navy was that is what this risk assessment is supposed to do. It's providing an in-depth, rigorous, and repeatable approach. You have other phases to look at, but for this phase, that's what you were attempting to do, correct?
I guess I'd have to go back and see what the statement of work said, but
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we do that?
Okay.
So this is Exhibit S17. As I attempt to share the screen again. let's go down here and suppose it needs to be expanded. And do you see this is a letter dated April 13th, 2017? Can you see that? Is that visible on your screen?
Yes, sir.
And if we go down here, it's signed by Captain Hayes. I have no idea of the military hierarchy. I don't know, is a captain above a commander or below a commander?
He was my commanding officer when I first got here.
Okay, so he says this is his letter, and he's calling it a in-depth, rigorous, and repeatable approach. Correct?
Yeah, it looks like that's what it says. Yep.
Okay. And the ABS report is long.
Yeah, there's no disputing that.
You testified earlier that it was more than 2,000 pages.
Sounds about right. It depends on which version you're looking at. There's a redacted version and a non-redacted version, I believe.
Okay. And which version does the hearings officer have?
Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. So why don't we take a look? It's Exhibit N31. So this is what we're talking about. And our, on the very top, I think you're probably familiar with PDF documents. You can see at the very top which page of the PDF you are. And this says one of 1,666.
Okay.
Does that tell you whether it's redacted or not? Or would we have to look at individual pages to figure out whether it's redacted or not?
You know, and I can't remember for certain, but I believe the stuff that was redacted out of here was proprietary information by the contractor. I think there were only two reasons to redact information. One is if it's critical infrastructure, and the other one is if it's proprietary information. So okay, so there you go. So that's the redacted version. Yep.
Except, it's redacted, but the page is still there. So there's proprietary information, all these pages. I don't think I need to expand it.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I guess my question to you is, when you said it was 2,000 pages, were you being casual, informal, and exaggerating, or is there another document that's more than 2,000
No,
pages?
I think I was. I mean, if this is it, yeah, I would not expect another version.
Okay.
So casual, I think. Yeah, that was a rough estimate on my part.
Okay. And hey, what was the time? What was the time gap between when this report was completed and the time it was provided to the Department of Health?
Let me think about that. I believe, if you were to look on the EPA's website, I believe that might have that. But I believe it was completed in November of 2018, and I think we submitted it in May of 2019, if I recall correctly. It's somewhere around that. It was about 6 months or somewhere around there.
Okay, and in that time frame, you may not have had time to read all 1,666 pages, but in that time frame, did you have time to read the executive summary before it was submitted to the Department of Health?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, and that executive summary quantifies these risks, right?
Based on the mathematical model, yeah.
And again, you're not an expert at risk assessing, but the folks that were hired are experts.
Yeah, their expertise is generally in the area of nuclear risk and vulnerability assessments.
But did you feel any constraint about hiring them? Did
I
the
was not
Navy...
involved in the decision to hire them. That happened before I got here. Yeah.
Well, the Navy certainly felt comfortable enough to award them a big contract to do this work, correct?
Apparently, yeah. I mean, again, I was not involved in that decision.
Okay. And the risk assessment concluded that the risk of a leak, actually, why don't we just sort of bring this up here? Okay, share screen. Where are you? Oh, enlarge it again. And let's see here. Where should we go? The one of the risks that talks about that you went through, David Brown, is the chronic release. It's expected. Expected is the word that's used. Fuel release of 5,803 gallons per year for the entire facility. That's what those folks, those experts estimated, right?
That's what the model spit out, I would believe. That's what the model produced based on the assumptions given.
Okay, and the risk of a spill between 1,000 and 30,000 gallons in a single year is about 27.6%, correct?
We we looked into that, and most of that 27.6% is between, I believe it was 1,000 and 5,000 gallons. So it kind of depends on how you bin those things, I guess. Like we could say, if you were to say 1,000 to 5,000, most of the risk, according to the model, would be in that range. So I think that is a bit misleading to see it like that, though.
I see. But this is how the report itself, the experts in risk assessment did characterize it as a 27.6% chance in any single year of a leak of up to 30,000 gallons, correct? That's how the report characterized it.
That's what the report says. That's correct.
Okay. And you'd have to do some complicated math to figure out what the risk is in 10 years. But do you have any reason to dispute our experts' opinion that using this modeling, that the risk is 96% over the next 10 years? Or can you not do that because you're not an expert in risk assessment?
So when you say 96%, I guess of what? What is that a risk of?
Of a spill of up to 30,000 gallons in the next 10 years.
I would say I believe that is overestimated significantly.
And again, you're not an expert at risk assessment. Are you an expert at mathematical statistics?
So generally speaking, if you look, and I believe somebody put together a bar graph or something type thing of looking at when releases have occurred throughout the history of the facility. I believe you guys have that information, right? I mean, I feel like that's been done by somebody over there. And you'll notice that there are spikes of when those releases occurred and when they didn't occur. So, you can look at, if you look at the last, say, 40 years, I guess, from 1988 to 2018. Is that 40, 30, 40, I guess it is. 30, something like that. You'll see that we did not have releases during that time period at the rate that we had previously, right? We haven't had that. So I think it kind of depends on how you look at the history of the facility. And I think when ABSG did this, they assumed, if we had a release just for argument's sake, if we had a release 30 times, if we had 30 releases in 100 years, they would say there's a 30% chance of release per year. But that assumes that there are no improvements made to the facility, right? So we've made improvements to the facility. And I think infrastructure is like that, right? I may not be an expert on risk assessment, but I can tell you a little bit about infrastructure. If you don't, go ahead.
Well, okay, in terms of you talked about a gap in when there weren't any legals. What were the years you're talking about there?
Generally, most of those releases occurred before the EPA regulations were enacted.
No, but I was asking when you feel that no releases detected. What years?
I would say generally after 1988, the periodicity of releases dropped significantly.
Okay.
When the EPA started monitoring those. Yep.
Okay, and you went through with David Brown, him showing you where your report suggests that there were leaks, but you disagree that there were leaks. And so there's sort of a disagreement there.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
But you acknowledge that the technology to detect releases or leaks is more sophisticated today than it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, correct?
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt.
So the fact that we don't have information about some leaks may be because the Navy was not able or interested in finding out.
I would not. Well, so the thing about fuel, right, is that we don't want to pay for that and watch that fuel disappear, right? So there's an added incentive to protect the environment, protect the drinking water, protect the public, and protect the taxpayer dollars, right? Because we're all paying for that fuel. So there's I think it's not accurate to say that the Navy is not interested in ensuring that even throughout history of the facility. Now, are the records as good a long time ago? Certainly not. But I think it's inaccurate to say that the Navy is not interested in maintaining the inventory of that fuel.
Okay. Hey, I don't know if you can answer this question. What poses a greater threat? The small nozzles or the large nozzles?
I would say, according to the QRVA, it would be the small nozzles.
Okay, and they pose a potentially significant risk. The small nozzles do, right?
It's a greater risk. I don't think it's a potentially significant, but I think it is true to say it's a greater risk. Yeah.
And that small nozzle remains in place in tank 2, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's the case. Yep.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 3, correct?
Yes, right now, yeah.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 4, correct?
That's correct.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 6.
That's correct.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 7.
Yes.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 8.
That's correct.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 9.
Yes, sir.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 10.
That's correct.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 11.
Yes.
And the small nozzle remains in place in tank 12.
That's correct.
The small nozzle remains in place in tank 15.
That's correct.
Small nozzle remains in place in tank 16.
Yes.
Small nozzle remains in place in tank 20.
Yes, those nozzles will be decommissioned during the CIR process as those tanks go through the CIR process.
Okay, so I understand you folks in the military like to use acronyms, but I would like to use dates. So let's say 5 years. 5 years from now, 2021, will tank 2 have a new nozzle? Will the small nozzle be removed from tank 2 by 2021?
I'm not familiar with those schedules, but I would assume tank 2 will not. But all the tanks that are currently involved in the CIR process are having. There's 4 of them out of service right now, and all 4 of those are having those small nozzles decommissioned.
Right, and I didn't identify any of those that are in the CIR process right now. So I identified 13 tanks, and they are currently in use now, correct? Those 13 tanks I rattled off.
Sounds accurate, yes.
And those risky small nozzles remain in place on those 13 tanks.
I would, again, it's relative risk, right? It's not to say risky. I mean, we've never had a nozzle fail in any of our tanks. We've never had that happen. So to say that it's risky, I think is a bit misleading, but relatively the relative risk compared to a large nozzle is higher, yes.
And, are you familiar with the expression, old generals are always fighting the last war?
I'm not familiar with that expression, no.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll move on from that. Just because you haven't dealt with a small nozzle catastrophe yet doesn't mean it couldn't happen in the future, correct?
I would say it doesn't mean that it could happen in the future either. So you could argue both sides of that equation.
And in fact, your experts identified it as one of the more significant risks facing the tanks.
They said, I'd have to look at that, but there's about 10, I want to say 10 or 15 items they said are important to risk is how they phrase that.
Okay.
Yep, important
And
to risk.
so, and are the small nozzles going to remain in place on all these 13 tanks identified all of this year?
Yes, yeah. Well, again, we'll take those, we'll decommission those nozzles and reconfigure the piping as the tanks are taken out of service for the CIR process.
And for these 13 tanks identified, will the small nozzles remain in place all of next year as well?
I would say, generally speaking, probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it kind of depends on where they fall in the CIR process. There's a whole schedule that we've got laid out, and we're prohibited from taking all the tanks out of service at one time due to strategic necessity.
Unless you're so ordered by the Department of Health. But we'll get to that.
Sure.
You testified on page 6 that it's not likely a 6-inch hole would develop in the large nozzle unless there's a catastrophic event, such as impact from a piece of construction equipment. Does that sound familiar? In your testimony?
Yeah, I think it's after having gone down there and looked at that, I think that the probability of getting a 6-inch hole in a nozzle is very remote.
So one catastrophic event that you mentioned is a piece of construction equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Another type of catastrophic event is an earthquake, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it could be. Yeah.
Okay.
Depends on the magnitude, severity, all that sort of thing. Yeah.
And you folks have not completed a rigorous study that quantifies the risk that an earthquake could pose on the large nozzles, for example.
Well, I would say that work was, and I think that work was delayed to a future phase because we did not feel, and the group as a whole, and I think Board of Water Supply was included in that group, that did not feel that needed to be addressed up front. That was kind of a smaller concern than some of the other concerns, like the internal risks.
Just to be clear, this is a proceeding that the Navy has applied for a permit in order to legally operate. And in the context of this application, you folks have not and are not planning on submitting information that quantifies the earthquake risk to the facility or to parts of the facility, are you?
Our understanding is that's not required. So no, we are not planning to do that.
I see. And so you don't think earthquake risks are related to the issue of whether the tanks are operated in a manner that are protective of the environment?
It's not what I think, it's what the regulations require.
All right. Well, the lawyers will argue about what the regulations require. Now, you oversaw preparation of the tank upgrade alternatives and release detection decision document, right?
That's correct.
The Department of Health and the Environmental Protection Agency rejected that document.
I don't agree with that statement. No. They've asked for additional information. If you read that letter we got, I believe it's the end of October 26th or something like that. They've asked for additional information, but they have not rejected the document yet. It's just asking for, and Mr. Linder said that during the fuel tank advisory committee, that question was asked, and that's how he responded. So that's not my words. That's the words from the EPA.
So let me rephrase the question then. Did they disapprove of your document?
They've asked for additional information, and we're working on that right now.
That's not my question.
That's my answer.
Okay, let's look at the document. It's Exhibit B-28. Oh, shoot. Are you able to see this document?
You're gonna have to zoom in bigger than that.
Okay, with pleasure. Do you see on the first page of this document, maybe I should go to the top, it's on letterhead, there's both EPA and Department of Health letterhead there. It says, the regulatory agencies disapprove this submittal, and they're providing this notice of deficiency of the decision document. Do you agree now that they disapproved of the document you submitted?
The following sentence says, we are granting the Navy and DLA an opportunity to cure the deficiencies and resubmit the decision document. So we're working on that now.
But initially they have disapproved your submittal, correct?
Again, they've asked for additional information.
And the document that you oversaw the preparation for lacked detail, correct?
That's what this letter says.
It lacked clarity, correct?
That's what the letter says. Yes, sir.
And the Department of Health and the Environmental Protection Agency concluded that the document that you oversaw the preparation for lacked rationale and justification that the actions were the best available practicable technology, correct?
That's what the letter says.
All right. Now, you oversee the Red Hill bulk fuel storage tank facility tank clean, inspect, and repair program, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So on Thursday, the hearings officer and the attorneys got a chance to look inside tank 13. And tank 13 is currently undergoing repair, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And it was inspected last year. Right?
I believe so. That sounds about right. I mean, it was inspected previously. I don't know if it was last year. I can't remember what year that was, but yeah, it's been inspected, and they're conducting the repairs right now.
And prior to this most recent inspection, it had been 25 years before the previous inspection, correct?
I guess I'd have to look back at records to confirm that. I don't know offhand.
Okay.
It's certainly possible, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I understand. Let's see if this. Are you familiar with a document that's called TIRM?
Yeah, that would be under Section 2 of the Administrative Order on Consent.
If you say so. I'm just want to know if you know about that document.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's part of the AOC.
Okay. So that's exhibit, what did I say? B6. And there's this kind of helpful table there that I'll bring up here. Have you ever seen this table before?
I'm not sure that I have.
So you're not that familiar with the term document?
I'm familiar with it, but this schedule has been revised since we submitted the term document. And by we, I mean the Navy. I was not involved in the preparation of the term document.
Okay. But to be clear, you oversee the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility tank clean and inspection repair program, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And I've forgotten, what does TIRM stand for?
Tank inspection, repair, and maintenance.
Okay, so this falls within your bailiwick, as they say.
Yeah, that's, yep.
Okay, so this table says tank 13. Do I need to expand this? Is this not clear?
It would be helpful if you expanded it.
Okay. Tank 13 last inspected in 1995. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, so you have no reason to disagree with that information, do you?
No, that's certainly possible. I mean, again, I didn't prepare the table, but I'm assuming that's correct.
Okay. And so this tank had been inspected about 25 years before the most recent inspection.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess the other thing is that the tank was emptied, so it's not you know, it's not containing fuel right now. So you can't say it's been 25, it's had fuel in there that whole time, but you can say it's you know, the inspection deficiency is noted, that -2, but it was emptied. And I don't remember what year it was emptied either. So I can't help you there.
All I'm interested in now is the interval between inspections.
Mm-hmm.
And the interval between inspections is about 25 years, right?
It does appear that, yeah.
Okay. Now, the most recent inspection revealed that mandatory repairs were required. Does that sound familiar?
Oh, in tank 13?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Those repairs were necessary to preserve or restore the structural and hydraulic integrity of the tank, correct?
So what happens when we go, we do this, these tanks are nominally inspected every 20 years, or depending on who certifies them, right? How long that certification is good for. And so what happens is the contractor will go in and he will inspect this entire tank, and then he will produce a series of recommended repairs and proposed repairs, I guess you could say. And so he says, so he will provide this list, and he'll say, like, in order to certify this tank for the next 20 years, we need to complete these repairs.
So
right?
he or she makes this recommendation, but some of these recommendations are mandatory, correct?
Mandatory as necessary, like they won't certify the tank for another 20 years until those repairs have been completed.
And actually, they're actually necessary to preserve or restore the structural and hydraulic integrity of the tank.
I think so. Structural is it's more about I would say preserve the hydraulic integrity for the next 20 years. Now, structural doesn't necessarily mean the concrete surrounding the tank. It could also make there's components inside the tank, like there might be a bracket or something like that needs to be you know, inspected and repaired to keep that in service. So yeah, that's, you know, I just want you to understand that.
Sure, but so these repairs are mandatory for the integrity of the tank. That's what the inspection revealed.
Mandatory to certify the tank for another 20 years.
Well, let's look at a different document and see what that says. So I am going to be bringing up, if I can figure out how to do this, Exhibit N-81. And we're going to go to and this is for tank 13. Do you see it there on your screen?
Yeah. Yes.
And this is something you're familiar with, this kind of document, or this specific document?
Not that specific document, but that type of document. Yeah.
Okay. You are in charge of the tank clean, inspection, and repair program, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Let's go down here. This is page 3 of exhibit N-81. Oh, and I have to make it bigger for you, for everybody.
Thank you.
Let's go even bigger if I can. That help? Whoops. So it says here in the second paragraph, the tank inspection revealed that mandatory repairs are required to return the tank to service. That doesn't say anything about certification, does it? Or how long it's good for. It says to return to service.
So what they're saying there is that we're not going to certify this tank until these repairs are completed. That's what they're saying.
Well, maybe that's your interpretation of what they're saying, but the words in English are the mandatory repairs are required to return the tank to service. It's not a piece of paper. It's saying there's no way these tanks should have fuel in them until these mandatory repairs are made. There's nothing in this paragraph, is there, about any certification? It says, the second sentence says, mandatory repairs are considered actions necessary to preserve or restore the structural and hydraulic integrity of the tank. Do you see that?
Well, but the following sentence says this includes any condition which has or may breach the hydraulic or structural integrity of the tank prior to the next integrity inspection. So I think it's important to include that last sentence in there.
Okay, and that's because there could be a break before the next inspection, right? There could be a catastrophic release. That's why these repairs are so critical. Right?
Are you making a statement or asking me a question? I'm not sure.
I asked you a question. This is not a paper pushing exercise, is it? This is about the integrity of the tanks. And this talks about mandatory repairs.
Again, mandatory to certify the tanks prior to the next integrity inspection by the bottom, the last sentence in that paragraph.
That last sentence makes no reference to certification. Those are your words. That's not the words in this report. This report that you've never read before. You just said you're not familiar with this report, and now you're going to insert words in it?
I'm not inserting words. I'm just saying that last sentence is important to put this whole thing in context.
Okay, let's read that last sentence again. This includes any condition which has or may breach the hydraulic or structural integrity of the tank prior to the next integrity inspection. That's so that there's no collapse or calamity in the tank before it can be inspected again, right?
That's the contractor certifying that the tank is suitable for service for 20 years, or I think is the nominal periodicity after that. That's the whole point.
20?
That's the whole point of this inspection. It's
Yeah.
it's not a corrective maintenance action. It's a preventative maintenance action. Just similar to changing the oil in your car and all that sort of thing.
Okay. It's a fascinating interpretation. Fascinating. Okay. So let's talk about this schedule for inspection, repair, and maintenance. The Navy applies the principles found in API standard at 653, right?
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Modified 653.
And that standard provides for the frequency of inspection of the tanks, right?
I believe that's correct.
And do you recall, or maybe, I don't know if you're too new to this, that in 2007, the Navy established inspection objectives of inspecting each tank every 10 years? Do you know that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so let's again look at B6. And let's see. And let's see. Again, this is the TIRM report. You're familiar with that, right?
A little
And
bit,
so-
yeah. I didn't prepare it. You can see the list of people that prepared it there. I think you've already talked to some of those folks.
Yes, sure. And you are the one who oversees the facility's tank clean inspection and repair program.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, let's get rid of this. And so let's see here. Okay, so let me expand this. So do you see that in 2007, the Navy DLA initiated the CIR tank program with the objective of inspecting every tank every 10 years?
Yeah, but the next sentence tends to make more sense. In 2016, the Navy DLA realized there are too many constraints that prevent the schedule for the overall program to be realized. So that's why we've had to modify that schedule.
Sure.
Mhm.
So it wasn't because the tanks were all in pristine condition. There was no corrosion and everything was looking good, but there were other constraints that precluded the Navy from meeting its objective, right?
Yeah, I would say that after the 2014 release, we looked really hard at things that had to have been done, that needed to be done. And so we repeated that whole process for tank 5 before we put that back on schedule. But I think like right now we're scheduled to put, I mean, we're not there yet, but we're moving towards getting that schedule back to every 20 years.
Okay. So tank 3 was last inspected in 1983, right?
Boy, I'd have to look at that table, but I'm assuming that's where you got that information. And I'm assuming the table's correct. That's probably what it says.
Let's go down one more page. Can you see that? Is it big enough? Should I make it bigger?
No, that's fine, I think.
There's this curious language in a number of the items that say inspected previous to 1994. Apparently, 1994 is some sort of cutoff, but that doesn't mean they were inspected in 1994. The date that the prior inspection is in parentheses. So tank 3 was last inspected in 1983, right?
Looks that way.
Okay. And that's nearly 4 decades ago.
37 years or something like that, I would say.
Okay. Tank 3 is overdue for an inspection.
According to this, yeah.
Tank 4 was last inspected in 1983. Correct?
I think so, yeah.
And that's, again, nearly 4 decades ago.
I think one key component you're missing in all this is that all these tanks have undergone tank tightness testing repeatedly while they're in service, and they've all continued to pass. So I would say that if something indicated one of these tanks was not performing in an environmentally friendly manner, that we would take that tank out of service.
Understood. But you don't know how vulnerable the insides of the tank are to a catastrophic release because you have not inspected the inside of it in nearly 4 decades, correct?
Yeah, that's subjective. I suppose vulnerability to a catastrophic release is a pretty subjective statement.
Tank 4 is overdue for an inspection, right?
According to this table.
And this table is produced by the Navy in the TIRM report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and tank 7 was last inspected in 1998, right?
Let's see, where's that at on here? Yeah, looks like it.
More than 22 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Tank 7 is overdue for an inspection.
Again, we don't have any reason to believe that this tank is leaking or releasing to the environment. Otherwise, we would take it out of service.
Okay, and I think Mr. Brown sort of asked you about chronic releases, and I understand, whether you're detecting them all or not, and I assume you have a lack of concern about that. But I have a different concern, and that is the integrity of the tank. And we just looked at an inspection report for tank 13 that talked about the mandatory inspections that needed to be made. So my question to you,
Mr. Chang, I'm sorry. We're having a technical problem. Miss Minot's mute button
I can't get off mute.
can't come off. I apologize. But we have an objection to Mr. Frankel's overcharacterization and commenting and offering testimony that's not in the record. We'd ask that he just ask questions and allow the witness to answer. And we're going to work on restoring her mute button.
All right, do you want, she can go out and come back in and see if that fixes it? And Mr. Frankel can continue with his examination.
well, I'll wait for her to get back on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. That's fine. We'll go off record for a moment until we fix this. Okay. Ms. Minot is coming back in.
Okay, I'm back in now. I can unmute and mute. Thanks.
All right, back on the record, Mr. Frankel.
Okay, so I will attempt to recreate where we were, but I'll rephrase the question. Pursuant to API 653, tank 7 is overdue for an inspection, correct?
According to this table.
And tank 8 was last inspected in 1998, correct?
According to this table.
Again, which was prepared by the Navy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was more than 22 years ago, correct?
If my math serves me correctly.
And tank 8 is overdue for an inspection pursuant to API 653, correct?
I guess that's according to the table, yeah.
Tank 9 was last inspected in 1995, correct?
According to the table, yes.
And you have no reason to dispute the accuracy of the information provided by the Navy in the TIRM document, do you?
No, I didn't prepare that document. That document was prepared before I was assigned here, so no.
Mm-hmm. So tank 9 was last inspected in 1995, and that's more than 25 years ago, right?
Yeah, it appears that way.
Tank 9 is overdue for an inspection, isn't it?
According to the table, yes.
Tank 10 was last inspected in 1998, correct?
According to the table, yes.
More than 22 years ago.
According to the table, yeah.
Tank 10 is overdue for an inspection pursuant to API 653.
Yeah, generally towards for our term planned inspection periodicity. Yeah, it's overdue.
Tank 11 was last inspected in 1981, right?
According to the table, yes.
Nearly 4 decades ago. Correct?
That's correct.
Tank 11 is overdue for an inspection, right?
According to the table, yeah.
Tank 12 was last inspected in 1995.
Yep, according to the table.
And that's more than 25 years ago, right?
Yes,
Tank 12 is overdue for an inspection.
according to the table.
You know, when we began the cross-examination, we talked about the ABS report, and you were not entirely happy with the assumptions made in that report. And I kind of agree with you. Let's look at Exhibit N31.
Just to clarify something, it's not my happiness. It's whether I agree or disagree with the assumptions. That's really what it comes down to. It's not a happiness thing.
Okay. So I am trying to find page 4-1, which I should have bookmarked. Okay. So this is page 4-1 of the ABS report. And as you know, when you do modeling, you make certain assumptions, right?
That's correct. Yep.
So let's look at the following key bases and assumptions for the facility baseline QRVA. And, we use these acronyms a lot and people are comfortable with them, but just to remind people, what does QRVA stand for?
Quantitative risk and vulnerability assessment.
Okay. And one of the bullets here, again, this is on page 4-1 of Exhibit N31. It says each main storage tank undergoes a major API 653 inspection once every 20 years. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, you did read that correctly.
And it's pretty clear that the vast majority of the tanks at Red Hill have not undergone a major API 653 inspection once every 20 years, isn't it?
I think that was the Navy's intent, but I think that the out of an abundance of caution after the Tank 5 release, we tried to do things a little bit more thoroughly and slow the process down a little bit. And I think now we're actually getting back to where we can, that last sentence with one tank inspection being performed each year on average, I think we're getting closer to getting back to that. But I would say that, the deficiencies we uncovered when we had the Tank 5 release in 2014 significantly slowed down this process. And I would also say that the process has also been slowed down because of the level of technology that we invoke now to do these inspections is much more complex than what it used to be. So the inspections take a little bit longer, the repairs take a little bit longer, but I feel like the end result will be a better quality tank than what we had previously. And as those processes get refined, it takes us a while to get up to speed and to meet our schedules, but we're actually doing much better at that now.
Okay, but my question, and I want to focus your attention on the risk assessment report that was done, the QVRA.
QRVA, is that?
Yeah, maybe I did the, my dyslexia pops in, QRVA. So the QRVA calculations are based on an assumption that each tank undergoes an API 653 inspection once every 20 years. And the fact is, for at least 8 tanks, that is not true.
I would say there are tanks that have not, we have not met our timeline on some of our tanks. I don't know the exact number.
Well, we just went through it with you. Tanks 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. My math says 8. Maybe there's higher math that comes up with a different number. But for those 8 tanks, they have not had a major API 653 inspection once every 20 years, have they?
No, they have not.
And so the risk would be higher than this report calculates, given that assumption. Correct?
I suppose one might infer that. I don't know how that changes. The risk, you know, like when they talk about volumes being released and quantities being released, that is based on historical items, right? So I'm not sure how much this plays into it. I'm sure it plays a part in it, but I'm not sure how much.
Well, if we look at the top of this page here, I don't know if you can see the top. It says the following key basis assumptions for the baseline QRVA include this once every 20 years. That appears to be a key assumption, a key basis, doesn't it?
It's listed under there. Yeah. Again, I don't know how much it plays into it.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Page, any examination?
No.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yesterday, we just asked for like a quick 5-minute break.
Certainly. We'll
Thank you.
recess for 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Yes.
Use the bathroom, that's all.
Mr. Frame, you're still on. Commander Frame?
Thank you.
Okay, are everyone ready to resume? All right, Ms.
Yes,
Minot.
we are ready.
Okay, back on the record. Ms. Minot.
Thank you. Commander Frame, you stated that you oversee the term program, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And who oversees the API inspection?
That's part of the term program as part of the CIR process.
And who oversees that?
That would be under my responsibility as well.
What is the role of XWIC?
So the XWIC, they provide the technical expertise to oversee these things. So they're down into, they develop the specifications. They will do follow-up inspections and that sort of thing. So my responsibility as far as carrying out day-to-day operations is just to keep things progressing in a satisfactory manner, monitoring budgets and that sort of thing. But the day-to-day quality assurance and things like that is actually that's more of an XWIC responsibility.
Great. And can you explain why a leak from the telltale may have included water or fuel from inside the tank?
Yeah, so the telltale drains, and I think I've stated this earlier, it's actually a really interesting idea. The problem is they didn't use the proper materials. And so one of the things, and we talked about this earlier about, when they used to ship fuel over from the continental United States over to Hawaii, those tankers were open at the top, and sometimes you'd get seawater splashing into there, right? So that when that seawater and fuel mixture was put into the tank, the seawater sinks to the bottom because it's heavier than fuel, and it can cause corrosion problems in the lower dome of the tank. And we actually all the lower domes now during the CIR process are coated with this special material, and it's been done for, I don't know, 40 years or something like that. I don't remember exactly when they started it. It's called a Novolac epoxy. And so that is what prevents that interior corrosion happening inside the tank. So the problem with that was the telltales, when they were installed, you might get corrosion on the lower telltale drains, and that would cause that a hole on the interior pipe inside the tank would cause fuel to go directly to the telltale drain. So it wouldn't be capturing fuel from behind the tank. It would be capturing fuel from inside the tank and draining out. Does that make sense?
Yes. Thank you. Yes. You mentioned in your cross with Mr. Brown that there were systems in place to detect releases that were below like a certain threshold. What systems are currently in place to detect those small chronic releases?
So again, this is, if you were to look at one system by itself, it would leave you with the impression that, hey, we can't detect these things. But I mean, I think of like our automatic tank gauging system can detect down to a change in 1/16 of an inch. That's the thickness of a nickel. And I'll give you an example of this, like when having done like numerous Red Hill tours, right? So I go up and tank 19, which is our typical tank that we go into, I'll go look at tank 20 and I'll show people the interface and the measurement like that. So that tank was stuck on 204 feet and 1/16 inch. I don't remember the exact number, but it was like that for years. Like that tank did not budge for, like 2 years that I've been here that I'm aware of, until we moved fuel around, right? Until we had to finally start moving fuel around. But that, that's just another way that automatic tank gauging system, the manual gauging system, all of these things work together to help us detect releases. And we're trying to do some other things as well that will even improve that process.
And how are how are chronic releases identified when there are like scheduled fuel movements? You kind of talked about that you had the different inventory, you did fuel inventory. How, if there is scheduled movements,
Mm-hmm.
how do you then address the small chronic releases if there's numerous scheduled fuel movements?
So we will do inventory control, right? There's an operator that sits there and watches the control panel. They call him the control room operator, call sign Papa, and he will look at this. These fuel levels in these tanks are continuously monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So that's one of those extra additional steps we take to make sure that we're not, releasing or causing an unscheduled fuel movement. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure.
Yes. And do you do any type of trending analysis or anything regarding the different using the ATG system in inventory?
So one of the things that came out after the 2014 release was we'll do a weekly trend analysis, and they'll look at these tanks to make sure, kind of like what I was just talking about for tank 20, right? Is this fuel moving at all? Like a 1/16 of an inch is a pretty small number, right? So on top of, you've got that, you've got trend analysis, you've got your automatic tank gauging system, you've got your semi-annual tank tightness testing, which is actually it's actually twice as often as what we're required to do by law, this semi-annual tank tightness testing. So I think by looking at all of these things at one time, and then we've got a bunch of other things, we monitor below for the monitoring wells in the under the lower access tunnel. We check those every month to make sure there's not fuel sitting on the surface, right? Because the fuel would rise to the top. So we check those every month. We do, drinking water analyses. We do groundwater analyses. We do soil vapor monitoring analyses. And all of these things work together to help us detect if there were an unscheduled fuel movement that was being released to the environment.
And you mentioned the tank tightness testing. When was that first pilot test for tank tightness testing?
That was in late 2008, I believe, is when that was first done.
And when did the Navy then implement the tank tightness testing?
Started doing every other year tank tightness testing in 2009. We switched to annual tank tightness testing in 2014. And in 2019, we started doing semi-annual tank tightness testing. And that's to stay ahead of the regulatory requirements, actually.
And what is planned in the future to detect these slow chronic releases?
So we're in the middle of working on, and we just got funding approval for that sort of thing to get the same. Right now, when we do semi-annual tank tightness testing, we have a contractor come out every 6 months, and he'll conduct a tank tightness testing in the tank, and that's typically done. They'll do 5. They insert this precision mass detection instrument in the bottom of the tank, and they watch it for 24 hours, and then they repeat that same test 5 times, and that goes off to an independent third-party testing lab or a certification lab on the mainland, and they'll look at that and confirm that the tank is not releasing any more than that 0.5 gallons per hour. Okay, so what we're trying to do now is have that equipment available on site and installed all the time so that we can conduct that type of testing more frequently.
Great. And we had talked a little previously about the ATG and the AFHE systems. If one of those systems, if an alarm is triggered, is there a process or anything to shut off or isolate a tank or a pipeline from the system?
Yeah, so a couple things about that. Now, to avoid what happened in 2014, the control room operator is required to contact the fuel director or the deputy fuel director immediately to let them know that an alarm is occurring. if we need to isolate the tank, we've got at least two, in some cases, three valves that can be remotely operated to shut the tank down, to isolate the tank.
Moving on a little bit different topic, what are we doing to respond to the risk identified in the QRVA to help the Navy make operations at Red Hill more environmentally protective?
So one of the things we talked about are the importance of, or the nozzle configuration is important to risk. So one of the things that was identified in that risk assessment is we can't, a human being cannot fit inside a small nozzle. And when I talk about a small nozzle, that's the portion of the pipe that's between the bottom of the tank and the first isolation valve. So kind of imagine an elbow type thing, right? So in order to eliminate that small nozzle, we have to drain the tank to do that. So that's why it's done during the CIR process. And then we've reconfigured the piping with those valves in there so that we only need the one larger nozzle. Now, the reason that is the smaller nozzles are generally 16 to 18 inches in diameter. So you can't fit a person inside there to inspect or repair that. But with the larger nozzle is a 32-inch diameter, which you can fit a person inside there to do that. So it's a better way to just prevent the possibility, reduce the risk of something happen to our smaller nozzles that we're not able to catch or inspect or repair.
I'd like to now pull up, Razan, I'd like to pull up N031 to PDF page 49. And let's scroll down to the bottom. So that's great, thanks. So if we can go ahead and zoom out just a little bit, just so we can capture some of the other bullets up there. During your cross examination with Mr. Frankel, he had mentioned that some of the key assumptions that were made in the QRVA. Can you read that last bullet on the screen there?
Yeah, it says the QRVA model assumes that going forward, 18 RHB FSTs, which is Red Hill bulk fuel storage tanks, will be in service throughout much of each calendar year. This is conservative compared to a realistic account, assuming that each RHB FST must be inspected once every 20 years.
And how many tanks of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage tanks are in service at this time?
14.
Okay. Now I would like to pull up B-216. And I'd like to go to the Red Hill instance tab of B-216. And I'm also kind of referring to in your testimony too. In your testimony, one of the releases was release number 40, which was a release in 1998 from tank 7. If we can scroll through there to around 1998 timeframe in there. Great. Commander Frame, do you see a release that is identified in this table for tank 7 around 1998?
You know what? I don't. I can't see the whole table, but I don't see that.
Okay. And that's right. So this table, just so everyone's clear, it is sorted by date. At this time, it's sorted by date of the Red Hill release instance tab, and we were in the range of from 19 on the screen now is 1983 through 2008, all the releases that occurred during that time frame. So next I would like to go on this same table to that 2008, those two, which are on line 63 and 64. And those two were also kind of brought up and discussed. Did you base your conclusion that this is a double counting of a release based on that these two rows contain the exact same notes across the entire section? I'll go ahead and have Rosanna, if you can go ahead and scroll over and so we can look at all the different columns. Again, we're on 63 and 64. And so the question is, Commander Frame, is did you base your conclusion on that these are the same based on these notes sections, that being exactly the same?
That's what it appeared to me.
Great. Now we'll go back, scroll to the other side again, back to the beginning. I'm going to go to, we're going to be discussing the release 49 from the table, which is a report reported from tank 10 at 1996. So if we can make sure that we have the 1996, again, we're on the Red Hill release incidents tab. And we are now showing the dates of all reported leases between 1983 and 2000. Commander Frame, do you see a release reported here from tank 10 in 1996 on this table?
No, I don't.
I would also like to now pull up B233. And we're going to be going to the page what's marked as BWS 028529. Let's actually scroll up one more page to the previous page. Commander Frame, do you agree that this is a pre-final inspection report from tank 10 in 1996? Is that correct?
It appears that way. It's kind of hard for me to read, but I think generally speaking, oh, there we go. Yeah, it appears that's the case.
Okay, so great. So let's go ahead and go to that next page, BWS 028529. And if we notice on the comment section, we go and blow up the comment section. So again, this is for tank 10. So the comments there, it says 060 porosity and weld appears to be leaking. And so, Commander Frame, what I'm going to ask you here, where is that comment located on the tank? So where is that, where it needs to be repaired? Because there's porosity in the well and appears to be leaking. Where is that repair located?
0922.
So 060. So you can go ahead and go to scroll up a little bit to so you could see the. Do you see where 060 is located?
Oh, that's in the upper dome. Yeah.
And is there any fuel in the upper dome?
Not typically, no.
Okay, I'd like to now pull up N-107. Can you go ahead and scroll down? Stop. No, keep going, keep going. Right there is great. And so this is in relation to the release number 70 in regards to tank 19. The question here is when was the fuel last in tank 19?
Well, according to this document, the tank was last used in December of 1986.
Great, thanks. Let's go ahead and go back to B-216. And again, we're on the Red Hill release incidents. So Razan, what I would like you to do, if possible, I'd like to have you give Commander Frame the ability to scroll through. And I'd like, Commander Frame, can you take a look on this table and identify all the releases that are reported for tank 3?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I don't think we were able to. You'll have to just scroll through.
Okay.
And take a look. So this is again the table of all the reported releases. Can you look on the table and tell me how many releases have been from tank 1? I'm sorry, from tank 3.
Okay. It looks like there's one in
what year was that?
49, it looks like 1949.
Okay. And do you see any other from tank 3 if you scroll down?
If I can just do this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't see. I think just that one is all I saw.
One. That's all I was able to locate also. How about for Mr. Frank also stated that discussed tank 11 was overdue for inspection. How many releases are reported in this table for tank 11?
Okay. Oh, looks like 1980. I think just that one in 1980.
That's all I've noticed too. Last question here too. Can you go through the table one more time and let me know how many reported releases on this table are from tank 4 or tank 8?
Yeah, I don't see any for either one of those.
No further questions, thanks.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I have a few questions, Hearings Officer Chang.
Okay.
Just to clear up the record, Commander Frame, Are you aware that the Navy produced documents in connection with this proceeding?
Yeah, yes.
And was it just a small number of documents, or was it a considerable number of documents?
I would say considerable is an understatement.
Okay. And in connection with preparing the quantitative risk and vulnerability assessment that Ms. Minot showed you Exhibit B216 for, when was that prepared?
Oh boy. Well, the report was completed in November of 2019, so sometime before then. I don't have an exact date, but
okay. And we're currently in 2021, correct?
yes, you're correct.
So it's not inconceivable or unreasonable to expect that the Navy provided additional documents in connection with this proceeding that were not available for ABS to consider when they put together their risk calculations. Does that sound accurate?
That's certainly a possibility.
And in all likelihood, it's not inconceivable that in connection with preparing for this proceeding, additional releases were identified that ABS simply didn't have the access for, correct?
You know, I guess I don't necessarily agree with that. I think we gave them as much as we could find. We did not, I would say we probably didn't give them the weld defects because we didn't view those as potential releases, and I still don't. And so yeah, I think that's a bit of an overstatement, I guess.
But it is true that we would have access to documents in this proceeding, given just the date and time and the inspections that have happened between 2018, 2017, when the ABS risk report was performing its calculations until now, that ABS did not have when they prepared that table.
Yeah, there's probably more information. I'm not sure. We could have certainly provided more information. I'm not sure how much value that additional information would have added to them.
Okay.
Would have added. That's I think that's fair.
And then I'm going to bring up real quick, just again to clarify the record. This is the Exhibit 233, B233 that we had spoken about previously, and you know, this is the page that I showed you, which is a different page than Ms. Minot. And then this is Exhibit 204, and this is the confirmed suspected release documentation that we went over, and we discussed how this confirmed or suspected release could have been found after a leak. Isn't that correct?
That's possible, yeah.
And we also talked about how this release was found in the soil. Is that correct?
That's what this form indicates. That's correct.
Right. And then for that to have happened, it would have had to gone through the steel liner. Is that correct?
Assuming it was from the tanks, yes, I think that's a fair statement.
And through the grout?
Possible, yes.
In through the cracks in the concrete? Correct?
Yes, I believe I see your point.
Bypassing the gunite.
Or penetrating the gunite, yes.
Correct. And making it into the soil.
Into the basalt rock, I think is probably a better.
Okay, but the subsurface environment outside of the tank structure.
Sir, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Frankel, any further questions?
Sure. Thanks. You know, you were just asked about tank 11, there being just one release in 1980 based on the spreadsheet. Do you recall that? You looked at that?
Yeah, believe that's, yep.
And that release was 25,628 gallons. Is that right?
I honestly can't remember the number, but you could be right. I didn't make a note of that at the time.
Okay, let's take a note of it. Let's look at that. And this, I don't know how anybody reads the screen. Oh boy. Oops. Can you? Oh, it disappeared here. Can you see that line 45? The release 25,628 gallons. Can you see? Is it too small?
Yeah, it's too small. I'm sorry, I can't read that. I don't have my reading glasses with me, so.
Let's see if I can. Let's keep going bigger. Can you see it now? Still too small?
Is that 45F? Is that what that is? Cell 45F?
Cell 45F. Yeah, release there, 25,600. Can you see that now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you don't know, by the way, where those 25,628 gallons went, do you?
Without having to look at the records, I'm assuming that's an unscheduled fuel movement. Where it went, how it got out of the system, I really can't comment on that because our records are so sketchy back then. Those tank history forms that you referred to earlier, they don't have the level of detail that we had when we had the incident in 2014.
Okay. Now, when you do inspections, one purpose of an inspection is to find out if there's any corrective action that you need to take because, for example, there's a through hole that needs to be fixed. That's one of the purposes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And another purpose is to take protective measures because the metal may have been weakened through corrosion and you need to take measures because of that corrosion or what have you that's weakening the metal, correct?
I don't know if I'd use the term weakening. I would use the term thinning. We look at that pretty closely.
Okay, so just the fact that you may not have any recorded release in, for example, tank 11, since it released 25,628 gallons, that doesn't mean that there aren't preventative measures that need to be taken because of metal thinning, for example, correct?
Yeah, that's the whole point of our preventative maintenance program. Yep.
And that's why they ask. That's why the current schedule calls for it to happen at least once every 20 years.
Yeah, it depends on the tank inspector that certifies that is usually a professional engineer, and he will certify that for the tank for an additional amount of time, and typically it's 20 years. That's correct.
And there's been no certification for tanks 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or 12, allowing for them to avoid inspection for more than 20 years, correct?
And to my knowledge, no, that has not occurred.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Page, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Commander Frames, thank you for hanging in there. This is probably getting close to the last series of questions. I wanted to understand generally the opinion that you are offering in your testimony when you showed the chart of the release incidents that are from 1988. So I'm looking at that list and the chart of those incidents. But generally, and before getting into the questions, let me try to be very clear and ask that we keep in mind the distinction between a release of fuel or unscheduled fuel movement and a release that results in fuel getting into the environment. Okay? So coming back to your chart, you picked 1988 till the present. For what reason? Why did we start from 1988?
There were sections of the Clean Water Act that began in 1988 that then this is my understanding. I'm not a regulatory, expert, but my understanding is that in 1988 is when the Clean Water Act had certain provisions added to it that regulated underground storage tanks. And prior to that, they were not regulated, sir.
All right, thank you. So you're addressing every reported leak or documented leakage from 1988. Was that your intention? There's these 15 reported events.
That's correct, sir. It's just like, I mean, it would take there's certainly a lot of work that's gone into looking into all these reported releases or records that indicate potential releases, but I focused on those ones that had occurred since 1988.
Okay, so generally, except for the 2014 event, are you proposing to state that there have been no releases of fuel that have gotten into the environment, again, other than perhaps the 2014 Tank 5 event?
Sir, after looking at this pretty carefully, I'm reasonably confident saying that. Not to say there couldn't be some different interpretations, but those are my interpretations. Yes, sir. Now, I understand that there were documents identifying releases, but I'm saying that those releases, although they were identified after 1988, the releases themselves did not occur since prior to 1988. There is one on there that's still a little bit fuzzy, but it all comes back to me. To me, it all comes back to the fact that if you've had a release and then a tank passes its tank tightness test, I don't understand how that can happen unless it's an extremely small volume, because tanks won't fix themselves. We have to go inside there and fix them. And so that's kind of what really solidifies it in my mind, is that, if you've got a reported release of whatever volume and you go there, you inspect the tank and you can't find anything, then that release either occurred in the past, since before the tank was repaired, or there was some other abnormality there. That's kind of how I interpret that. Okay,
and a lot of the individual items in the chart have date references, and they're separated by quite a number of years, and I'm just puzzled by that. And we may not need to spend the time to go into each individual one, with the understanding that you are saying, from your review of the documentation, you don't consider that those events, identified so-called releases, are events that resulted in fuel getting into the environment.
No, sir.
Okay. Again, generally, I understand it has not been identified as to where the 27,000 gallons from tank 5 ended up.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
But that, let me describe it as a significant asserted event of release. And from your recent answers, apparently the release incident in 1980 regarding tank 11 involved a quantity of release similar, 25,000 gallons.
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that from what we know, the two most significant events of possible release are those two, the 1980 release and the 2014 release?
That's certainly one of them that's up there. I don't know. I mean, I can't comment on volumes so much, but I think that's a fair assessment, or at least they're similar in magnitude, very, very close to the same magnitude.
And for the 1980 release, there wasn't, I presume, the degree of investigation as to what happened and
No, sir.
or documentation. So we don't know much about what happened with that release.
No, sir, not at all. Not anything close to like 2014. We've got all kinds of records for that release and what that looked like and how those estimates came about. And but the 1981, again, that was before the EPA Clean Water Act regulations related to underground storage tanks were enacted. And my understanding is we just didn't pay attention to that type of stuff to the level of detail that we do now, unfortunately.
Okay. Do we know how long evidence of petroleum product that gets into the environment, into the soil, into the water, how long they will exist?
Sir, that's a great question. And I think our environmental experts would be much more suited to answer that. But they've done a lot of research in that area. So I would defer that. I don't really feel qualified to answer that, sir.
Okay, so that question kind of came up with regard to one of the listed releases in your chart, where there was a comment that that tank last had diesel. I think it's in release number 65. And that the tank was empty during 94 to 98. So for there to be a reported 98 release, it's puzzling, right? If it was empty,
yes, sir. Yeah.
Product. But then even the product, it might.
Yeah, it depends on whether, because that tank, and I think I'm familiar with this one because I've looked at it pretty closely. That had Navy special fuel oil in at one point, Navy distillate in at one point. It had diesel fuel marine, Navy diesel fuel marine in at one point. And I think if my memory serves me correctly, the diesel fuel marine was last in that tank in 1994. So it is possible that one could have occurred, either before or after 1988. I mean, if it, yeah, I guess I have to concede that fact, sir.
Okay. Let's talk a moment about the concern over possible chronic low quantity releases. Some questions were asked of you about the possibility of 5,803 gallons being released in a year. And you said, no, that would be unacceptable to the Navy, though you felt there was no evidence that it actually occurred. And I was trying to get a sense of how much fuel we are talking about. And 5,803 comes out to about a gallon a day per tank. So I took the 5,803, I divided it by 18 tanks, I think. Came out to 322 gallons per tank per year, and that's less than a gallon a day. Now, you have said that your tank monitoring system can detect movement of fuel more than 1/16 inch. And I just wanted to ask you, do you have a sense of how much quantity we're talking about?
Sir, I should have those numbers memorized, but I believe that 1/16 of an inch is about 300 gallons. But what I will tell you is the fact that when we do our tank tightness testing, we can get down to, a gallon, a half a gallon per hour. So that would identify that. If it was a gallon a day, we would identify that in, that would be we can identify a gallon every 2 hours. So a gallon per day would be, I think we would be able to see that. I think I'm thinking about that the right way.
No, it's less because a gallon a day would be.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I mean, the other thing is like that's the tank tightness testing is one thing. The automatic tank gauging thing is another thing. The soil vapor monitoring will detect, and we saw this in the 2014 release. We saw spikes in soil vapor monitoring following that release, right? So we can see that the drinking water monitoring, the groundwater monitoring, like all these things work together to help us identify these releases. So it's not just one system. It's all of these things working together, and we're trying to improve on each one of those systems to make it even better now.
Okay. Another question area. You had mentioned that Novolock epoxy.
Oh, yes, sir.
I was just curious. I know that you all are looking into alternatives. And is it an alternative to use an epoxy type of component?
So
the entire tank, not just the bottom of the tank.
So we had actually identified that in our initial to a decision document, and we started testing that. The problem is that with that epoxy, it protects the inside of the tank, but it doesn't address the concerns with backside corrosion. So that's the part that, the part of the steel liner between that's in contact with the concrete. We can't really do that there. We can coat the front inside the tank, but generally, as long as the tanks have fuel in them, if you think about your car engine, as long as the tanks have fuel in them, you don't have to worry about interior corrosion. And we coat that bottom barrel because of those issues I talked about with seawater long ago, but we don't have those problems today. So the Novolac epoxy works great, but I don't think it necessarily addresses the problem on the backside corrosion problem.
Is that epoxy confirmed as being compatible with the storage of fuel?
Yes, sir, very much so.
So why can't you run the epoxy up the entire barrel?
Oh, we could, but again, that's only addressing corrosion on the inside of the tank. It doesn't address the corrosion on the backside of the steel plate between the concrete. Yeah, so that's the problem.
No, I understand that, but I am envisioning the epoxy would itself serve as a membrane to hold the fuel.
Mm-hmm. We have tested that. I believe that I can't even remember when that was completed, but we did a report at Naval Expeditionary and Engineering Warfare Center, and we looked at that. Like if you and they would drill a hole in a piece of metal, and they would coat that plate with epoxy, and then they would cycle the pressure in and out of that tank and see if that epoxy could resist. Sort of replace the metal as a hydraulic barrier, and it wasn't. It was they didn't feel comfortable using that approach.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any follow-on questions from everyone, from others?
I had a couple follow-up questions. Here's Officer Chang.
All right. Did the Navy have some?
No, I had said I had no other questions.
All right, Mr. Brown, please go ahead.
Sure. I just want to make sure we heard you right, Commander Frame. So you had indicated that the fuel handling equipment at a tank could detect a change in level of 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
That's the fidelity, yes, sir. About the thickness of a nickel.
And what is the fuel movement alarm? When does that go off to spur action?
I believe that is. Let me think about this now. There's a 1/2 inch one, and then there's it depends on whether fuel is being moved or fuel is not being moved. If fuel is being moved, it's a 1/2 inch.
And if fuel is being moved, do these level sensing equipment work like you're saying they do?
Yeah, there's the larger tolerance, but they continue to work. Yeah.
So it's just a more variability. More fuel could be lost if fuel is moving in or out of the tank.
Certainly possible. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the alarm, I guess I should say the alarm is the alarm is set different, mostly because when there's turbulence inside the tank, you can get a lot of false alarms in there if that tolerance is set too low.
Right. And we talked a little bit about tank tightness testing.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it true that even if a tank tests tight, if it is leaking below that threshold, it can release thousands of gallons per year?
If you're only relying on the tank tightness testing itself, that is true. However, as I've indicated before, with all of those systems working together, I don't believe you'd be able to lose that much fuel without detecting it.
Thank you, Commander Frame. That's all I have.
Anyone else have questions?
I do.
All right, Mr. Frankel.
So you were asked about whether I may have misheard the question, but about leaks of a certain magnitude. You talked about 1980, 25,000 gallons or so, and then 2014. Now, was there a release of a similar magnitude in 1971?
I don't. I'd have to look at I have to look at your charts to figure that out. I don't remember. I mean, I don't have all those releases memorized.
Okay. What about 1949? Was that a significant release?
I'm trying to remember which tank that was, but I mean, to me, they're all significant.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. And did the Navy detect petroleum products in our groundwater below the Red Hill tanks prior to the 2014 spill?
Not petroleum products, I would say. Well, my understanding, and that's more of an environmental question, but my understanding, there were byproducts. So the microorganisms in the soil that naturally degrade a natural product like petroleum emit byproducts from their off-gassing or whatever like that, and that's what we detected. That's my understanding, but you'd have to confirm that with the environmental folks.
Okay, but that suggests that some spills, we don't know which date, but prior to 2014, escaped from the facility and went down into the environment, into the groundwater, correct?
I don't know if we have evidence of the groundwater, or I don't have knowledge of that. That's an environmental question, really.
Okay, I thought I read this one to you, but maybe I didn't. Exhibit B8, which says which is from 2007, three groundwater monitoring wells were installed within the lower access tunnel of the facility, and samples from each have consistently detected petroleum dissolved in the groundwater beneath the site. Does that sound familiar to you?
That's not my understanding.
Huh.
I mean, that might be what the report says, but again, I'm not an environmental person. You'd have to bring that up with them. I don't really feel qualified to answer that. I mean, it might be what the report says. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Page, anything?
No questions.
Okay. Commander Frame, thank you very much. Appreciate your help with this.
Thank you, sir.
All right, let's go off the record for a moment and plan for the next witness.
Oh, yes, sir. Our next witness the Navy's going to present is Mr. Kurt Stanley. I did send an email last night that we can call Mr. Donald Panthen on Thursday. So we can finish up with Mr. Stanley today.
Okay. Do you all want to break, 10-minute break, something like that?
Yeah, yes, sir. I think our court reporter probably needs it too.
I'm sure. Okay. We'll see you in about 10 minutes, 2:55. All right. Okay, I think councils are present. So we have everybody we need. Who is going to be handling the examination for the Navy on with regard to Mr. Stanley?
I will.
Okay. Let's go on the record. Mr. Stanley, thank you for being here and helping us with this. Let me ask you to take your oath at this time.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Riddle.
Thank you. Mr. Stanley is a professional geoscientist and a hydrogeologist with GSI Environmental, a subcontractor to AECOM Technical Services, which collects environmental data and conducts environmental analyses at Red Hill. He has worked in the environmental investigation and remediation field for 43 years. Mr. Stanley, could you please tell us what has been your focus at Red Hill since you started working on this project in 2017?
Sure. My focus since I started in 2017, along with my colleagues at GSI and AECOM, is to help the Navy utilize state-of-the-art technologies in investigating and evaluating subsurface conditions beneath Red Hill and in the surrounding area.
Thank you. You have testified about the impacts to the groundwater aquifer underneath the tanks at Red Hill. Could you summarize for us what those impacts are?
Sure. Could you bring up the first?
Yes, one moment, please.
Exhibit?
Is it visible?
Yeah, some of it's cut off, but.
This is from the direct testimony of Curtis Stanley and the attached facility environmental report. This is page 242 of the PDF file. And apologize, I just. Sorry about that. There we go.
Here we go.
I have a hard copy. Is there any reference, any way to get to it on the hard copy?
Yeah, one moment. Let's see. It is figure B1. Groundwater concentration graphs. It is. I apologize. I'm not sure if it is in which appendix it is. Is this, sorry, Mr. Stanley, is this appendix B of the FER or is it still
Yes.
in the main body? All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact page.
In the set of groundwater concentration graphs that look about like this with several rows of analyte
I see it. Yeah.
graphs. It's the one with RHMW 2254-01 at the top. It's the first page in that set.
I found it. All right. Thank you very much. Got it.
Okay, thank you. So let me explain this graph real quick, or these series of graphs. RHMW 225401 is actually the groundwater in the pump area where Red Hill Shaft is pumping. So that's the water right before it goes into the pumps at Red Hill Shaft. And if you look at all these chemicals on the y-axis, where on the left side, you see TPHG, that's TPH gasoline, TPHD is TPH diesel, TPHO is oil range, and then you've got benzene, ethyl, benzenes, toluene, and xylenes and naphthalenes. And so what these are is there are various chemicals that the DOH has developed screening levels for in the environment. And that's what these EALs are, these environmental action levels. So like I said, they're risk-based screening levels. And if you exceed one of those risk-based screening levels, and that could be in groundwater, it could be in soil vapor, it could be in soil. If you exceed that, then that means there's a potential threat to human health and the environment, if I paraphrase DOH correctly. But in addition to that, just because you exceed that doesn't mean that there's a threat. What DOH says, it might require further investigation. If you're below that blue line for each of those chemicals, what that means is there's no perceived threat to human health or the environment. So like I said, this is the water from Red Hill Shaft, the groundwater at Red Hill Shaft. And as you can see over time, which is on the x-axis, the EALs have never been exceeded. So the point I'm trying to make here is that groundwater at Red Hill Shaft is safe. It continues to be safe. And the same is true for Halava Shaft with BWS. You know, if you look at their analyses and what they purport, their water is safe as well.
Thanks. Could you just for the basics, could you explain what Red Hill Shaft is and does?
Sure. Red Hill Shaft is one of several water supply wells for the Navy, and it's not actually a well. It has a water supply tunnel that extends across the water table, and water flows into that tunnel at the water table and is directed towards the pumping room where all the water pumps are, which pumps it up, you know, into the Navy infrastructure. And the same thing is similar for Halava Shaft. And that's why they're called Maui wells, and that's why they call it shafts. So there's actually these shafts or water tunnels that extend along the water table, gather groundwater as it flows in at the water table or slightly below it, and then directs that to be pumped out at the pumping rooms to wherever the infrastructure takes it.
And is some of the water that it supplies used as drinking water?
All the water, well, so for, this is potable water. So both of these wells, the Red Hill Shaft and Halava Shaft is potable water. So it's for domestic use, whether you're drinking it or irrigating your yards or whatever you want to do with it.
All right, thank you.
And that's the other point in all this. You know, we recognize, you know, the sole source aquifer is a critical resource for the people on Oahu, and the Navy utilizes that water just as does everybody else. And the last thing anybody wants to do is impact a drinking water supply. And what we're trying to say here is that supply has been safe and remains safe over time.
All right, thanks. I'd like to pull up. This is figure 3 on page 9 of your supplemental testimony.
Yeah. So there's quite a lot of information to be gleaned from this, and there's a couple things I want to explain to help put some things in context here. If the orange outline is the outline of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. Those black dots are the tanks within the facility. And the round dots that you see, the different colored dots, are monitoring wells. They are groundwater monitoring wells. And there's a difference here between groundwater monitoring wells and soil vapor borings that were used to put vapor probes in to monitor soil vapor beneath the tanks. And let me explain that real quickly. The groundwater monitoring wells are installed vertically down to groundwater approximately 100 feet below the tanks. And they're screened across the groundwater because, like has been said here, fuel is less dense than water. So if there's any contamination, it's going to exhibit itself close to the groundwater surface. So that's why we try to screen and sample groundwater close to the groundwater surface or the water table. Now, the difference here is if you look at some of the testimony and that we've had, the borings that were installed, the near horizontal borings installed beneath the tanks that are now used for soil vapor monitoring purposes, they did see some of those did see contaminated soil. But those borings are something on the order of 10 to 20 feet below the bottom of the tanks. They don't go anywhere close to groundwater. So if there was hydrocarbon indicated in the rock cores coming out of those borings, that hydrocarbon is constrained to that interval, right? So it was found at a depth of 10, 20 feet below the tanks. That is not what was in groundwater. And there's a couple of other things here. The evidence of hydrocarbon in the shallow borings is consistent with our interpretation of the data. So we've got soil vapor monitoring data we've looked at. We've looked at the data from all the borings, and there is certainly indication of hydrocarbon in the basalt beneath some of the tanks, right? No, we're not contesting that. And it's consistent with our analyses. So Hearing Officer Chang, you've talked about where did the 2014 release go. And if you look at some of our studies, especially the natural source zone depletion studies and the holding capacity studies, there's evidence that the hydrocarbon release from the 2014 release, the hydrocarbon from the 2014 release is constrained to approximately 30 feet below the tanks in the basalt. We did not see an indication that that actually impacted groundwater. And there's another thing I want to point out here. If you look at all these wells, the yellow wells and the orange wells are what we call near tank wells. And if you look at the blue wells, those are what we call perimeter monitoring wells. And evidence from groundwater monitoring, we've been doing what's called a long-term monitoring study since 2005 in the groundwater. We do that every quarter. And all of that data, along with the soil vapor monitoring data beneath the tanks, the shallow soil vapor monitoring probes, indicate that there hasn't been a release since we've started this monitoring process. You know, there's no definitive release indicated either in groundwater or in the soil vapor monitoring since we started this process. And then furthermore, none of these groundwater wells that we have here, these monitoring wells, have ever had evidence of what we call free phase hydrocarbon that floats on the water table and could potentially get into a well. There's never been any separate phase hydrocarbon discovered in any of those wells, which are monitored, quite frequently. Groundwater, and so if you look at this orange dot here in the center, there is evidence of some fuel constituents over time in that well, but most of that, and so this gets to an analysis called TPH, total petroleum hydrocarbon, and TPH is sort of a misnomer because it's not necessarily hydrocarbon, it's not necessarily petroleum. What TPH is showing you is what carbon molecules are falling within sort of a carbon range in this analysis. And it doesn't give you a specific chemical like a lot of analyses do, like for benzene, toluene. This just says what are all the carbon molecules that exist in this analysis within a range of carbon. So as an example, TPHG for gasoline might have a carbon range of something like C6 to C10. TPHD might be C10 to C24, and TPHO for oil might be C24 to C40. So jet fuel is a middle distillate, as is diesel. So we're really focused on the TPHD range, the diesel, TPH diesel, because that's the range of carbon that you would expect to see a fuel release. But like I said, just because you see something in TPH, especially at low concentrations, doesn't mean it's fuel related. It could be related to well construction, greases and stuff used on the casing for a well. It could be related to how you sample the well, contaminants getting in from sampling. It could be related to what we call artifacts when it's being analyzed. In the lab, there are certain chemicals like siloxanes in the septa, or there's contaminants in the solvent that's used that can evidence itself as TPH, which is totally unrelated to fuel. And in addition, there are naturally occurring and man-made chemicals that may also cause this to happen. So as an example, there are halogenated hydrocarbons that we see in some of these TPH analyses, something like you might see from a dry cleaner, something like that, totally unrelated to what would be expected from a fuel release. So when we talk about TPH, you've got to be really careful in how you analyze it. And even DOH recognizes that, and in their guidance, they say, especially for low concentrations, if you see this, you ought to take additional steps to further characterize it, just to make sure you know what you're looking at. And that's what we've done. So the bottom line is, we do see evidence of groundwater impacts beneath the tanks, especially at RHMW2, which is that orange one. And there are evidence of impacts in 1 and 3. But to put that in perspective, 2, what we see in 2, maybe 70% of that is what we call polar material. It's from biodegradation of hydrocarbons, or it could be a naturally occurring polar material. In number 1, we see very little fuel constituents, mostly polar material. And then in number 3, we see almost completely degraded material. It's almost all polar with no fuel constituents left. So the bottom line in looking at all this data over the years is the groundwater plume, the constituents in groundwater are confined beneath the tank farm. And there's no indication of fuel constituents in any of the perimeter monitoring wells that are indicated in blue here, or in Red Hill Shaft. And there's 3 reasons that get to this, and we'll probably end up talking about this more. There's a holding capacity of the basalt or any soil beneath a fuel release. And to put that in layman's terms, if you had a bottle of vegetable oil and you had a sponge beneath it, and you turn that bottle up and you start dripping into that sponge, a couple of drips, it's not coming out of the sponge, it's retained in the sponge. A couple more drips, it's still retained. And finally, if you put enough vegetable oil in the sponge, it'll start leaking out. So the amount of oil that's held in that sponge is sort of equivalent, before it leaks out, is sort of the same concept as what we would have for holding capacity. So it's just a scientific fact. All soils, rock, have a certain range of holding capacities. It may vary between different types of rock and different types of soils, but they all have the ability to contain hydrocarbon and absorb it. And then the next part of this equation is what we call natural source zone depletion. And what natural source zone depletion is, it is predominantly the biodegradation of these fuel constituents that are held above the water table in the rock. And so we've done studies at Red Hill to demonstrate that. As a matter of fact, one of those studies is in a peer-reviewed journal. And it's very consistent with what we would expect. And if you think about a compost pile as an example, you put all this stuff in a compost pile and it starts heating up over time. Well, we see the same thing in the basalt beneath Red Hill. We see a heat signature that's indicative of natural source zone depletion, along with some other things that also that back that up. And then finally, the third component of the equation is what we call natural attenuation in groundwater. So as these fuel or hydrocarbon gets to the groundwater, if it gets there, then some of it dissolves. The more soluble constituents dissolve into groundwater. And most of those things are easily biodegradable in groundwater. And the way you evaluate that is called monitored natural attenuation. So we've done that as well. And so what I'm saying is that the combination of the holding capacity of the basalt, the combination with natural source zone depletion in the unsaturated zone above the water table, along with monitored natural attenuation, is serving to basically stabilize the contaminant plume in groundwater and actually cause it to recede over time. I think that's all I want to say there.
Before you ask the next question, Ms. Riddle, you're showing us a supplemental testimony thing. I have Mr. Stanley's testimony. I have his responsive testimony. Where is the supplemental?
That should have been filed on the 19th of January, I believe.
Okay.
I apologize if that somehow didn't make it to you. I can't imagine it, but
I'm only looking at a hard copy, so if you sent it to me digitally, I may have it in another file. Okay, I won't be able to look at it, so I'll have to track it down. If I don't find it, I will send you an email asking you to send it again to me.
okay. Or we can do that right now probably and just make sure it's top of inbox.
Mr. Chang, it was hand delivered in a 3-ring binder on the 19th. If you have a.
Yeah, I have 2 3-ring binders, and I'm looking at the exhibits there, and I don't see one listed for Stanley unless it's not tabbed. Hold on, maybe that's why. It does reference Mr. Stanley, so maybe I just missed it because it was not tabbed, so I added tabs, and apparently I did not see Mr. Stanley. Is it Mr. Stanley or Dr. Stanley? I'm sorry.
Mr.
Right. I now see it. Thank you. Okay, not a problem. I got it.
All right, great. Mr. Stanley,
can I make
go
one
ahead.
point real quick? So when I talk about the holding capacity, natural source zone depletion, monitor natural attenuation, and their ability to degrade hydrocarbons and stabilize anything that gets into groundwater, depending on how much fuel gets in there, we're not saying that that is an allowable release. If something got into groundwater, nobody is saying, that the holding capacity is allowable, that relates to an allowable release rate or anything else. We're just saying the science tells us that these are the properties of the rock and the groundwater and the chemicals within the groundwater.
okay. Can we talk about the differences between the soil vapor probes and the groundwater monitoring wells? And I can bring up a figure if that would be helpful.
No, I talked about that earlier. I mean,
all right.
I don't think you can bring up the figure if you want. I don't know if we need it, but just to put that in perspective, the groundwater monitoring wells are drilled vertically into groundwater that's approximately 100 feet below the tanks, right? And they're screened across the water table. The soil vapor monitoring borings that were installed years ago are near horizontal borings that extend under the tanks and which basically show shallow, they indicate hydrocarbon in the shallow soils beneath the tanks. Or yeah, but it doesn't mean that got to groundwater. So here's a figure showing that if you would like.
And this is on page 15 of your supplemental testimony, the
Right.
same document as before.
So what was done years ago was these basically horizontal borings were installed under the tanks, something with an 11-degree incline or in that area. So they range from basically 10 to 20 feet in depth below the tanks. And when they were installing those borings, they were coring the rock. And in some of those, there was evidence of hydrocarbon or fuel. And across the entire tank field, you know, if you look at all these borings, you know, some of the borings had a stronger indication of hydrocarbon or fuels than others did. And as part of our report, we've shown figures that indicate, you know, where those are beneath the tanks and, you know, what level of residual fuel was in there. And as you can see here, there's a significant difference in the depth from what you would see in one of these borings to groundwater. So you can't equate what you see in a boring, especially with hydrocarbon in the rock, with what you see in groundwater. They're two different things.
All right, thank you. Are there any corrections you'd like to make to the written testimony that you've submitted to this case?
I think I had one more figure on the soil vapor monitoring now.
All right, yeah, we can bring that up. One moment, please. This is from page 26 of your supplemental testimony.
Yeah.
Figure 9.
So this is from the soil vapor monitoring wells beneath the tanks. And if you look at the top, you see the color that indicates the concentrations that were detected, you know, at various times for various tanks. And on the left side, so this was with a photoionization detector, and the Navy's been doing this on a monthly basis, and you can see the concentration ranges on the y-axis. But what this shows you is prior to the 2014 release, you know, there's a couple little blips and stuff in there, and that might be within natural variability. But right at the 2014 release, those concentrations shot way up. So this graph tells you a couple things, that if you look at the purple line, which is tank 5, those concentrations shot up to 450,000 ppb. Very high concentration, clearly indicative of a release. And as a matter of fact, there's a red line that's sort of buried behind that. You saw evidence of high concentrations in that tank and significantly less concentrations in other tanks at Red Hill. So what this says is soil vapor monitoring can be a very effective technology for assessing releases at Red Hill. And as a matter of fact, while this happens, while they currently do monitoring on a monthly basis, we're working closely with DOH and EPA and U of H to develop a pilot program to do this on a continuous basis beneath Red Hill. And that pilot program is being discussed with the agencies, like I said, right now, and we hope to get that underway in the near future. And it's going to tell us a lot. Not only can we use it for leak detection, but we can use it to assess what's going on with some of these residual fuels. So as an example, if you look at that purple line on the left after the 2014 release, you see the concentrations have gone down significantly over time. And that's a result of this natural source zone depletion we've talked about. If there was no depletion in the subsurface, that would just be a horizontal line across the graph. But you can see all this is degrading, the concentrations are depleting, just, you know, related to what we would expect for natural source zone depletion.
All right. Is there anything else you want to go over?
No, not
from your
there.
direct? All right. Then are there corrections that you'd like to make to the written testimony? You
Yeah, there are
submitted?
a few, please.
All right, I'm going to start with PDF, excuse me, PDF page 25 of your direct testimony. Excuse me. In footnote 3 on page I of the facility environmental report that's attached to your testimony, after the text I've highlighted here, which reads, the laboratory reported elevated TPH in, and I'm actually going to zoom in on that to make sure people can see it. After that highlighted text, you would like to add the phrase, 3 samples from RHMW05 after it was installed, paren, below EAL since 2010, close paren. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. On page,
Again, please.
yes.
The insert.
The insert, yes. He would like to insert the phrase 3 samples from RHMW05 after it was installed, paren, below EAL since 2010, close paren.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think if there's a bunch of these, and I don't mind going through them, but could you send them to us in writing as well, so that'd be easier? Thanks.
Yeah, there are 3, and I was going to ask if you'd like us to submit just an updated version that incorporates these 3 corrections after the hearing, Mr. Chang.
Yeah, that would be good for everyone.
Thank you. All right, page 42 of the PDF, which is page 12 of the facility environmental report. And the highlighted text reads, to monitor quantities of water deeper in the aquifer, paren, not aquifer chemistry, close paren. Mr. Stanley, you'd like to add the words, quote, and a few early samples from RHMW05, paren, subsequently identified as lab artifacts, close paren. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's consistent with the prior one as well.
All right. And then finally, on page 3 of the supplemental testimony, I've highlighted this parenthetical, which reads, as well as in RHMW01 and RHMW03. And that second well reference, RHMW03, should actually be RHMW02. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Chang, we would like to present Mr. Stanley for cross-examination now.
Thank you very much. For the board, who will be examining Mr. Stanley?
I will, Hearing Officer Chang.
Please proceed, Ms. Gannon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Stanley. Thank you for joining us and answering some questions. I represent the Board of Water Supply and had some discussions that I'd like to have with you about your testimony and your supplemental testimony. First off, just as a background matter, you were just discussing with Ms. Riddle, and you have in your written testimony that you have a background both in education and in training in geology and hydrology. Is that correct?
Geology and hydrogeology and a little bit in engineering.
Okay. Do you also have experience in the study of corrosion?
I've had experience with it, but I never studied it.
Okay, so you haven't had any educational training or specific training in it?
No, ma'am.
And how about in the studies of like metals? Have you experience or education in training in that area?
I had a course on materials engineering a long time ago, but that was it.
You wouldn't consider yourself an expert in that area?
No, ma'am.
Most of my college courses, I wouldn't consider myself an expert either, so I appreciate that. How about with regard to tank integrity? You have education and training in that area?
I have some experience with that in my prior lifetime, but no formal education in that regard.
How about tank tightness testing?
Again, I have some experience with that, but no formal education. I wouldn't be an expert in that.
How about risk assessments?
I do have experience with risk assessment, but mostly related to human health and the environment, not so much from an engineering standpoint.
So would you consider yourself an expert in like engineering risk assessments?
I would not consider myself an expert in engineering risk assessment. I know, I have experience with some factors related to that, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert.
Okay, so in your testimony, when you're talking about the requirements of the AOC and how the Navy's complied with them and what the agency's response has been and what this all means in this proceeding, what's the basis for your assessment?
I don't understand the question.
So you have testimony that speaks about all of the improvements that have been made as part of the AOC process, for example. You talk about the tank tightness testing. You talk about the benefits of that and all the levels of protection that come from all these different operational measures that are being given. And I'm just wondering, what's the basis for you to be able to assert that you have the experience to say that this is something that can be relied upon and that you've assessed and you can speak to?
Well, I think what I'm saying in my report is that I'm relying on the testimony of others to put into context what the Navy is doing today versus what they were doing in 2017 and prior years.
So, but it would be appropriate for the hearings officer and the Department of Health to actually rely upon the experts who work on that, who are trained in those areas to make those assessments, right? So if they said one thing and you said something else, you'd probably go with the person who has training in that area, right?
Yeah, I'm only saying what I've seen in those reports.
Okay, all right. So that you're just kind of summarizing other people's words.
Yes, ma'am.
Essentially. Okay, I appreciate that. I'd also like to ask you a general question about your involvement in the studies that appear in a reference in your analysis. And you state in your opening testimony on page 3 that you are one of the primary authors of all the reports submitted under the AOC since you were brought onto this project. Is that true?
Well, it is true. We have a group of specialists within GSI and with AECOM, and they're responsible for their technical sections. And then what I and others are responsible for is combining all that together into a cohesive report.
So like when the destructive testing report was submitted in the AOC, you were a primary author of that?
No, ma'am. Okay. Only on the section 6 and 7 reports.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so when you say all the reports, you meant all the reports related to 6 and 7.
Yes,
is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. Then you go on to talk about some of these reports that you worked on. And I assume those are the ones that you're saying that you're a primary author on. So one of those was the conceptual site model. Can you explain to us, we had a discussion this morning with Commander Frame about some of the problems with models, right? Is that it's kind of garbage in, garbage out, right? So they're only as reliable as the data that's used to make them. Is that your understanding?
Right, but I think you're misinterpreting what the conceptual site model is. It's not a numerical model or a mathematical model. What the conceptual site model is, it's a compilation of everything related to the site that we have. So topography, geology, hydrogeology. And what we do is we take all the information we've gleaned from the investigations we've done in the subsurface and describe that and integrate that into the conceptual site model. And the other thing I would say about a conceptual site model is they're what I call evergreen. So they continue to improve over time. So as we get more information about the geology, as we get more groundwater information or contaminant information, then over time, we will continue to improve that conceptual site model. So it's really the basis for everything we do at the site.
Sure, totally understand that, but it still has to rely on data, right? Like, so when you're talking about, there's things about like groundwater movement, that's mathematical data. There's also data that goes, as you said, the geology, the surface, that's still data, right? So So if you had, let's say you put in the wrong numbers for the groundwater measurement, that would impact the quality of the model, right? I mean, I'm not suggesting that you did. I'm just saying if there was a mistake made in some of the data that was relied upon, that would affect the quality of the model. Is that right?
That's possible, but we don't look at just any one, not just one data point. We look at data points all around to make sure that, does this really make sense? Because from time to time, you're right, there might be, you know, there might be a problem with what a lab did or with what was done in the field, and we try to put that in perspective.
No, yeah, completely understand. But my point is, so the data, you know, is really important. Like you have to see the data to be able to testify to this and to say this model is a good representation of the data that we've gathered and our conclusions that we've made and all of the things that you're testifying to about how the site, the subsurface of the site works. Like you have to know that that data is good, right?
Yes.
And so you had to have looked at it at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The same would be true for the groundwater flow model, right?
So that's
This is another one you were a primary author on, I think, according to your testimony.
Well, Dr. Panday was the primary author, but I was one of the authors. But that's a different type of model. That's a numerical model. It's not related to what you would have. Well, it's related to the conceptual site model, but it's not the same thing. The conceptual site model is integrating what we know about the site, and that information is then becomes part of the numerical groundwater flow model that Dr. Panday and others developed.
So again, though, then this would be maybe even more applicable to what Commander Frame was worried about is if you have garbage data in, you'd get a garbage model out. Is that right?
Yeah, and I'll give you a good example of that. We had two modeling sequences here. We had what was known as the interim groundwater modeling program and then the 2020 groundwater flow model report. And during the interim groundwater flow model study, there was a lot of data that was really iffy because the elevations of the water levels were not up to par. We didn't have good transducer data like we had for the final report. And so a lot of the data that some of the data that we were looking at in the interim model wasn't nearly as precise as what we evaluated for the final groundwater flow model report.
So again, you're very familiar with this data then. You've looked at this data.
Yes, ma'am.
And you can attest to its accuracy and its validity.
We've done everything we could for the water level elevation data. We did a very highly precise, or AECOM did a very highly precise elevation survey for all the wells. They did gyroscopic studies to understand what the three-dimensional aspects of the wells were and a bunch of other things to ensure that we were trying to get the best data we could.
Right. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. It's been one of our difficulties is without that data, it's been hard for us to assess some of this. So that's just one of the things. I just wanted to make sure that you've seen it because I said we've had a hard time because we haven't been able to see the data.
You should have all that data. All the data that we utilized has been provided in previous reports.
There's not the underlying data, the analysis we have seen, but not the underlying data. We've never been able to access that. We've asked for it a number of times, but we've never been able to access it.
The raw data?
Mm-hmm.
As far as I understand, it's in those reports.
All right. Well, we'll have to go through that because we don't have it. But let's go on with our discussion for the moment. So I think you said in your opening testimony that you recognize there's been releases of fuel into the environment at Red Hill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we all know, and we've talked a lot about over the last 3 days, the release from Tank 5 in 2014. But there have also been historic releases. Is that correct?
That's correct. And what I would say is what the evidence from the data we've looked at from the groundwater monitoring wells, from those horizontal wells that were used for the soil vapor probes and for the soil vapor monitoring all indicate that with the exception of the 2014 release, what we're seeing in the subsurface occurred prior to 2005, 2008.
So when those releases happened and both historically and in 2014, I think you just testified to this, and I know it's in your testimony. You recognize it's reached the groundwater.
There are fuel constituents that we continue to see at a very slight level in RHMWO2, some in 1 from time to time, and for those constituents to persist over the time frame that they persisted, we think it's likely that hydrocarbons, some fuel, actually got very close to or into groundwater up gradient of RHMWO2 at some time in the past, not with the 2014 release, but prior to that.
And in order for the fuel to be able to get there historically or in 2014, it would have to have gotten through the liner of the tank, right?
So I can't attest to how it got out of the tank or
No,
the
my
liner.
point is just, no, but my point is if it comes from any of the facility, it would have had to have left the tank and the concrete and the grout and the gunite, right? And then gotten down into the ground.
It somehow, and I don't know, and I don't think anybody knows the exact way, it made its way from the tank, on a holistic basis, if you think about that as the concrete with the steel liner, somehow it made its way from that into the basalt below.
Yeah, it's just, we've had a lot of discussions this week about whether that's possible. And it's just, I think it's helpful that since you have evidence about it being in the environment. So I'm just trying to track it back to show.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that you don't know how it happened. I don't know how it happened, but there's clear evidence it happens. So when you're talking about there's been some constituents that have been observed in the groundwater, that means that they've been observed in the sole source aquifer beneath the tank farm, right?
They've been observed in the groundwater beneath the tank farm. They're very stable. It is part of the sole source aquifer,
right.
But that plume is stable and doesn't appear to be moving, and certainly hasn't impacted any of the perimeter wells.
Okay, but it's part of the sole source aquifer.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. And you said earlier that and I appreciate this, and we're certainly on the same page on this issue, is that there's no release to sole source aquifer that's acceptable. That's what you said, right?
I live over a sole source aquifer, and it's I understand that the same thing that the people in Honolulu have, and it's not acceptable. But what I'm saying is, if you look at the science, the impacts to that aquifer are fairly well constrained beneath the tanks and don't extend to the perimeter wells.
So how much can be released before it becomes considered not to be protective of the environment?
So here's the way I look at that from my risk-based perspective. What I'm most concerned about is an impact to a drinking water supply well, whether it's Red Hill Shaft or Halava Shaft. The last thing I want or anybody else wants is to impact a water supply that people are drinking from. And so while we do have releases that are evidenced in groundwater beneath the tanks at Red Hill, it's clear that those have never impacted either Red Hill Shaft or Halava Shaft. And based on the current conditions, it's clear they never will.
Well, we'll have some discussions about that. But I was just trying to understand, like, how much, so you would consider it protective of the environment unless one of these 14 perimeter wells happen to detect fuel constituents. Is that kind of basically the summation of your assessment?
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is that the thing we are most worried about is an impact to a drinking water supply well. And the past releases that have occurred at Red Hill don't indicate they're stabilized, and there's no indication that they're going to impact an actual drinking water well.
What I'm just trying to get to is the summation, the ultimate conclusion of your testimony is, right, that these are being operated in a way that's protective of human health and the environment. And so what I'm trying to understand is when would that line be crossed? Where is that line between adequately protected and not adequately protected? Is it when the groundwater, the drinking water is impacted? Or is it before that?
Well, I think the Navy's intent is not to have any release. And I'm not saying, like I said earlier, I'm not saying that the holding capacity, the natural source zone depletion is what the Navy should rely on for an allowable release. That's just the science. That's how much the subsurface can attenuate.
Yeah.
As far as I know, the Navy's doing everything they can to prevent these types of releases from occurring.
I completely agree with you that I'm sure the Navy does not want to release fuel. And I don't think they wanted to release it in 2014. I don't think they wanted to release it in 1940s. I don't think that they've ever wanted to release it. But the fact of the matter is it's happened. And so what I'm trying to understand is just to be able to put a real frame around your testimony is where would you say the line is between when it's adequately protective of the environment and when it's not? Where is the risk line for you personally?
So if you look at ASTM and standards called risk-based corrective action, what ASTM does is they look at, is it going to have an adverse impact on the environment or human health? And DOH has the same type of approach. And so what we would do is if it's going to impact human health, it's got to get to a drinking water well where people are exposed to it. Nobody is drinking the water out of one of these monitoring wells. And so
would it be safe to drink the water out of the monitoring wells? Would it be safe to drink the water out of those monitoring wells?
They're not designed to drink from.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, I'm trying to assess what kind of level of impacts we're talking about, what's protective enough of the environment. Would it be safe to drink the water from right under Red Hill?
From all the perimeter wells, it would be, but.
Well, how about from the monitoring wells? Monitoring well 2, we know that's the most impacted. So how about that?
Nobody would ever do that. It's not something that would ever happen.
But I'm just trying to get an assessment of where your level of risk, because you very confidently state that this facility is absolutely being operated in a way that's protective of the environment. And so I just want to understand where that line is for you. When would that line be crossed? Because I think we all agree, right? We don't have to wait until our groundwater or drinking water resources are destroyed, right? So it's someplace short of that. And for us, it's really short of that. But for you, so when you say it's protective of the environment, so again, is it that the plume has to not reach the perimeter wells? Is that good enough?
No, if you look at the standards that most states utilize and the federal government utilizes, called risk-based corrective action, these types of releases happen from time to time at a range of facilities. And it doesn't mean you're going to shut them down. It doesn't mean it's an acceptable thing, but agencies like Hawaii DOH have guidance in place to assess and deal with that if it occurs. And so what we're saying is, just because you've got an impact below the tanks at Red Hill doesn't mean you're going to impact actual drinking water wells or a large portion of the sole source aquifer. It's contained underneath Red Hill.
I understand that's your assessment. So let's just talk a little bit more about the release from 2014. There was the estimate, it's like 27,000 gallons was released. And you just discussed with Ms. Riddle, and it's in your written testimony that you're confident it's all being held in that 30 feet below ground. Is that an accurate assessment of what you've said in your view?
So we have no indication of it impacting any of the monitoring wells we have. And if you look at the natural source zone depletion studies we did with that thermal signature in the monitoring wells within the tunnel, we see that signature indicating biodegradation of fuel up to 30 feet below the tanks. So based on that, it looks like most of that fuel is constrained to, to a 30-foot horizon below the tanks. Now, there could have been some pathways where it got a little deeper, but we see no indication of it having gotten to groundwater.
But have you actually found it in the subsurface?
Well, indirectly, we see the heat signature that's associated with the natural source zone depletion of that material.
But you haven't found it directly?
No, ma'am.
Because we've heard a lot of testimony about all the studies that were done immediately following and all the time subsequent to it. And one of the big efforts was to find the fuel. And my understanding was it was actually never really found. So as you said, that I understand that there's some indirect evidence that you've made some conclusions based upon. Again, we'll talk about those. But no one's found the fuel. Is that right?
Well, we've seen it in two ways. We've seen it in the soil vapor monitoring, and we did chemical analysis of that soil vapor, which is indicative of a fresh release. So we know it's in the vapor below the tanks, in the soil vapor below the tanks. And then indirectly, we see the heat signature generated from the biodegradation of that fuel in the subsurface as part of our studies.
And did you see that heat signature before 2014?
No, we didn't do that study until a couple of years ago.
Okay. Do you have any way of calculating how much fuel was released before 2014 that was found in the subsurface?
No, ma'am.
But you indicate in your testimony that you think it may have even been a greater amount, right? Because you read the numbers as declining, even with the 2014 release added to the subsurface.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
The way I read your testimony is you say that you believe that it wasn't like the 2014 release happened and we saw a big spike in all the constituents in the subsurface, right? That you talk about the declining trend, which would seem to me to indicate that prior to the 27,000 gallons coming in, there must have been a lot more than that, right? Because if it's going to decline even with the addition of 27,000 gallons, and maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but that's the way I'm trying to put it together.
Yeah, I don't see it that way. If you look at the soil vapor probes, that graph I had up there earlier, where you saw that large spike of soil vapor concentrations immediately after the 2014 release, that's what's indicative of that release. And then you see the declining concentrations over time, which is indicative that wherever that release went in the basalt is now degrading in the subsurface.
Okay. And just you talk about the lessons learned from the 2013-14 release, and how all these actions are being taken in response to this. What's the basis of your testimony on that subject?
Just the reports that the Navy is putting out.
Have you seen a root cause analysis that went into the reasons for the leak?
I've seen some documents. I assume you're referring to the 2014 release?
I am, yes.
I've seen some documents that have sort of described what caused that, but I'm just relying on what was published in the Navy documents.
Okay, so again, that your testimony shouldn't really be the testimony we're looking at for that part of the testimony. We really shouldn't be relying on.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert. I'm just, again, my summary of that is evidenced in those documents.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then I want to go on. When you start talking about your work with the AOC and under the AOC, you say to date, neither the EPA or the DOH have alleged that conditions at the facility pose such a risk, if you're referring to, as you define, a risk to public health and the environment, which is a further indication that the facility is safe. My question is, so if the regulators had identified a problem, either with like the documents that you had submitted or with things that were being done as part of the AOC process, would that factor into your assessment of whether this is safe or not?
I'm not sure what you're referring to there, what part of my testimony you're referring to.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact quote, but you say to date, neither the EPA nor the DOH has alleged the conditions at the facility pose a risk, which is further indication that the facility is safe. Do you remember that testimony, or do you need me to find that?
If you could find it, that would be helpful.
Okay, that's the whole quote, but I can find it, I'm sure. Hold on a second. Are you seeing my screen now?
I see a Zoom.
Maybe I have the wrong screen. Hold on. Well, I can pull this over here. Can you see it now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that going to be legible to you, or do you need it to be made bigger?
Yeah, if you could, that would be great.
How's that?
That's good.
Okay.
Page 4 of his report.
Of his report? Okay, thank you.
I think that's what you mean.
Actual 4?
Yeah. The very bottom.
Okay. Yeah, so it's in here, and it's right, where is it? It says
Last sentence.
last two. Furthermore, you see it starting there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you just want to read that? So we actually, I was just doing the part here. To date, neither EPA nor DOH have alleged that the conditions at the facility pose such risk, which is further indication that the facility is currently safe. That was your testimony. Do you still agree with that testimony?
Well, if we put it in context with what's above, both DOH and EPA, the AOC reserves both DOH and EPA's authority to take direct or order any and all necessary actions necessary to protect public health, any source of drinking water or the environment, or to prevent, abate, or minimize the actual or threatened release. And to date, I don't think they've alleged that they've needed to do that.
Okay, so but my general question is, so if the EPA and the DOH have found problems with documents under the AOC, would that call into question your view on the safety of the site?
Not necessarily. It would depend on what the specific concerns were.
Okay, well, let's turn to some of the concerns. Let's pull up here is maybe exhibit 75 there. No, not showing up on my screen. Hold on. If we could just take like a 2-minute pause, I'm going to get one of my colleagues who's going to be able to handle these documents better than I to open them up for me. If everyone doesn't mind just taking a second.
Yeah, let's go off record for a couple minutes.
Thank you. I apologize.
No problem. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I think I've got someone who's more competent than I now driving, which is good. So we can go back on the record if you're ready, Hearing
Yes.
Officer Chang. Okay, thank you for the indulgence. Mr. Stanley, so what we've pulled up here is Navy's Exhibit 75, which is the letter from the EPA and the Department of Health dated October 26, 2020. Do you recognize this letter?
I believe I've seen that, yes.
Okay. Can you scroll down? Okay. So first off, I just want to, this is sort of set the frame of what this letter is. So this is the letter where, as the first highlighted sentence says, right, that the regulatory agencies disapproved the submittals that were made. And this is for the TUA document. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see the in the second sentence there, the reasons why the TUA decision document was denied. And maybe you can just read this last sentence.
The sentence that you've outlined in yellow?
Yeah, please.
Okay. The regulatory agencies have determined that the TUA decision document lacks detail, clarity, rationale, and justification to demonstrate that the actions described in the decision document are the best available practicable technology, BAPT in parens, for the tanks and operations at Red Hill facility.
Thank you. So does that impact the way that you feel about the operations and all the improvements and everything that you're relying on to make your conclusion that this facility can be operated in a safe manner?
I don't think that necessarily impacts my conclusions. What it does point to is the need to for the Navy to do a better job of justifying and demonstrating what they're proposing in the TUA is the right course of action.
Because at this point, we don't know if it's the right course of action, right? Because it hasn't been explained or justified or clarified, at least not to the satisfaction of the regulatory agencies who are making the decision about what's necessary. Is that right?
Yeah, I think the regulatory agencies here are saying that we're not saying that what the two aspects of the TUA document are right or wrong. They're just saying that they don't have enough information to make that determination, and they need more information to back that up.
All right. And then if we can just scroll down. And attached to this letter was this attachment A, which goes into more details about this. Can you really read the highlighted portion of the first paragraph?
Could you move that up just a bit, please? There you go. Thank you. The Navy in the proposed TUA decision document has not demonstrated to the regulatory agencies that the proposed alternative is most protective of groundwater and drinking water resources, and other options are either less protective or impractical, and that the proposed alternative adequately mitigates risk.
It actually says the proposed alternative adequately mitigates release risk.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Yeah, so that last statement to me is concerning when we're evaluating the ability to operate this facility in a manner that's sufficiently protective of the environment and public health, because it hasn't been demonstrated, at least to the satisfaction of the regulatory agencies, that this proposed alternative adequately mitigates release risk. Is that a concern to you?
Again, it's not a concern to me right now because the agencies aren't saying it's either not appropriate or appropriate. What they're saying is the Navy hasn't demonstrated that those are the appropriate alternatives, and the Navy needs to do more work to make that demonstration.
Okay. So we had talked about earlier that what you've been involved in really with the AOC process is what's being done under 6 and 7. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just briefly, just to make sure, I don't know that Hearing Officer Chang is as familiar with these sections as the rest of us may be. If you can just briefly say what is done under 6 and 7, what they're meant to address.
So together they're meant to address the subsurface components, the environmental components of what's going on at Red Hill. I believe Section 6 references the investigation and remediation components of that and the modeling, and 7 gets more into the groundwater protection plan and some of these other things. But altogether, what we're doing in these sections is doing the work to assess, we're trying to use the best available technology we can to assess the subsurface conditions and evaluate that to make sure that drinking water remains safe.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's helpful for setting the stage. In my understanding, as I've been monitoring this process, is that there's been a number of issues related, starting off with the scope of the work to be done under this. Is that a fair representation?
I think, I don't know if that was before my time or not, but we have a good working relationship with the agencies and their subject matter experts. And we've even worked with BWS and their subject matter experts. And everybody provides valuable input into what we're doing. And experts may agree or disagree on some things, and that's why we continue to meet and talk about this stuff so we can reconcile and come to some agreement.
Sure. If you can pull up B328 for me, please. What I'm going to have pulled up for us now is the letter that was given to the Navy in response to the initial scope of work for 6 and 7 that was provided.
I'm not seeing that. Oh, there you
I
go.
think it's coming.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. So here it is. And again, for the record, this is the Board of Water Supply Exhibit 328, and it's a letter from the U.S. EPA and the state DOH dated September 15th, 2016. And again, it's a disapproval of the Red Hill Administrative Order of Consent, Attachment A, Statement of Work deliverables under 6 and 7. Are you familiar with this letter?
I think I've seen it. I'm vaguely familiar with it.
Oh, we can walk through it. If we can go down, the letter just to summarize. I mean, you can look at this if you need to, but basically it summarized all the comments that have been made about it, and they have a number of things that they've addressed that were deficient in the initial scope of work. And I just like to quickly walk through these, and we could just talk about how they've been addressed. So the first comment, do you want to read that for me? The comment 1 there that's highlighted, the highlighted part. You don't have to read the whole thing.
Okay, sure. The work described in the work plan is not structured in a manner that supports an iterative and scientifically robust approach for achieving the AOC objective of adequately understanding subsurface conditions to characterize the consequences of releases from the facility. So that's a pretty big deal, right? Like understanding the subsurface conditions to characterize the consequences of release of the facility. That's kind of what the whole purpose of 6 and 7 was, right? That's, in a nutshell, that's sort of the purpose. So the fact that the first scope of work wasn't structured in a manner that supported a scientifically robust approach to this issue was probably a pretty big deal. I can attest to what was going on at that time. I came into the project probably as a result of this to help utilize, I and my colleagues, to work with AECOM and my colleagues there to use the best, state-of-the-art technology in further assessing things. So this is what was happening in 2016. I think we've made a lot of improvements and we've had a lot of work plans since then, most of which have been approved. Yeah, we'll talk about those that come up, but again, if you were involved, if you drafted a work plan and you got this back, this would be a troubling comment, wouldn't it? I would not be happy. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Can we go down to the next one? Okay, if you can just read the highlighted portion of the next one. Sure. The conceptual site, excuse me, my voice is gone. The conceptual site model presented in the work plan is an incomplete representation of existing data and does not adequately acknowledge uncertainty related to the conditions around the facility. And again, understanding and acknowledging uncertainty, that's probably a pretty big factor that has to be taken into to get models and plans in place that you can rely on. Is that accurate? I think that's generally an accurate statement, and that's why in the reports I've been involved with since this time, we have sections that discuss the uncertainty related to the work we've been doing. Okay, let's go down to the next one. Okay, if you can just read 3, please. Number 3? Yeah. The conceptual site model needs to evaluate NAPL. I can explain NAPL real quick. I was about to say, Hearings Officer Chang, would you like to hear a brief description of what NAPL is? We'll probably talk about that several times here.
Yes, thank you. That'd be helpful.
Okay. So NAPL is an acronym for non-aqueous phase liquids. And that's what you have when you have a fuel release that might get into groundwater, right? So the fuel is less dense than water and floats on top of water from a layman's perspective, and it really doesn't mix much. So that's that non-aqueous phase liquid. It's not necessarily dissolving into water. at least most of it's not. So to evaluate NAPL movement in the saturated and unsaturated zones for the purposes of risk characterization.
Okay. So again, understanding NAPL movement is again a pretty big deal when you're looking at this kind of constituent of concern, right?
It is one of the considerations when we're taking everything into account.
Okay. Let's go to number 4, please.
The work plan needs, excuse me, to include a deliverable that adequately describes the existing data available to be used for the modeling effort and assess the adequacy of data to achieve the objectives of the AOC.
It has to be that it has to, and it's found not to adequately describe the existing data available for modeling and to assess the adequacy of the data that's needed. Again, this is a pretty critical part of the work plan, wouldn't you think?
I think so, and that's why the Navy undertook considerable effort to improve the data that was going into the models, the subsequent models after this time.
Okay, let's go down to the next one, number 5.
The work plan does not describe how groundwater flow paths will be determined, since groundwater gradients and groundwater flow directions are not always coincident. And again, as part of our ongoing modeling efforts, we've made a lot of effort to help, describe how all this fits together.
Because my understanding is, particularly with this site and the complexity and and all the different constituents, which again we'll talk about a little bit more. But so understanding the groundwater flow and the gradients is pretty important, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this isn't like a lot of very simple sites. I'm originally from Michigan, and water just kind of flows in one way and like gets in the ground, where it's going. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's a big deal, but it's not like this. I mean, so in this kind of environment and site, this is a pretty essential thing to figure out and make sure you get it right. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And in Hawaii, they have some terminology. They say Mauka to Makai, which in general is flow from the mountains to the ocean.
Right, and I understand is, again, we'll talk a little bit more about this, but then there's all of these other fractures and things. So sometimes things don't just go the way, that you would expect them to as well, right?
Yes, ma'am, and that's called anisotropy, which is mentioned right below.
Yeah. So then let's go down to number 6.
The work plan does not adequately describe how the groundwater flow model will be updated, recalibrated, assessed for sensitivity, and ultimately utilized as a tool to inform future work to be performed. And again, since this time, we have developed additional modeling plans, ways to obtain very precise data. And a lot of that was integrated into the latest flow model that we've reported on.
Okay. And then number 7.
The work plan does not accurately describe how the assessment of attenuation rate of fuel in the Vado zone and saturated zone will be evaluated as part of this effort. And again, we've tried to undertake those assessments in our subsequent reports.
And again, this is a pretty critical factor in making determinations about what's going to happen on this site, right? With all these releases that have happened.
At that time, but like I said, since then, we have undertaken studies to evaluate those types of conditions.
Sure. Well, yeah, again, we'll talk about that. But I can't remember if there's one more. Oh, sorry. And number 8.
The work plan does not sufficiently describe how an adequate sentinel monitoring well network will be established for early detection of contaminants from the facility that may threaten drinking water production facilities.
I think you spoke a little bit about the importance of sentinel modeling, monitoring a few minutes ago and in your report. So we can go on to number 9.
Well, actually, I haven't talked about that yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was just in your written testimony.
Right. I could put that in a little more context for you if you would like.
Sure.
So we have the wells, the near tank wells beneath the tank farm, and we have the perimeter wells. And the intent of the Sentinel monitoring network is to provide an indication if a release occurs, is it going to impact, what's it going to impact? Especially, is it going to impact Red Hill shaft or Halava shaft? So some of the wells, or many of the wells that we put in place, will eventually become part of the Sentinel monitoring network. And that is a component that comes later after we do fate and transport modeling as part of the AOC.
So that still hasn't been done.
No, that effort is slated to be done as part of the AOC after we get some other tasks completed.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a couple tasks away, but it's a pretty critical part of the eventual analysis and conclusions that have to be made, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think that would eventually go in to be part of the groundwater protection plan.
Right. Okay. Let's go on to number 9.
The work plan does not describe how the results of the groundwater investigation and resulting modeling will be used to establish risk-based decision criteria.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about how important that is and to be able to make these sort of risk-based decisions, and you had spoken to that. So I think we all kind of have some sense of what the importance of that inadequacy was.
Yes,
so let's go on to
ma'am,
10.
Sorry to interrupt, but
Oh, no, sorry. Go ahead.
just to put that in perspective, once we have the contaminant fate and transport modeling done, we'll be able to better undertake that component of the effort.
Okay. And that's again a future effort to be undertaken.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 10.
The work plan does not present an adequate process to assess the quality, sensitivities, and potential uncertainties of the current groundwater model that Navy and DLA are proposing to update in order to satisfy the objectives of the AOC. And after that time, we have undertaken the interim groundwater modeling effort, which describes some of that, and the 2020 groundwater flow modeling effort, working with all the stakeholders, including BWS representatives, subject matter experts, the USGS, University of Hawaii, DOH, DLNR. And so we've had discussions with all the stakeholders and have tried to integrate these components into our current modeling effort.
And that interim plan is the one that you talked about, that you found out there was all kind of those mistakes that you had to try to correct in the final one, right?
Well, they weren't mistakes. It was just data that was questionable.
Right. Okay.
And so, like you earlier said, garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah.
I think what that early modeling effort did was help us understand what was really driving some of the, what were some of the key issues related to groundwater flow. And we took that and integrated that into our current modeling effort, which is a multi-modeling approach. We have multiple models we've developed to represent different perspectives from different stakeholders so that we can try to bound what the flow conditions are.
Okay. And then number 11.
The work plan does not adequately describe the content and organization of deliverables, project schedules, and opportunities for regulatory agencies and external subject matter expert review of assumptions and information used to develop deliverables. And like I said, after I became involved, or maybe right before that, we started having groundwater model working group meetings with all the stakeholders. And we continue to have technical working group meetings with the regulatory agencies to talk about the various issues that come into play in the subsurface.
Mm-hmm. So that's in the summation. And again, I realize you weren't the recipient of this letter and you didn't draft this scope of work, but the overall assessment is they really, the agencies really didn't accept any of the major underlying components that are necessary for the deliverables under 6 and 7 to meet the requirements. Doesn't it kind of, isn't that what you take as a totality of this?
I wouldn't say they didn't accept everything. I mean, there might have been some things they accepted. Certainly they had significant concerns as are outlined in this letter. And those concerns are what I and my colleagues at GSI and AECOM and in the Navy have been trying to address in our subsequent efforts.
Okay. And when did you, I'm sorry, I think you maybe mentioned it, but I've forgotten. It's been a long day so far. I think you've been listening to most of it, so you probably agree. But it's, when did you get involved in the project?
During my honeymoon in the summer of 2017.
Your wife must have loved
She
that.
did.
So can we now turn to Exhibit B 330? And what I'm pulling up now is another Board of Water Supply exhibit number 330, which is another letter from the US EPA and the Hawaii Department of Health dated December 2nd, 2016. Which is the conditional approval of the statement of work. Have you seen this letter?
That doesn't look too familiar.
Okay. Well, there's really only one kind of important provision in here, which I've got highlighted, if we can go down to the highlighted section. I mean, there's other important things, but the thing I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, if you can just read the highlighted section in the penultimate paragraph.
Sure. Much of the detailed comments we provided in the enclosure to our September 15th, 2016 letter, as well as comments provided by the Honolulu Board of Water Supply in their June 3rd, 2016 letter, parens attached to our September 15th, 2016 letter, close parens, remain outstanding and will need to be addressed in the appropriate deliverable as the Navy completes the task described in the revised section 6 and 7 SOW, which is scope of work.
So, thank you. So the way I understand this is that they had to get the statement of work approved. They gave all of those comments that the attachment is what we just went through from the September 15th letter. And I didn't walk you through the Honolulu Board of Water Supply's comments that were also attached, which were even more detailed. But this says, okay, we're going to let you go forward, but you still haven't addressed most of those comments, is the way I understand this. Is that your understanding?
Objection. The document speaks for itself, and he's not familiar with it.
But you are familiar with the statement of work, right?
Well, there's the statement of work associated with the AOC, but I can't attest to the context of this without looking at the entire letter. And
okay, sure. So, so when you did the work under 6 and 7, did you just stay within the statement of work that was approved by this letter on December 2nd of 2016?
No, ma'am, we did additional efforts outside of the statement of work as well.
And did you go back and make sure that all of those additional measures addressed all of the measures that were identified in the September 15th, 2016 letter and its attachments?
That was our intent. That's what we were trying to do. And like I said, we had quite a bit of communication with the agencies, to make sure we were considering their thoughts as we were developing the process going forward.
I understand. But it was, again, I understand you undertook the work and there was a statement of work which was then guiding it, and there were still all these problems with the statement of work. So there was never or let me ask it as a question. Was there ever a subsequent statement of work that was sent to the agencies and that they approved and said, yep, this meets all of our conditions?
Well, we had work plans. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there was a subsequent statement of work, that pertains to the AOC, but we certainly had work plans for different aspects of the work we were doing that were approved by the agencies.
I understand that. My question was, because I certainly haven't seen it in the record. So if it existed, I'd be interested in knowing, and I would assume you would know because you've been doing the work, that if there had been another work plan that had been shown to meet all of those deficiencies, that the agencies had said, yes, this addresses our concern. That document doesn't exist, right?
Well, you might,
as far as you know,
you might be confusing a couple of things. So or maybe I am, but the statement of work, as I understand it, was developed as part of the AOC, and then and that's what the Navy's sort of obligated to go by in addressing some of these things. But in addition to that, there are work plans that are developed for all the tasks associated with the statement of work. And that's, we basically develop those work plans and get approval before we proceed. And that's what we've been doing since I've been involved.
That's helpful. Maybe it'd be helpful if I just explain what I'm concerned about. What I'm concerned about is that there was this letter that identified a huge number of deficiencies in all the major areas of what needed to be done in 6 and 7. We just went through them, right? And then we got a conditional approval that says you still haven't met them. So I'm just wondering, has anybody gone back and said, with putting all of these work plans together and whatever else you have formal approval from the agencies, you can say with confidence, we've addressed all of the concerns that were identified by the agencies. So we know that we had a good plan when we went, and we'll talk in a second about the final documents, so that when you were putting those final documents together, that you were addressing what was required.
I think that was our intent as we developed those work plans to go forward in an effort to address the issues that have been raised in some of these earlier documents that you're showing here.
Yeah, no, I understand that's the intent. I was just trying to see if there was anything in writing that says that the agencies that we could look at and say, yes, we agree that they've all been met. But if that doesn't exist, we could stop discussing it. That was what I was just concerned about. But I appreciate you going through that. I think we can stop sharing the screen right now. So where do the deliverables under 6 and 7 stand right now?
Well, the conceptual site model is not a deliverable, but it's the basis for a lot of the deliverables we've developed. We have written the groundwater protection and evaluation considerations report. We have written the final groundwater flow modeling report, and we have written the investigation and remediation of releases report.
Okay, and things have been submitted, but not to the agencies, is that correct?
No, they have been submitted to the agencies.
Okay, yes, but they have not been approved yet.
No, we're still waiting on approval.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to turn to a discussion on monitoring. Do you need a break? It sounds like your voice might be getting tired. You might want water or something?
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Okay, Hearings Officer Chang, is it okay if we take like a 10-minute break?
Certainly.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Thank you, Ms. Gannon.
I don't even know that he submitted a couple major.
I'm waiting for Jim Page to come online. And then before we go on record, I wanted to do a process check with you all. Okay, I think we can go ahead. Do we need to wait for anyone else?
No.
Can I do a process check? How are you guys holding up? And do a time check. Ms. Gannon, how much time do you anticipate you're going to need? Similar question to David and Jim Page. Just get a sense of what you all want to do and have the energy to do.
I'm not exactly sure how long it's going to take because some of the conversation is evolving. To give you, I guess, a scope, I'm on page 2 of 6 pages of notes.
Okay.
Not to scare you, Mr. Stanley.
One thing to note, Mr. Stanley is in Texas. So his it's going to be later for him, obviously. Well, I think 4 hours behind us.
9 p.m. Getting close to 9 p.m. Yeah. And
Yes.
are you available tomorrow?
Well, I sent my wife away with the dogs because they bark at everything that goes by, and she's going to be back tomorrow. So I'm willing, as long as my voice holds out, I'm willing to go. But if it goes in tomorrow, there's going to be some dogs in the background.
Okay. Well, we can handle that.
Okay.
But just checking in with you all. What's your sense? Mr. Frankel, you have a sense of how long your exam will be?
I have so far badly misjudged how long I would be. I thought with each witness I'd be much shorter. I am going to be significantly shorter than Ms. Gannon. I can promise you that. I would like to believe that it'll be less than half an hour, but I have misled myself before.
Okay. And Mr. Page, what's your sense?
Something similar to chemo. It shouldn't be no more than half an hour, and maybe less depending on what comes out between then.
Okay, and redirect and like Ms. Riddle?
Probably, well, it depends. I really couldn't say. If Ms. Gannon's about a third done and Mr. Frankel takes half an hour and Mr. Page takes something along those lines. Yeah, it's hard to say. It might, I'm sure it would be under an hour, possibly under half an hour.
Or the redirect?
Correct.
Yeah, that's taking us into midnight. I think that's probably much too much to ask of Mr. Stanley. So looks like we won't be able to complete Mr. Stanley today. We'll have to deal with the dogs tomorrow, which we can do. So you want to go another hour or so, or longer? Try to.
I will go as long as you guys want to go, as long as my voice holds out.
Yeah. Well, it's 9 o'clock. You'll feel differently at 10, and you'll feel differently at 11. So, what's your sense? You want to go for another hour or so, or more?
I'm willing to do what other parties want.
Yeah, I'm here for the duration, so.
Okay. Our trooper court reporter has indicated she's okay to go as long as we can hold out, but.
I guess if we could push, our schedule is going to change for tomorrow. I also think we might have a little bit of housekeeping after this, but if we can push for at least a little bit longer, it might help us tomorrow, since we still have a Navy witness to call that was now out of order, who I expected also to just be an hour, but potentially could be a lot longer. So.
You're talking about Mr. Panton.
Mr. Panton, yes. I scheduled him for an hour. I think that was an error.
And if we need to push all of the board's witnesses Friday, that's fine. That would mean that we'd have to come to an agreement about possibly going with the suggestion I made this morning about moving the closing to Monday, but our witnesses are available on Friday, so we could do all of our witnesses in one day, I think, pretty easily.
I think that's right. We've had discussions about the closing, and we're inclined to agree that it'd probably be more efficient and more helpful to do that, on Monday. And then, we can take a little bit of time to speak with you beforehand about your ideas of what the issues are and kind of figure out what it is that's going to help you. I think on Friday, if you're willing to share some of that with us, we'll be much more effective and efficient on Monday, pointing you to where you think you need to get in the record. So we can, if we schedule the board's witnesses for Friday, we can kind of take our time tomorrow a little bit with the 2 remaining Navy witnesses.
I'm also a little concerned about my witnesses because I I've only told them to be available Thursday morning. So, I mean, we can figure out where we are.
Yeah.
Let's go another, I agree we should go another hour, see how we're doing, reevaluate. I having closing arguments on Mondays is fine with me. It means perhaps not as fun a weekend as some of us were hoping, but that's fine.
With regard to the Sierra Club's witnesses, the Navy will likely not require Mr. Ramsey, or I'm sorry, Dr. Ramsey or Dr. Frazier, but we do want to reserve the right in case they are called to the stand for cross-examination that we will cross-examine them. But we can certainly, as of now, I don't think it's necessary for the Sierra Club to bring those witnesses for this.
Okay.
And we have no questions for them either.
Okay. All right.
I guess that question though would go to you, Mr. Chang, whether you had any questions for those witnesses as well, because we would want to be able to follow up with our own.
I did have some, but not a lot, and it might be addressed if and when I have a chance to talk to ask questions of Mr. Stanley, because topics are the same. It's in the area of the percentage likelihood testimony of events occurring, and in my mind, I'm looking at a history of 30 to 40 years of no incidents, and to get the projections that are coming out. I don't know how to square the statistical conclusion with the historical experience that we've had. So, but it's not a big topic area. So if we need to address that, it would be very short. And like I say, it might be answered by my questions to Mr. Stanley. So
okay, I guess we could push for an hour or so with Mr. Stanley, and if we have to regroup on some of that, after.
Okay, let's do that. So let's go back on the record, and then Ms. Gannon, you can pick up where you want to.
Okay. I did have a couple more questions about the scope of the work and the discussions with the agency. I just wanted to go over some other portions of this document. Again, we had already looked at this N75, which is the rejection of the TUA proposed TUA decision document. If we can go down to page 11, I believe, on the PDF. And in making the decision on the TUA document, there were some discussions about the way that the groundwater modeling and some of the other documents that we've been discussing were handled. And I just wanted to go over these with you. The first is under here, where it says a detailed release response action plan needs to be included in the decision document. Can you read the highlighted portion of that language for me?
Sure. Ability to identify and respond rapidly to indications of a release is critical to effective risk mitigation. In the event of a confirmed release, the Navy will need available ullage to quickly drain the tanks and prevent more fuel to release into the environment. The decision document mentions having available ullage, but is silent on how this response process will be implemented.
And I know this is a little bit outside of your bailiwick, I believe, but this is sort of just about you do speak to sort of the mitigation that is being considered as part of the TUA, and so it was I just wanted to highlight this provision and see if you had any response to it.
And again, I didn't write this. This is just my perspective, but I think what's being asked for here is the Navy to outline what they're going to do if they see certain events taking place. So as an example, if they get a high level alarm in a tank, how are they going to respond to that? If they see a certain vapor concentration in the subsurface, how are they going to respond to that? That's my take on this.
Right, and again, so the fact that hasn't been presented to the satisfaction of the agencies played into the rejection of the TUA decision. Is that correct?
I believe so. And it doesn't mean that the Navy doesn't have all that. It's just they didn't document that to the satisfaction of the agencies.
Right, it wasn't explained clearly, or the data wasn't presented satisfactorily, et cetera. The reasons we went over earlier. Can we go down further in the document to the next highlighted portion? I'm sorry, I don't know what page it's on. Okay, so then this next, this is again another reason for the rejection of the TUA decision. It's related to evidence that's needed to support the claim that minimal contamination will result from a minor release. Can you read the highlighted portion?
Sure. The Navy claims that even in the unlikely event of a minor release, the multiple layers of release detection listed in the decision document will be able to detect releases, and because of their response action plans, there will be minimal contamination allowed into the environment. The decision document does not provide sufficient information to make this case and should be revised to provide quantitative analysis and evidence of this risk mitigation achieved through these improvements. Bounding estimates of possible release volumes based on the release response plan for various release scenarios, as mentioned in the previous comment, can help with this illustration. In addition, if damage occurs, what plans are in place to address potential resource damages?
Right. So the way I'm reading this section is that they're saying that they haven't seen evidence which shows that the Navy has quantified how they're detecting releases, what's going to happen if these releases happen, the minimal releases happen, and how it will be mitigated in order to protect resources from damage. Is that consistent with your reading?
Again, I'm, I'm not exactly familiar with all this, but let me take a drink real quick. But I do know the Navy has a system of systems, as they call it, and in the industry, what we'd call that are multiple barriers in place, so that you got barriers for release prevention, and you've got barriers for release detection after a release occurs. And I think what this is referring to is, do you have multiple barriers in place to detect the release early and deal with that before it becomes a major problem? And I guess what they're asking for is, how do all these fit together, and what's the documentation of that?
Right. So what it seems to be saying is that all the documentation that the Navy has presented, which is the same documentation before us here, doesn't demonstrate that to the satisfaction of the Department of Health and to the EPA. Is that consistent with your reading?
I think it's the same issue we discussed earlier, where the Navy just needs to do a better job of documenting all the factors behind what they're proposing for their TUA, to be, so that it satisfies the agencies going forward.
Yeah, and it seems that the problem is that what they do have, how they've presented it, what they've explained, hasn't been sufficient. So it's hard to discuss what could be provided and to ask you questions about that, because it doesn't appear that it exists yet. As the way I'm reading this, at least that seems to be the view of the Department of Health and the EPA. But we can go down to the next one. I think there's just one more, maybe. No. I guess I marked up more than I thought I did. Sorry. So the next one is response actions related to environmental impact for significant release is needed. So again, before we were talking about identified deficiencies in the TUA document related to the minor releases. Now this is related to the significant releases. And let's just, if you could just read this provision.
Sure. The document does not attempt to quantify potential volume of release based on release response measures, but relies on a water treatment system at Red Hill to ensure available drinking water. Because of this reliance, the RD decision document should include specifics about the time frame for evaluation, design, and construction of the water treatment system. If the Navy cannot proceed directly to design of a system, the decision document must adequately describe the uncertainty related to the ability to design and construct a treatment system that justifies the need for a feasibility study and discuss the related impacts for not having a water treatment system in response to a release. Do you want me to
Okay.
keep-
And this kind of goes to part of your testimony that I'll talk to you about a little later, which does go to this identified mitigation measure about being able to treat water in the event of a major release. What's your understanding of the status of the approval or construction of that treatment facility to be able to do that?
Well, I haven't had discussions with the Navy about that recently, but it's my understanding as part of doing this, we've talked about creating a capture zone. And what the capture zone does, when you pump Red Hill shaft, it induces groundwater flow from beneath the facility to Red Hill shaft, so that if there was a release, any contaminants would be entrained in that flow and go to Red Hill shaft and then not go anywhere else. So Red Hill shaft would contain that contamination hydraulically. And what we said in the IRR was, if there was a large release and it was going to impact Red Hill shaft, you'd have to have a water treatment system in place to that's available to turn on because the flow so quickly. But I don't know how the Navy's going to proceed with that until the flow model is approved and everybody agrees that Red Hill shaft can create an adequate capture zone. Because we outlined the elements of the treatment system in the IRR. I'm just not sure where the Navy's at. I know they've made some commitments to evaluating it. I just don't know how far they've taken that.
Right, and you just stated that right, in the IRR has not been approved. So is it correct that the conclusion that the Red Hill shaft can capture all of that zone has not been verified or approved yet by the agencies? Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's the funny thing about the statement of work. Normally, you wouldn't do an IRR until the flow model had been approved and a contaminant fate and transport model had been approved. But for some reason, in setting this process up, they've put the IRR sort of ahead of the horse. So, we based it on what the flow model shows us without being approved. And that's all we can do. And if the flow model needs to be added on or adjusted, then the IRR may need to be adjusted in the future.
Right, so it sounds like there's still a lot of uncertainty here and a lot of questions that still have to be resolved.
Yes, I think so. And like I said, it's unfortunate that they scheduled the IRR so soon in the process. Really, this is one of the last things you would do.
Right. You can skip over next one. Just go down to the next one. Okay, and this one is the overall strategy needs to provide a fail-safe plan for water protection. And obviously, this is a very critical component about what we're talking about here today. Can you read the highlighted portion here?
Sure. Given the importance of the aquifer below the Red Hill tanks as a major source of drinking water for Honolulu, the Navy needs to establish a contingency strategy to assure no impairment of drinking water quality and no disruption in drinking water availability. This fail-safe protection strategy should be presented in the TUA and release detection decision documents. And as I read that, I would think one element of that would perhaps be utilizing Red Hill shaft as a containment system for any significant releases from Red Hill.
Do you agree a fail-safe protection strategy? The That's a very high standard to have to meet, right? Is that because this resource is so critical?
The sole source aquifer is a critical resource, and like I said, nobody wants to impact a drinking water, a water supply well, and what we're being tasked with here is to do the very best job we can to put elements in place to ensure that won't happen.
Right. And you agree that we don't have enough information right now to do a fail-safe protection strategy?
I think we have components of that, but there's still additional work that needs to be done to finalize how all this fits together. We can come up with a strategy, but at the end of the day, how it all works together is going to rely on some work that has yet to be done.
Great, thank you. You can go down further. I think it might be all the way on 23, is that right? It's 23. Oh, I forgot to highlight it. Where is it? Can you put the cursor over? Yeah.
Are we on page 5 of your notes already?
I haven't even turned a page of my notes yet. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I obviously forgot to mark this one. The next page. That's okay. We can turn away from this. I wanted to talk about the monitoring program now. Can we go back to Mr. Stanley's supplemental testimony, page 9? So this is from your supplemental testimony, and this is the figure that you were discussing in your direct testimony with Ms. Riddle, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just had a couple of questions of kind of setting the stage for this. It's one of these funny things, when you look at these kind of maps and figures, because the way they get superimposed, right? It looks like the monitoring wells are actually bigger than the tanks. And so I just try to get that in perspective when you're looking at this. So what is the size of these monitoring wells?
Well, it depends on the well. Within the tank farm, they're typically 2 inches. I think RHMW1 might be slightly smaller, but it's being replaced. The normal monitoring wells are typically 4 inches in diameter, which is typical with industry standards. And then we have multi-level West Bay wells, which monitor different zones vertically in the subsurface. There are 4 of those out there as well. And I might add one thing here, that this figure is actually out of date now. Since this figure was developed, there are 2 additional monitoring wells that are now in operation. One between 10 and 9, and the other, I think, north of number 11. And in addition to those 2 additional wells that are now operational, there are 3 more wells that are in progress that are going to be installed. Well, 2 of them will be installed along the northwest flank, and then one of those will replace RHMW01. So there's a lot of work going on to continue to improve the density of monitoring at this location.
And I understand that, and we'll talk a little bit about RH1 in just a second, but it was just, and it does go to the density, because again, when you just to put it in perspective, when you're looking at these maps, and I'm actually a person who loves maps, so I kind of like to play with them and think about them in figures. But you look at them. So again, these are 2-inch wells. The yellow, the orange, the 2 yellows and the orange, right? And the tanks are my understanding is the field where the tanks are is 13 acres, right? About 13 acres, is that correct?
I'm not sure about the acreage. Each tank is, I believe, 100 feet in diameter.
So each tank is 100 feet in diameter. So the little black dots are 100 feet in diameter, and the big orange dot is 2 inches.
No, yes, ma'am, that is 2 inches.
Okay. All right. So again, just so when you're looking at this and thinking of the density, I just think that's important. Just to point that out. So when we're talking about it, we're all kind of having the same scale in our minds to understand what we're looking at. So you can take this one down. It's okay. When did the monitoring program begin at Red Hill?
I think, as I recall, RHMW1 may have been installed, maybe in 2001. And then wells 2, 3, and 4, there were, and I think Red Hill Shaft as well, the well there. Those were operational in the 2005 timeframe, and that's when the long-term monitoring program started with those 5 wells to start with, and now it's up to 20.
Okay, so that was my understanding, and maybe I just misheard what you said when you were talking to Ms. Riddle this morning or afternoon or whenever it was. I thought that you said that there have been no releases since the monitoring program started. Is that what you said?
I think what I said was, if you look at the data from the monitoring wells, and you look at the data from the soil vapor probes that I think were started in 2008, there's not an indication of fuel impacts in those wells other than 1, 2, and 3. And 1, 2, and 3, we haven't seen any additional fuel impacts, even including the 2014 release. They were all pre-existing prior to this time.
Right, but okay, just so I can clarify, because again, and maybe I misheard you, but I just want to make sure that we're clear for the record. So there has been a release since the monitoring wells were installed, at least one. The one we know of is 2014. Is that right?
Correct, but there was no evidence of that impacting groundwater.
Right. I just wanted to be clear about the timeline. Then we can talk about the impacts a little bit. But and then again that there has been evidence in 1, 2, and 3 throughout the whole time you've been monitoring.
Yes,
since the program began, right? And it still continues today. Okay, so you said that well 1 was installed, I think in 2000, or you said 2001. I think I read 2000, but it doesn't matter. It was installed early in the 2000s, right? Was that properly installed?
Well, again, I wasn't there when they installed it, but the screen for that well is somewhat below the water table. And so if there was free phase hydrocarbon coming across that well, it may not see it. But the thing to remember about that is, the chemical constituents dissolve out of that hydrocarbon. So even if it didn't see the floating hydrocarbon, you would see it evidenced in the dissolved phase constituents in that well.
And the problem with the well again is that it doesn't come in direct contact with the groundwater. Is that at the level that it's found regularly? Is that an adequate description of the problem?
Not quite. What you do when you install these wells, because we're dealing with with L-NAPL, which is light non-aqueous phase liquids like fuel, that from a layman's perspective float on top of the water and migrate with the groundwater flow typically. Then what you have to do is and so that's right at the water table, right? So if there's a fuel, it's migrating on top of the water table. And so what you do is you want to screen the monitoring well to ensure that the screen is cutting across the water table so that fuel's on the water table, you could see it in the monitoring well. It would go in the screen, and then you can measure the thickness of hydrocarbon in the monitoring wells.
And that's not the way that monitoring well 1 is installed.
It appears that screen was a little deeper than the water table.
And when was this problem identified?
I don't know.
But it's been known for a while?
I assume so. We've known about that, since I've been involved, and I'm sure they knew about it before that. And we've been talking to the regulatory agencies about replacing that with an updated well, which we're now in the process of doing.
And I understand that updated well is now anticipated to go in around sometime in the next couple of years, sometime like 2023. Is that right?
No, it's in progress right now. It should go in within this year or next couple of months.
I thought in the FER, it showed it as going in 2023. So it's been updated since you gave that testimony?
I'd have to go and see what the FER said, but
we can pull it up if you'd like.
Sure.
Can we pull up his FER? I think it's figure 4, right? One second, we're pulling it up. I think it's coming. There it is. So when we look over here at the last in 2023, isn't that showing that that's when it's going to be done? That's still in the planned phases?
There are wells constantly going in, between now and then. I think what that figure was trying to convey is that by 2023, our intent is to have all these other wells in place. So you've got 2021, 2022, up to 2023, and our intent is to have these additional wells, operational by that time.
Okay. And in Dr. DeNovio's testimony that was submitted in this proceedings, and I know you're familiar with it. You responded to her testimony, so you know what I'm talking about when I refer to Dr. DeNovio's report, correct?
Well, it might have been a while since I've looked at it, but yes, I'm familiar with.
Okay, I mean, if we need to pull up anything, just let me know, and I'll be glad to have somebody else find it for me, so you can look at it. But she noted that the short screen length for some monitoring wells limit the utility of the data that is gathered. And I believe you responded to that by saying that the DH monitoring well guidance that it should be a screen length of 10 feet. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, so let me see if I can put that in context. In her report, it seemed like she was describing that there were quite a few wells that were improperly screened across the water table. And we produced a figure that showed that all of the wells are properly screened across the water table to take into account this potential L-NAPL migration. RHMW3 sometimes is slightly below, but most of the time it's above. And that's what we were getting at. all the wells, with the exception of one, appear to be properly screened. And I think that's what we were trying to get at.
Okay, but well, you did reference the DOH's screen length is guidance is 10 feet, right?
Yes, they say, you should try to keep the screen length at 10 feet. But what we did here, and this is all these wells are developed and with the approval of the regulatory agencies, including DOH. What we're trying to do is ensure we've got a long enough screen interval so that we can intercept that water table, because it's depending where you're drilling it, it can be relatively deep, and the water table fluctuates over time. So what we're trying to do is have enough screen to ensure that the water table is always within that screen interval.
Okay, that makes sense. But what's the expected screen length for monitoring well 1R?
I am not sure.
I believe it said it was 30 feet. Does that sound accurate?
That's possible. I don't know right now.
Okay.
You're talking about the replacement well for one, right?
I'm talking about the replacement well for one. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. And if I can pull it up, if it was 30 feet, that would still be acceptable.
Yes, ma'am. Because again, we're trying to make sure we intercept the water table so that if it fluctuates, we're able to see free phase hydrocarbon or LNAPL if it occurs there. And again, all these wells are designed in conjunction with the DOH and the DLNR, and they approve everything we do before we do it.
Okay. And then maybe if we can just talk a little bit about groundwater modeling. Everyone is still with us. And maybe just to kind of help set the stage again, to make sure that all the parties sort of have the same understanding about the importance of this and how it's done. I think it might be helpful just for us to kind of walk through the basic process a little bit. So what are the attributes of a groundwater system that determine the flow direction of the groundwater?
Well, I mean, there's a couple things. There's the groundwater gradient that you measure in monitoring wells. It's the elevation of the water level in those wells relative to other wells establishes a gradient. And then what you had shown in a previous document relates to anisotropy, and that's the preferential flow direction as a function of the geology. So as an example, the basalt flows at Red Hill from the Koolau range flow in the basalt flows, not groundwater, flow in a southwesterly direction. And
so the water level data is pretty important to being able to form a groundwater model. Is that right?
Yes, that was the first thing I said.
And just before we go on to the rest of the subject, just when we started talking this afternoon, we were talking about some of the data that we didn't have, and that would be critical for us to be able to understand this. And one of the things that we don't have is the water level data. Can you tell me where I could find that?
It should be in the modeling report.
Well, maybe if we're going to meet again tomorrow, maybe you can look at that tonight, and then you could point to us where it is directly.
And I would also mention that a lot of the gradient work we did was in conjunction with the USGS. And this is called the Synoptic Groundwater Monitoring Effort. So BWS, the Navy, and the USGS all work together. They have transducers in the monitoring wells, which give a very precise reading of water levels. And all that data is available through the USGS.
Well, if you could just give us the reference of where we can find it, because we've looked and we can't find it. And we've really believe it's pretty critical to that everybody here can evaluate that. So again, I don't expect you to have the reference here, but since we have the advantage of we're going to be back together tomorrow, maybe you could provide that to us when we next speak. But then we can go back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to raise that point. So you talked about two of the attributes for the groundwater flow directions is the water level and then the gradient, right? Is there anything else that you're measuring?
So the gradient, right, which gives you an idea of the potential flow direction, and the anisotropy, which is a function of the geologic formation. And so here, these basalt flows are oriented in a southwesterly direction. So there's a preferential flow down the axis of those basalt flows. And we've integrated that into our model. And so the combination of the anisotropy and the gradients ultimately determines the groundwater flow paths.
And how do you measure the gradients?
You measure the, well, you look at the water level elevations in various wells relative to one another.
Okay. And again, just to set the stage, we're going to go back to some of these things in detail about this particular model, but again, I think it's helpful just to have the stage set. But what is meant by a confined or an unconfined groundwater flow system?
Okay. So an unconfined groundwater flow system is basically where the water table is at atmospheric pressure. So if I put a well in the subsurface, the water level is going to come up to atmospheric pressure. There's nothing confining it above. If I have a confining layer like a clay lens or something like that, and I go through that and the water beneath it's under pressure because it's being recharged at a higher level. Let's say it's recharged higher up in the cool out, right? So it's got a lot of pressure underneath it and it gets under that clay layer, it's under pressure and it can't go up. So if you put a well in that, you'll see the water rise above where you found the water, above that clay layer, till it reaches, some equilibrium point with where the recharge happened.
And are there both confined and unconfined conditions under Red Hill?
In some areas, we do see some confined conditions potentially, yes.
And in the 2019 CSM, did you have which wells were in confined and which ones were in unconfined?
Well, there's a point here. It's possible RHMW1 might have encountered some confining conditions, and it's possible some other wells may have encountered what we call perch conditions. And so by perch conditions, we're talking about a relatively impermeable layer above the water table that's holding water up at a higher elevation above the basal aquifer.
Okay. So the way I read 2019 CSM was that RHM W07, OWDFM W01, and the Lala deep monitoring well were all in confined aquifers. So that's, or confined conditions. Don't want to say confined aquifer, confined conditions. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, so let me try to put that in context. The well at the oily waste disposal facility, that's on the down gradient side of the facility. Mm-hmm. That is a completely different release site that's being studied under a different process by the Navy and the agencies. But we're using that monitoring well there to understand, heads and things like that, so, and the geology. And there's potentially confining conditions there. And then some of the other wells you talked about, we think are perched. And then the Halava deep monitoring well you referenced was initially installed by Seaworm as part of the DLNR, I believe, to it's an open borehole. It's pretty much an open borehole down to the saltwater freshwater interface. Yeah, that's approximately 800, 900 feet below mean sea level here.
Okay.
It was never intended to be the type of monitoring well we've installed elsewhere, but it does have some information we can use. So that, and that's what we use it for.
And I think we talked a little bit about this, but the water levels in a well in unconfined aquifer will respond differently than water in a well in a confined condition. Is that accurate?
Well, they all may respond to, assuming they're connected, assuming the confined aquifer is connected to the, to the overall groundwater system, you might see a response in that as well. It's just a different type of response.
How about to changes in barometric pressure? Would it be different?
Excuse me?
If there was changes in the barometric pressure, would it be different?
So the barometric pressure does have an effect, just like tidal influences, recharge, and things like that. And that's why we did this transfer function noise analysis on the data to deconvolute what the signals are in these monitoring wells. So what we were able to do with this was to isolate the signal just from pumping relative to barometric pressure, relative to earth tides and tidal influence, and recharge from precipitation and things like that.
And has the Navy's approach to that, to studying those effects, changed recently? Or has it changed during your time when you've been working on this modeling effort?
Well, we implemented that type of analysis after I got involved with some of our experts, and that has facilitated our efforts for groundwater modeling.
And the models that are involved in that, have you looked at those?
I don't know what you mean by looked at those.
Well, I mean, when as part of your work, have you been involved in developing and assessing those particular models?
So we have a groundwater flow modeling expert. His name is Dr. Panday. He was primarily responsible for developing the models. My responsibility was sort of ensuring we had the right type of information going into it, and that we were assessing the models in a way that we could understand capture and the importance of pumping different conditions, either at a lava shaft or Red Hill shaft.
That makes sense. And again, to be able to assess those models, you'd have to look at the underlying data, make sure everything was good, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. That's helpful. Okay, we talked a little bit about this, that knowing the groundwater, that measuring the water levels is critical to knowing the groundwater flow direction, right?
It's part of the analysis, yes.
So if I can pull up the B83. Sorry, this will just take a second. Once we get through this exhibit, I'm going to still be talking about models and things, but it's kind of going to a slightly different subject. So if this was a place where people wanted to assess again how they're feeling, I know it is getting late for you, Mr. Stanley. I'm sure you guys all want to stay up and talk about groundwater modeling all night long, but I do want to be considerate of everybody's time and energy. So we can do this exhibit, and then if I don't know if Hearing Officer Chang, you want to just do a check-in with everybody and see if I should go on to the next kind of subject matter.
I thought people were comfortable to go for an hour, and that would be until 6, and it's about a half an hour from now.
Okay, great. Unfortunately, I don't need a big section of it, but it's a big exhibit, so it takes a second to load. What's that? Can you get it again? Okay. All right, while we're pulling that up, I can go on to just a more limited question, and we can come back to it once the system isn't crashing. So are you familiar with the ASTM standards for developing groundwater models?
No, but Dr. Panday is.
Do you know if the Navy has complied with these standards?
Dr. Panday has indicated that he has.
Okay, so the way I understand it, what we're talking about here is ASTM D5447, which is a standard guide for application of groundwater flow model to a site-specific problem. Would that be consistent with your understanding of what standard we should be looking at?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so you can't testify to the ASTM standards and the compliance with that associated with this?
No, I would have to rely on Dr. Panday to do that.
Okay, and he's not going to be available for cross-examination, I don't believe. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay, so there's nobody we can talk to about whether we meet the groundwater modeling meets the standards. Is that right? I appreciate you, and I really appreciate you saying where your area of expertise lies. I don't want to waste time asking you questions that you just have to keep saying, I don't know. So I just wanted to clarify that.
The only thing I recall is during some of our technical meetings, he's been asked that question and he's indicated that it does comply, but I am not in a position to opine on that.
I really appreciate your transparency on that. Thank you. So I'll just set that aside and then just note for the record that apparently there isn't any witness for us to discuss the compliance with the standard with relation to the groundwater model. So has the Navy provided a contour map of the water levels? It's from the ASTM standards as well. So I'm sorry, I'll move on. I guess you do know about the contour map. So is that correct?
I know what they are. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Do you know if they've been provided in either the interim or the final groundwater flow model report?
So in the 2020 flow model report, we provided particle tracks. And what that is remember we were talking about the flow of groundwater as a function of both the gradient and anisotropy. Yep. And those particle tracks show the direction of groundwater flow, how particles in groundwater are going to flow, considering both the gradient, the hydraulic gradient, and the anisotropy. And those were provided in the reports.
Okay. So, and you talked about this with this afternoon a little bit with Ms. Riddle, and you talked about it in your testimony about the natural processes such as natural source zone depletion and monitored natural attenuation, which has worked to prevent the numerous releases from impacting drinking water. And you say that conclusion is based on several studies, such as the complex site model and groundwater flow models, et cetera. Is that correct?
So I believe the GPEC report, the groundwater protection and evaluation report, first discussed certain aspects of that. And then the CSM and the IRR delve further into that. And so in those reports, we have discussions about, the GPEC was really about holding capacity. And then the CSM and the IRR go into more detail on natural attenuation and natural source zone depletion.
Okay. And I'd like to just try to understand this a little bit better, because this is a pretty complex subject for lawyers like me. So in your testimony, I conclude what you're saying is that in order to make predictions about how much of this can be handled for the size of a release and the potential for that to contaminate, you should kind of have to look at it from each tank perspective, right? Because the environment is slightly different around each tank, right? Is that correct?
And I will add one thing. In our analysis of the holding capacity and things like that, we, just as you said, we put in a correction factor, and that correction factor applies to if there's pre-existing contamination under the tank, then you would have to subtract that from what we had calculated.
Okay.
So, and that's all tank specific. So
That's all tank specific.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. So you recognize, yeah, it's gonna vary across the site.
It will vary across the site as a function of how the geology changes, how that thickness of basalt, because you could go further uphill, you've got a thicker lens of basalt above the water table, and things like that.
Okay. And again, the couple of factors that you're looking at, that one of the main ones is the holding capacity, right?
That's not an attenuation process. That's just a function of the soil types and the properties of those, and the water content and the hydrocarbon content. So it's purely a function of the type of basalt and material beneath the tanks.
Right, but it's going to relate, right? Because if the water isn't held, if this process takes a while, right, it wouldn't be able to affect it if it wasn't held in something. Is that right?
Yes. So the holding capacity relates to if there's a release and it's migrating through the basalt, it starts retaining itself in the pore space in the basalt. And then certain types of basalts like clinker is going to hold a bunch of stuff. Ahoy is going to hold it. Massive is going to hold it to a lesser degree. So we tried to figure that into our analysis and determine what a range of holding capacities were at, beneath the facility under different conditions.
And based on the beta zone retention capacity calculations, what data did you have to be able to determine that?
So there's quite a bit of data. There's geologic data that we have as we were drilling the wells beneath the facility. So we have the barrel logs that were installed with the tanks, the geology from that. We have the borings from the wells that are installed in the tunnel. We had additional work in the surrounding area where we put together sort of a geologic model of what's beneath the facility and the surrounding area. And so there's a range of properties for each of those rock types. So we put in our analysis, we utilized a range of those properties. And in addition, we sent some of the cores off-site to be analyzed for petrophysical data to help us understand potential retention capacities and things like that. And we utilized literature values for that as well. And that was all integrated into the analysis that we did for the holding capacity.
And was that data provided as part of this proceedings, do you know?
It's all provided in the reports we reference.
It's provided where?
In the reports that we reference in the facility environmental report.
The actual data is?
Yes, ma'am. It's part of the data is shown in the holding capacity analysis.
Okay, I'll have to we'll have to go back and look at that again tonight, because it appears to me it was more of a description of it, but not the actual underlying data. But again, we have the advantage, we get to talk again tomorrow, so we can look at that. And how does the and I think you made some mention of this, but I just want to make sure I understand it. How does the retention capacity calculation account for impermeable clinker zone?
Good question. So as we were studying the geology beneath the facility, we see different types of basalts, right? So we have massive which is sort of like a concrete type of basalt, if you look at it. And there might be some fractures in it, but it's pretty massive. So as I recall, I don't think we ascribed retention in the massive And then there's Pahoehoe basalt, which is that ropey lava, and that has a significant retention capacity. And then there's clinker, which is sort of a rubbleized. If you go like to the Big Island during a lava flow or after a lava flow, you see all this gravelly stuff on the sides and at the end of the flow and on top. And that's called clinker.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really permeable and probably has a very high retention capacity. And sometimes that clinker gets weathered over time. And so it sort of turns into more of a clay material. Sometimes it's welded by heat when it's formed. And so we identified the areas beneath Red Hill as best we could, where we had weathered clinker zones and less permeable clinker zones. And that was considered in the analysis as well.
Okay, so you did calculate that as some of them being impenetrable and some of them being very penetrable. Is that correct?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And one of the things you described the holding capacity as like a sponge, and you were talking about that with Ms. Riddle about you drop an oil onto a sponge, we continue to hold it, right? But if more things flow into the sponge, there comes a point where it's not going to hold it anymore, right? So that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the holding capacity. Is that an accurate understanding? Do I have that right?
Yeah, generally the basalt beneath the tanks, and this is, again, we're not saying that's an approach to dealing with the releases. It's just the science of the site. That basalt has a certain holding capacity that will basically absorb fuel. And then at some point, if there's additional releases or a very large release, it'll overcome that holding capacity and potentially get to groundwater.
Right, and that could be affected by, like, if there was rainwater coming down through the surface, right? That could also help move things through it. If there's any other fluid coming through, would that impact it?
Well, it probably isn't going to impact the actual hydrocarbon moving down, but if there was rainwater coming down, which I think is pretty minimal at this site, because the whole top of the hill is overlain by weathered basalt, which is a saprolite. It's like a clay cap over the top of the hill. But if there was water coming down at some point, it could dissolve constituents out of that and potentially get to groundwater.
And what you were just describing was part of my confusion when I'm trying to put all these pieces together that's described in your reports. Is you've got these sponges that can absorb everything and hold everything, but then you also have these layers that you kind of describe as barriers, right? That they're there, right, and they're stopping everything. So I have a hard time figuring out and how you've been able to really accurately map where the barriers are, where the sponge is, and how those relate. And again, if there are sometimes there's the discussions that there can be lava tubes that go through them. There can be, there's a lot of different things. I think in your testimony at some point that we're going to talk about, you talk about this as being a very complex system, right? So again, just if you could just help me to understand a little bit how we work these impenetrable and these sponges together.
Sure. So it's from a layman's perspective, think of a layer cake, right? So you've got a release coming down, and let's say it hits a massive like a concrete layer, right? There's some fractures in there, but then there's these clinker bridges and stuff too. And so it can migrate or sort of spread out on top of some of these layers, and then eventually go through the fractures, go through these clinker bridges to underlying layers, and then the same process sort of repeats itself. So it is complex. And what we tried to do was take our best understanding of the geology and these different types of geologic units that occur beneath Red Hill and integrate that geologic model into our holding capacity analysis.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. And if you were able to kind of map this, is what it sounds like you're describing, and make predictions about where it would be held and where it would be, held up essentially. Isn't it kind of surprising that you couldn't find the fuel under tank 5? Wouldn't it seem, it appears to me, if we had that kind of mapping, we have a pretty good idea about where to go look for fuel under tank 5.
Well, we think we did find it. And if you look at the NSCD study, when we did those thermal profiles, there was that heat signature in RHMW2 outside of tank 5 that is evidence of biodegradation of NAPL taking place in the unsaturated zone.
But again, it has to be held for a while, right? In order for the biodegradation to actually be working on it and breaking down the fuel. It's not a fast process, is it?
Well, so there's different constituents in the fuel. Some of those constituents are going to degrade quicker than others. Some of the heavy constituents in the fuel are going to take a longer time. Some of the lighter constituents are going to degrade more quickly.
But we never actually, again, we found these indirect signs. We never actually found the fuel.
Well, I mean, the problem is and this is my understanding, that there were discussions with the agencies early on about not putting a lot of additional wells or any additional wells in the tunnel. So because they're worried about that creating a direct pathway, if there was a large release, getting into a well and going down to groundwater. So there's a limitation on the wells we can put in the tunnel around those tanks. We don't want to impact the infrastructure, and we don't want to cause a potential pathway to the basal aquifer.
I remember reading that in your testimony, and I think that other witnesses have talked about that the DOH said, and maybe the EPA as well, said don't put in wells to monitor this. Don't do that. But when I asked the other witnesses about this and said, can you show me where those letters are? I was told that there is no written confirmation. Nobody knew about it. So that's just surprising to me, because it seems like everybody said we were investigating this as so aggressively, and yet this what you normally would do as standard measure is put in a bunch of wells to understand what's going on. And when the agencies are saying don't do that, but it's not in writing, there's no documentation of those conversations, as far as I understand. Unless can you point me to where that documentation is?
That was before my time. That's just my understanding based on conversations I've had with various folks. But we do have an aggressive monitoring system in place. We're replacing one. We've got those 3 wells beneath the tanks, and we're continuing to install wells around the facility to help ensure we understand the extent of contamination and groundwater flow.
Right, but based on our conversation that we just had, I was understanding, and this has been my understanding, just again, my layperson's understanding from reading the information, is that if we really wanted to try to find the wells, we probably would have had to go and get more data. I mean, not find the wells. We know where the wells are. Find the fuel. And again, the reason that's been given is this DOH direction, and I just and I haven't seen it, and apparently you haven't seen it. So I guess I'll continue to remain confused about that.
Objection. Counsel's mischaracterizing previous testimony that's been issued in this hearing.
I know I did ask. I asked another witness, and I'm sorry, it's been a long day, so I'm forgetting which witness it was, but I can pull that up. I said, there's another witness who testified to this statement from the DOH that they should not drill extra wells. And I was told that they did not have that communication. I think it was Whittle. But we can certainly go back and pull up the testimony. And so I do not believe it's a mischaracterization, but we could certainly look at it and read it back into the record to make sure that I'm not mischaracterizing it. That's what I heard. But anyway, you can say that you don't know where that communication is what I just heard you say, if I'm not mischaracterizing what you said.
Are you talking to?
I'm talking to you now, Mr. Stanley, sorry.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't know if that's been written down or not. That was just my understanding. But I would say at any site where you can put wells and not put wells differs. You know, it's a function of infrastructure. It's a function of terrain. Like we can't go on the steep flanks of Red Hill and put in a well. There's just no way to get to that. So we're putting wells with as much density as we can in the areas that we have access to.
Yeah, I understand that. Absolutely. It's just again, just three 2-inch wells in a 13-acre field. That's just what I was just wondering about for the characterization issues. And you have testified that one of the sort of mitigation measures, I can't remember if you.
Could I make one more point?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
So in addition to those wells, there's been a lot of other work to understand the geology. There are a bunch of soil borings on top of the facility, around the facility, that we've used to help develop our geologic model. We did seismic profiling, which is sort of an oil field type of thing, where you basically put an energy source into the ground, and with this, it was using a sledgehammer to hit a steel plate, and that energy is reflected off or refracted off, depending on which approach you take, different geologic media, and picked up in geophones. Mm-hmm. And so we did a bunch of transects to help us understand the subsurface structure using that technology. So the combination of all these borings, all the seismic work, all the cores we have from our monitoring wells, all were integrated into developing this geologic model.
But all of that effort, like when you did the soil borings and the other work that you just described, again, you never found the fuel from the 2014 spill.
No, there's no indication of fuel. Like I said, in the monitoring wells, the only indication we see is in the thermal profile in RHMW2 as part of the NSCD study.
Okay, I appreciate that. But you have identified as one of the, I can't remember if you call it a mitigation measure or an improvement, but you talk about the importance that expanding the groundwater monitoring network is to the ongoing efforts. Can you explain to me why it's important?
Sure. So what the Navy's trying to do is to expand the network so that we have a higher density of wells in areas to help us better understand potential flow paths. So as we have our technical meetings with the regulators and folks, sometimes people have a difference of opinions and they think, well, it could be going this way or that way. So what we're trying to do is install monitoring wells in areas to identify if those potential flow paths are valid or not.
And has any of the have you gotten any additional information from the new wells installed that has changed any of your initial thinking?
Yes, we have. Especially with the multi-level West Bay wells I was talking about, and some of the newer monitoring wells, we're seeing a very thick saturated zone above where the basal aquifer should be in some of these wells. And not in all wells, but in some wells. And that will have a significant repercussions on how hydrocarbon can migrate, because in these valleys on each side of Red Hill, they're underlain by valley fill and saprolite. And so those are relatively impermeable systems. And on top of that, you've got a saturated, in some areas, you've got a saturated thickness above that. And that water saturation, and on top of the low permeability of that stuff, is going to act to limit how potential, if there was a massive release, say, it's going to act to limit how actual fuel hydrocarbon could migrate. I mean, think of a bowling alley, and if you ever go bowling, with bumpers in the
I'm from Michigan, of course I do.
Yeah, so these valleys on each side of Red Hill with the saprolite and the valley fill it's sort of like your bumper guards in the gutters, right? So it's going to channel. It's not going to let the hydrocarbon continue to go. It's going to confine that. But the dissolved phase flow of groundwater is somewhat different than that. And that's what the multi-level wells are helping us understand.
So again, that's going to be, having that data is pretty important to being able to understand it, so that these additional monitoring wells you're anticipating may significantly impact your understanding of the area. Is that correct?
It will help improve our understanding of the area.
This is a good place to break, Ms. Gannon.
Sure. This is a fine place to break. Yep.
Okay. Why don't we end the testimony? I'd like to spend a few minutes with councils to talk about the schedule. So if
can we talk about a couple things while we're still on the record? I know that we want to let Donna go, but I have two items before we talk about the schedule. Ms. Gannon talked about the modeling report, and Mr. Stanley was going to look at it overnight. Good bedtime reading. But can we know what exhibit number that is? The hearing officer might want to look at it. Others might want to look at it. Can we get a reference so we know? And I didn't catch the exact title of the report, so that might help.
Sorry, it's B352.
Okay. And the second issue, which is not related to Mr. Stanley's testimony, but I like clarification. I know Hearing Officer Chang, you want to kind of have a conversation with us and a mutual understanding of these confusing issues. And you've said twice now something that I've gone back to look at the documents and I don't see it. And so I'm very confused about it. You've talked about a 30-year gap in incidents, and I'm trying to find out what document that is, because I don't see that anywhere. And okay, I want to be able to respond to that at some point.
Actually, a good question, because I was trying to think of where I saw it. Maybe councils will know. I'm going to call it a bubble chart. It's a time flow chart, and it shows incidents of releases with a circle, the bigger circle indicating the larger releases, and so that's what I'm thinking about. And I can't tell you where I saw that yet at this point.
I think that is part of Dr. DeNovio's testimony. And so we can pull that up when she is testifying, and we can talk about it at that point, if that makes sense, because it's part of her direct testimony.
Okay, that'll help.
Okay, good. I think that's it. The other thing is just procedural off the record, so that's fine.
While we're on the subject of exhibits, I just wanted to clarify the model report that is exhibit B352 is the conceptual site model report, but the groundwater flow model report is exhibit B361. And then the facility environmental report that's been discussed is appended to Mr. Stanley's direct testimony. And I know we've discussed some other exhibits, but those are the three main reports that have come up so far.
Okay, good. That's helpful. Thank you. Okay, can we, Mrs. Stanley, thank you very much. It's 10 o'clock your time. Appreciate your gumption to stick with us that long.
Thank
you
you,
might
sir.
want to stick a little bit because we're going to be talking about scheduling. So that'll impact, I think, your day tomorrow. Councils, I took a look at the Sierra Club witnesses. The only one that I have.
Are we on the record still?
I don't think we need to be on the record. This,
Oh, okay.
so Donna, I think we can probably let you go for the night.
Oh, great. Okay, but I'll listen to the schedule anyways. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
So on the Sierra Club witnesses, the only one that I currently have questions on are really for Professor Ramsey, and they're not extensive. So, if you don't feel it's your call, Mr. Frankel, as to whether you want to call or release your witnesses. But I thought I'd just let you know.
I mean, just to be clear, all he testifies or is going to be able to testify is to the math. So if you have questions beyond the math, he would not be the person to ask. If you want to ask him questions, I'm happy to have him attend.
Well, maybe it'll help you to understand what the questions I have. So he's the one that puts out the probability of leaks occurring and the percentages and the like. And I'm relating that to the chart in Denovio's thing about, hey, if you're saying in the next 5 years X is going to happen, and we look back 5 or 10 years and stuff, and that hasn't happened, it doesn't make sense to me. So I wanted to ask him about that. And the other question is, does his testimony change because of the fact that the 2014 release appears to be related to operational errors as opposed to, system facility errors?
So I can tell you right now that he will not be able to answer either of those questions. And the reason is he is relying on the numbers in the Navy's ABS report, which is Exhibit N-31. And all he has done is extract that data and say, if there's a 1-year incidence, if this is the probability of a 1-year incidence, this is what it will be for 10 years based on basic mathematical principles. So those questions, he would not.
And hearing Officer Chang, Dr. Norfleet, who we're putting on, also can speak to risk as well.
Okay, so again, Kimo, your call as to, they're your witnesses. I don't want to bar you from presenting whoever you feel you need to present. So,
well, I mean, their testimonies in writing. If it's going to save time, yeah, I won't bother. I'll save them time, save us time. That's fine.
Okay.
But I know that Mr. McKay wants Jody to show up, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So I guess at this point, I'll tell Neil Fraser and Tom Ramsey, they don't have to show up tomorrow. And I'll give Jody a guesstimate of around 11 at this point. I think that's might be fair. What do people think?
Well, I guess since we were continuing with Navy witnesses, should we still plan on having Mr. Panthen finish the Navy's case? He was scheduled for Thursday anyways. I think I'd like to, round out the Navy's witnesses and then move on if we can get back on that schedule.
Do you want Stanley before that or after that?
Well, we should probably continue with Mr. Stanley and call Mr. Panthen after.
Okay, does that work for Mr. Stanley?
Yes, sir.
Time zone, so 8 o'clock our time, was that noon your time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure about the 3 hours, Kimo, in terms of finishing Mr. Stanley, but.
Are you saying that's not enough or it's too much?
Well, Ella, what page are you on your notes?
6.
3.
Okay, so it's going to be wild.
But I think, but some of the things and later in the notes we've talked about just because it came up. So it's probably not, I should be more than halfway done. But there are still other things I'm sure that will come up in the discussion. So I would guess that Mr. Stanley and I will probably be talking for at least another hour.
Okay. All right. So there might be a window between like 11 and 12 for Sierra Club, and then we have the afternoon for Mr. Panthen.
Or I guess Mr. McKay wants Panthen first, which is fine.
Oh.
I'm hoping Jody has some flexibility, so I'll touch bases with her. But I think it's going to work out.
Okay. All right. Anything else anybody want to raise?
I guess just for purposes of planning, then we should just assume our witnesses won't be on until Friday, right?
I think that's safe.
I think that seems to make sense. Okay, that makes
And
sense. Work for us.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Ella.
No, that's fine.
I guess on the notion, we kind of discussed the closing on Monday, which I think Chemo agreed to as well, right? And kind of
yeah.
Weekend's going to be tough. I'm hoping you can help us a little more with the discussion you started about giving us some type of proposed findings or whatever your questions were,
yeah,
and what the timing of that might be.
Okay. It's a work in progress. I'm reworking it and stuff. I will try to get it to you tomorrow, so you have some time. And I don't want to overly raise expectations. I've attempted to do a preliminary draft outline of a form of a recommended decision, findings of fact, conclusions of law. And what I hope is going to be helpful to you is my setting forth of the issues and sub-issues that are appearing from the testimony and the like. It'll be largely blank, but it's going to tell you, it appears to me that this is an issue. And so I'm hoping that you will say, oh no, you're missing it. You haven't listed this other issue or two or three, and we need to address that. Or similarly, if it's no, we're not going to have an issue on, something. For example, one issue I noted was that the Navy is reserving a claim that it is not is not covered by the regs, and the like. So I have a preliminary take on that based upon my reading of the regs, which I think I'm going to show you and see what you want to do with that. And wide open. This is preliminary it's put together basically before hearing any of the testimony. So it's wide open. It's primarily an outline to make sure we're talking about the proper issues. And I'm focused on the proper issues. Okay, so that your input can be tied into the issues. And then we can talk about the format of your written closings and the like at another time. So I'll try to see if I can pull that together tonight and have it for you tomorrow.
And are you envisioning some type of written answer from counsel to your issues to kind of spot facts and potentially in the record to guide you there? Or we're trying to figure out if you're going to ask for more testimony on this, or if there's.
I hadn't thought about asking for more testimony. What I was anticipating and hoping is that we would have time to discuss them. Okay. And because I want clarity for me as well as for you, that we are all aware and going to address the issues that need to be addressed. And if there are issues that don't need to be addressed, then because there's not contention on it and stuff, then it'd be great to identify that. And so we can move that off the list of work that we need to do. So it is mainly a focusing device. So, okay, so I'll give it to you and see, if it's all at all helpful. Any other questions?
Not tonight.
Okay. All right. Let's do our best.
Thank you.
In the morning at 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.